grab levels when we start, yeah? Cool. What I'll do... Well, it looks like they have dispatched what they need to dispatch down to the deep end. They'll work through what's required down there as quickly as we can. The thing that you have to remember, of course, is that with drag racing here, it's all about the safety of all of the people involved, competitors, right through to crew staff and track staff. So that's the reason why we've dispatched what we have as quickly as we can down there. We don't believe there's anything of any great issue to be taken from down there, Al, but again, precautionary. We want to make sure everyone's where they need to be. So we'll take just a small interlude here, and we'll keep talking as we do, and we'll feed you back the information. But as far as racing, we'll hold cars for a moment now until we work our way through this one, Al.
Good thing has happened up there too, Johnny. Did you notice the reaction times of all the lights on up there? The first responders, their reaction time was brilliant. We had a video taken. A car went up into the beach last year. And by the time the car went into the beach, it was 11 seconds when the ambulance got to them.
Yeah.
So the Women for Wheels, the fireys, they were the first responders up there. They got there within 11 seconds, and it showed it up on the video, and that's how we got the timing of it. So that was great response.
But that's the reason why we pride ourselves on making sure that we keep our people safe.
Yeah, we've got to look after our drag racers, ladies and gentlemen. It's great to see that they do get up there quickly. They are professionals at their job, and that's why we have them here, because safe atmosphere, if a person knows they're racing in a safe atmosphere, they will race here all the time. If they're not going to be looked after medically or anything like that, what's the point in coming? And what's the point of running a meeting if you're not going to look after the stars of your show?
Yeah, correct.
But that was a beautiful looking little Capri too. What colour did you say that was? Aubergine. Right,
that's what
nice colour. Because there are some beautiful machines out on the place.
And this is a painter asking me what he thinks.
You did say it was the right colour, and then what is it? Shantung. What colour's Shantung? Sounded like a wine to me, but that was a yellow that came out on the Datsuns in 1972.
And the hardest thing in the world to match. Right?
Yeah, no, silver. Sable silver's the hardest thing in the match. If there are any painters out in the crowd there, they'll know exactly what I'm talking about. The sun might be 1 degree hotter than it was when they painted the car. So you'll get a blue tint or a darker grey tint in bloody colour because of the atmosphere.
And I'm not a painter, and I don't have a clue. So and I'm the first to put my hand up and tell you.
I was just having a look out here. We've been concentrating on the racing, but look how much the crowd's filled up in the last half an hour since we've started. What is it? We've been going for an hour now. So they're just going to run the tractor down, just give the truck a quick clean just while they're up there. The Andrew steward has to get up there and do a quick report just to make sure what's happened is okay, so that for the safety of the driver and the safety of the insurance, etc. like that, and the sanctioning, they've got to get up there and just make sure everything's cool. So that's why it might take us a little bit longer.
Share a couple of memories with you, Al.
Go.
So the two things I can remember the most that were absolute pains from an automotive point of view.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Changing spark plugs in V8 XD XE Falcons and XC with
Heaven on earth.
They used this rotten-looking self-tapper that held sections internally in the car onto the firewall, and those things came through the firewall and they hung out by about 1 centimetre, okay? And any time you ever, and if there's anyone out in the crowd that's ever done this or out in the pit area, they'll remember, and it's one of those things where I say, if you know, you know, all right? And you go to undo a plug, or you slip, or on an extractor bolt or whatever, and if you grazed your arm anywhere near that thing, all right, it tore a hole in your arm, like a cut down the side of your arm that bled profusely for ages. So there's nothing worse than trying to deal with that at the same time as you're trying to get things put back together. The other one that used to be a complete pain wasn't until about 1976 or thereabouts that Holden really started to fit factory-fitted air conditioning to V8 Holden Kingswoods. And what they did, they found out that they had to actually use a fiberglass shield around the actual heater box assembly that sat inside the firewall, to eliminate the heat, because you actually built this firewall out by the better part of about 6 inches or 4 to 5 inches or thereabouts. So to try and remove the heat from the V8 engines, from trying to melt the heater box assemblies that were just bolted to the firewall, they put this great big fiberglass kind of cover thing on it. Now, if you ever did the spark plugs on one of those, what ended up happening, you brushed up and down on it, especially up in this area because it's hot as hell. You brushed up and down on it, and you ended up with these fiberglass splinters in your arm, and you itched for like 3 days. And the worst part was, if you ever had another one booked in within 2 days of itching, you were back to square one again. So it was just horrendous. Don't miss any of those things, okay? Just for the record. But again, it's one of those, if you know, you've been there and you know what I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about, all right? And you're probably going to go, tick in the box. I don't know if anyone's watching anything on social media, or there's any comments coming in from anyone listening or watching or whatever the hell, but it'd be interesting to see anybody who comes back on those two, because, mate, they were just the bane of contention, and that was like 78 to 82, and in that range where, you know, but take nothing away from it. It was a golden era of motoring, okay?
I can't say I've done that, but what I have done
brilliant.
is I made a living out of building fiberglass tanks for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And the only thing that saved me from shooting myself in the head, from scratching myself to death from fiberglass, was this magic cream. And anyone out in panel beating and fiberglassing terms will know this, Invisiglow.
Right.
That was a cream that you would rub on yourself before you went to work, and you wouldn't get the itches.
Damn, I would have
It
loved to
acted as
cheer
a barrier cream. And I'll tell you what, until I found Invisiglow, it was nearly ready, you know, going to kill myself. These fiberglass shards getting on me were killing. Anyway, enough about me. Let's talk about you. What do you think of me?
Pardon?
Sounds like they've still got up there, so we can't move at the moment.
No. And look, you know, I suppose what we probably can talk to while we've got a couple of minutes now is the St Razor Drag Racing Association. This is a group that's been together for a very, very long time. We've had numerous presidents and numerous people that have taken the realms and the reins of this club. But over the journey that we've had, the club, as a club, has never lost sight of the fact that it needed to do three things. This track was built, designed, set up for them to operate. Anybody who races here from away sends us accolades about how great this place is to race on. So to have this as a local track, and with the vision of doing that, that's been sensational. And probably more than anything, Alan, the club over the years has consistently gone away with a view that if there's something they can do better, they'll try to do that. And I think for those three things alone, with all of the change of people, officials, with all of the change of the changing of the guard, of all of the committee people, those three things have never been lost in foresight. And, you know, it just builds on builds. You know, junior divisions now running and all these factors that help build it up. All I can say is if you are a drag racing, you know, follower, you maybe want to take a step to become something more than just coming down and spectating. If you want to be part of it, be part of what is the new drive to make sure that you wake up one day, or you know, the day after a New Year's Eve party, and you're starting to write out what the year is, 2026, and you go, holy hell, where did that 35 years go? That you realise that, you know, you're where you are. So, you know, my advice to those that are younger out there that want to get involved, mate, help shape what is a fantastic venue, a fantastic club, and an absolute gem for our region here. If you want to be part of that, start talking to some of the people around here at St Razor Drag Racing Association and get involved. I can't make it any simpler than you be made welcome and you get a chance to run one of the premier circuits within the country. There
and
it is.
Another thing about drag racing too, John, as we always mention, it is a family sport. You have your own family where you've got your mum and dad, brother, sister, etc. Then you have your drag racing family.
100%.
And that's anyone who comes to drag racing. Anyone who comes and even supports drag racing or just comes as a crewie, you know, you become part of the drag racing family, where it's like most sports, you all look after family.
Correct.
And you have friends for life. Look at you and I, we've been mates for 26 years now.
Yep.
Because of drag racing, the Manger family.
Yep.
Same thing, Robin Terry out here the day I turned up. You were here, but what, years before. You know, how many years you been doing it? 20, 30 years, 35 years?
Since its inception, right?
Yeah.
We've been around forever.
So, you know, you just gain it. And just, we went for a drive past Lake Hawthorne, which used to be the Powerboat Club. And I grew up on that lake shore there. And the fond memories of the people and the boats and the drivers, you know.
Do you want the best laugh about that place?
It's Salt Lake when it dries out, it stinks.
No. The water in it actually comes from the drainage of all the properties around the place, all right? And any other residual water that comes through it. But if you go to the Mildura Rural City Council chambers and you pull out all of the road maps for the region, there is a gazetted road that runs through the middle of it.
Goes through the middle,
now,
yes.
That road was always ever there until the consolidation of more properties starting to farm out that way, and the drainage water started to actually sog that area to the point where you couldn't drive across it anymore, and then it took over. But if you go to the council chambers, you'll find there is a proper gazetted road that runs right through it.
Now, if you go out there along, what is it, 18th Street or 18th, 19th, 20th Street, whatever it is, out towards Birdwitten, you'll cross a road that says Riverside Avenue.
Yeah.
Think, where's the bloody river? It's at the other end.
You're correct.
So you look at it and think, do these council people really know what they're talking about? Till you get to the other end, you think, now it becomes Riverside.
Yeah.
But they didn't know the street was going to be that long. So
that's the truth.
That was always a laugh years ago. These bloody council don't know what they're doing, you know.
That's the truth of it, yeah.
But, yeah, look, Mildura, the growth of Mildura, when I left in the end of 74, it was 13,500 people. What is it now, 35? Yeah, it's incredible. And where this is, you know, we didn't come this far for our birthday, you know, for holidays. It's just a fabulous place to come and watch motorsport.
And I've got another one for you. All right, you drive down Deakin Avenue and you got that great big grassed median strip that runs right from 7th Street all the way through to 15th Street. Any idea what that's about? I can tell you what it's there for.
The centre grass strip?
Yeah. When the Chaffee brothers first designed the layout, they had a vision that there would be tracks that would run vehicles on it, either train or tram, from 7th Street to 15th Street and return.
Right.
And that's what that was gazetted for. So the roads were always ever set that way. But the beauty of it is that there's a lot of hardware that's housed in that centre section, so when they need to do any works, it's there. But more importantly, it was laid out that way. If you look at another really good example, the rivalry, when you talk about the Riverland, it's also laid out that way. It's also laid out that way, and it's designed to have the same sort of thing right through the centre as well. And if you talk about, we talk about Adelaide and into Glenelg, or rather into Semaphore. Semaphore's exactly the same. It's got that medium strip right through. So that's the reason why it's like that in Deakin Avenue.
Excuse me, John. Can we have all performance motorcycles to the staging lanes, please? Performance motorcycles to the staging lanes, please. Performance motorcycles under the tower, please. You can stage under the tower, please. All performance motorcycles. Performance motorcycles. Performance motorcycles. Can you stage under the tower, please? Your staging area is just under the tower, please.
That area, Al, actually has the word bike written on it down.
There's an area just between the tower and the starting area and the staging lanes there, so if you can just form up down there, please. Thank you very much, gentlemen. That is performance motorcycles. Now, another reason you look at 11th Street, 12th Street, 13th Street, why they are so wide. They are so wide because before cars, that's where a bullock dray used to be able to do a U-turn. And streets were that wide. Same in Swan Hills, same in Charlton, all these country towns, where bullock drays used to wander through the countryside delivering food, logs, everything, fuel, wood, whatever. And streets were that wide, so a bullock dray could do a U-turn in the street and head back out and get another load. So that was, I don't know how many in a dray, anything from 8 to 12 or something like that, I suppose, but that's the reason. And the beauty about it, it's left these avenues and streets so wide now, they've got the centre plantation in the centre there, just for a little bit of aesthetics and everything. Plus, it gives you a lane to drive in where you're not aiming at someone else. You know, when you come up to an intersection, You've got to get into that centrepiece and everything like that. You've got the right turn lane. And it's all for safety and everything like that. Now, in your centre lanes, like 11th Street going past the Catholic Church, very wide there.
Yeah.
No centre section. There's trees in the middle, and if you hit one, bad luck. But all those centre sections. Plus, it makes Mildura a really, really pretty city.
Yeah.
You know, all the vegetation around there, Henderson Park, you know, all those beautiful places.
The thing is, Al, that a lot of locals probably don't see it for what it kind of is, and it's not until you have visitors that come from away that actually make comment that you realise you're in a place that is a really nice place, but more importantly, it's got a very, very good group of visionary drivers through the council that make sure that they try to ensure that a lot of sport and particularly motorsport is catered for. So, you know, it's probably a really good thing that that we've got what we've got. So, very, very pleased that we're where we are and doing what we're doing.
All the performance bikes are coming under the tower. Thank you, performance bikes. They're moving so quickly. Yeah, look, beautiful day out here, ladies and gentlemen. I can just look over Mildura. There's a little bit of weather going across there, but just looking out to the south, out southwest here, we've got clear skies and sunshine at the moment. Well, not clear skies, but we've got sunshine. So even though it is overcast, ladies and gentlemen, just take care of your skin out there. Put on a hat, you know, slap on a bit of sunscreen or something. You've got an umbrella, put it, you know, put it up. Great to see so many people getting out here at the St Razor drag strip, the Sunset Strip. And by far over the last couple of days too, we have seen why this place is called the Sunset Strip. There was a fantastic post that was put up on Facebook, and I took a screenshot of it, ladies and gentlemen. And it was taken out of a drone here with all the lights on at a sunset. And I think it was Easter last year. And when you see the picture, you'll understand what it was. It was taken probably about where the drone was, probably over the trees, looking down the track just out to the left. Probably 100 metres or so off track, but probably about, probably 200 metres in the air, and it shows the whole complex under darkness with the sunset in the background. It was just such a great picture. At Easter time, we will have a full moon, and we'll have a bit of fun with the kids, get them out here howling at the moon again on the microphone. That's always a bit of fun. But just while the boys are down at the other end, just clearing the other end of the track still, I've just been noticing some of the fuel teams have been coming out and doing the drag strip shuffle. So what they're doing out there, you'll see Rob McGeechy out there and Joe Camilleri. Now, Joe's going to be driving the Orange Falcon, you'll see in the staging lanes. What they're doing is they're looking for a really sticky spot that Joe can go into, because he's running a turbo barra in that car, and it's quite a quick machine too. So what they're doing is they're just finding the best lines while they've got the chance to do it. They're finding where there's most rubber from other cars laying rubber, and they're finding out where they reckon's about the best. Now, you'll see Rob, he's holding in his hand, ladies and gentlemen, a tyre pressure gauge. So by the time they leave the pits, say the car's got 10 pound of pressure in the tyre because it's asleep. By the time it gets around here, it's warmed up a little bit, so it can go up to 10.5 pounds or something like that. When he does his burnout and everything, he's got to gauge the tyres, the heat of the tyre, in the burnout, the heat of the rubber wheel itself and everything like that will increase the tyre pressure. So what Rob has got to try and gauge, I want it to run at 10 pound. Now, I know at the end of the burnout it's going to run about 11.5, so that means I'm going to have to put 8.5 pound in it, so it'll drop 1.5 pounds in pressure. So just little things like that. This is the darker side of racing, and where information is just... It is so important in racing just to know what your car's going to do with the track temperature.
You talk about top fuel, all right? We look at the tyres on the rear end of a top fuel dragster, and the tyre goes from a circumference of whatever it is to almost a third taller than what it is again. Now, the tyre actually goes from being so wide to being narrow and really tall, and that circumference is literally everything for when you head that journey down the track. Now, if the tyre pressures in this thing aren't exactly what they need to be, you end up with a slightly taller tyre either side, or the thing not tracking correctly. So the guys are really hot on making sure that everything is literally in symmetry. So when this thing stands up and points in that direction and goes, you know, as much as they've done all the work on the engine, all the fuel going into it, and all the other factors around it, just something as simple as that can be detrimental to it to steer dead straight. And the driver's literally got to fight it to do what it needs to do. And we know that with a rail that, you know, the idea is to get as much into the back end of it to make it stand up and point in that direction and go as hard as it possibly can. So as much as you've got steering in the front of it, you know, there's as much steering going on from the rear as there is from the front. So those details like that, as much as we can talk to this class here, that against classes further up becomes so much more critical. And I'm not taking anything away from what we just spoke about here, but as you step through further and further.
It's a critical phase of the car for competition, really.
100%.
It's just not getting in a straight line and going hard. It's getting the best out of your car yourself. Just one thing too, ladies and gentlemen, as the open wheel cars, alters, rails, and certainly top fuel cars, when they're about half track, if you think about it, if you're quick enough, have a look at the size of the back wheels. What will happen, the tyre wheel elongate, as John was talking about, it grows taller. They are such a soft wall tyre. Watch on the launch, you'll see crinkle where the rim hits it hard and it crinkles the tyre. So what's the tyre's actually doing is not exploding or coming off the rim. It is just grabbing that track and it's putting as much of that tyre on the ground as it can so that it'll grab grip. And then about half track, you'll notice the back wheels on the car have grown anything to 2 to 3 inches taller through elongation because they've got such a soft wall tyre and they will grow. So it's like having an extra gear in the car, and the quicker the car goes, the higher the tyre will get till it gets to its point. Now what they do is they work out what the point is where the car's tyre shouldn't grow any quicker, and that should be at the quarter mile when they're about to back off.
Yep.
Now what happens is with this, in the States and in Australia, they can run 1,000 feet, whereas 1,320 feet for a quarter mile. Now we're going back into feet. They've been running in the States 1,000 feet for their racing now for many, many years. Now, I witnessed it at Phoenix a few years ago. Tony Shoemaker went out, broke the mile an hour record at 1,000 feet of 335 mile an hour. Clay Millican came out the very next run and ran 335.2. He went 2.2 mile an hour quicker. An hour later, when they came back out at 5 o'clock, we were looking for snow on the track. It got that cold. Shoemaker went out and broke the record again at 337 mile an hour. Now, his father, Don, had only been drag racing for 55 years and knows exactly what he was doing. They turned the car to the track. And he said, at the old quarter mile, that car would have been up around at 350 to 360 mile an hour because the car is still accelerating, still spinning its back wheels as it goes over 1,000 feet mark, still accelerating. The reason they run them at 1,000 feet now, so the driver won't black out because that's what could happen in the future. Yeah. A drag racer named Bob Shepherd and Phil Lamartina. I spoke with Phil down at Portland the other week when he did it. In the first second, you've got to be very careful. You've got to have the car perfectly. You've got to know what it's going to do, where it's going to go and everything like that in the first second, because in that first second, your brain doesn't know what's happening. So when you come out of that little second, it's only a second, it's only a short thing, but when you're travelling in your first second at 160 k's off the line, because by the time a fuel car leaves the line, when it gets out past the 60-footer, it's already over 160 kilometres an hour. You've got to remember, Al, you know, you've got guys that fly for the Air Force. They use a G-suit. Now, they're fitted up for all of their equipment, and their G-suits are re-established every 6 months to make sure that everything fits correctly. Those G-suits stop them from passing out. That's right. Okay? It won't 100% stop it, but it mitigates it so much. They don't do that in drag racing. Yet. Well, Tom Cruise certainly didn't pass out on 11 Gs in Top Gun Maverick, did he? What a load of... But to your point, these guys are pushing those boundaries. So it's not just now become who has the biggest engine to go fastest and get the most horsepower out of it. It's how it's hooked up. It's how it's driven through the transmissions, all of the programming and mapping that's done with engines and transmission shifts. It's about those tyre pressures, all of the factors we've been talking about. Even when it comes down to what the driver
physically and mentally the demand on that driver now to assimilate all of the inputs from the team, mechanically, technologically. See that over the weekend. And even though they are, for want of a better way of putting it, mere mortals that are jumping in to do this, okay, they are a whole new level. They are a whole new level of competition because the sport has advanced that far now that it dictates you are now in the zone.
Now, what a G-suit does, ladies and gentlemen, if you know anything about G-suits, what they do is they squeeze your body in the particular part, because they've got sensors all through it and everything like that, and if you're going to go into negative G-force, in the central part of your body to keep feeding your brain so you don't pass out. And if you're going into a positive G, that means you're doing a loop, you're going down, and it's putting your body weight against yourself. 1 G is your body weight against yourself, and what it does is it squeezes your body again and keeps the blood in the top part of your body so you don't pass out. That's what a G-suit does. Peter Furlanetto, ladies and gentlemen, back to drag racing now. Peter Furlanetto, ladies and gentlemen, he's out there in the Max Services Lane 1. He's driving that beautiful XW GT Falcon. A tribute car to his father. His father bought a brand new GT, same colour, same stripes. So Pete's made this car in a tribute to his father. Lovely sentiment. Joe Camilleri, Jojo Zepp and his Falcon. And his missus' toy down there now. Both cars getting up and away. 1973. 1973. Look at that get up and go that big airline. What a machine. Look at that, a 107 on his reaction, a 600, 118 mile an hour. What a great pass. Alex Bird, the 222 on the wrong side of the tree. A red light for him. 679 at 103. Good pass too. Look at this. Look, Moreau Racing. What a gorgeous looking car. Look at the paint.
By sheer
that
default,
is a beautiful colour.
By sheer default, Alan, they became a cult car because they had this huge bonnet.
Best presented car so far. Oh, listen to that. Did you hear that? Jack Moreau, 015, 579, 119 off the trailer.
Nicely
How good's
done.
that?
Nicely done.
Nice little zip through there from the boys in Super Sedan.
Into Super Comp now, by
We've
the
got the Super Comp cars coming up. Yes, who we got here? We'll have Craig Geddes coming up in this. Our big Super Comp and all our sportsman class racing, ladies and gentlemen, are from the Sportsman Racing as Aeroflow Sportsman Racing Championship. Big thanks to Aeroflow. Warren Allen and Craig Geddes. Now, Craig, what about 8 or 9 times champion? Craig, I think he's about 9-time Australian champion in Super Gas.
So Geddes backing the car.
Yeah, Craig Geddes, ladies and gentlemen, hell of a nice man, great drag racer. Now, if you have a look at his pipes on the outside, he came up and explained this, and it took a bit to explain. What he does is those pipes squeeze the exhaust and tell the heads, the sensors in the heads, that it's hotter than it is. So the sensor, I think, pushes more fuel into it. So he gets a better rev, because that engine, I think it's only about a 300 cubic inch small block.
So it's monitoring.
Yeah.
It's monitoring what's burning or already arrived in the pipe.
Yeah.
So what it's doing is it's telling the ECU that's calculating the next load of fuel in what it's required. So by doing what he's done, he's effectively scaling it to a point where he's making it do something that it kind of isn't, but he's creating the appearance of what it's going to give. So that's how he's getting what he gets.
This is what we're exactly talking about a minute ago. This is the test and data of drag racing.
Correct.
He's got a car telling itself
very clever.
lies.
Okay, it's very, very clever.
Warren Allen out there in lane 1. He's got a nice looking rail out there with summer written all over. There we go. Oh, Dennis gets away on a red light there. Look at Warren Allen go through. Now, these cars are just doing qualifying. When they come out a little bit later in Super Comp, they'll be running by the Australian Index. Now, we'll try and explain that to you. Now, it is a very technical style of racing, so we'll explain it when they come out, when we get their indexes. Luke Cartledge and Shane Reed. Shane Reed out there in the Pontiac in lane 1. And Shane Reed out here in the Altered in lane 2. Now, it's got the nice little banter Altered body on it.
It's the old story, Al, okay? It sounds complicated. If we can work it out, all right, anyone can work it out.
It's not that complicated, you say. The complication is once you get the index, and if they break the index, you've now got to work out what their next index,
correct.
Not their, no. Their next run will be. The index stays the same,
correct,
but what they're allowed to run to
above the index without going over it.
Without going over
we'll explain that when we get to it, right?
Yes, it is a technical thing, and a lot of people love running to it. And once you get the hang of it, the guy can do this.
Could be your best friend, right?
But
if you got it right.
Most of the cars running too, ladies and gentlemen, run small blocks. Like I'm talking 280 cubic inch V8s, like the old 283 Chevrolet. A lot of twin overhead cams, small blocks will run it like you get out of now. The index can be completely the same, but that comes back to what they want to do. Kenny Collins coming out now. We've gone into performance bikes. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there's a young bloke coming out in the lane 2. Here we go. The boys on the start line. You'll see what they're doing at the moment, lady and gent. They are just doing a test of how much suction is on the track. What the test is, they've got the little meter. It's they stand on the meter and they pull a ratchet around. They stand on the meter and they pull a ratchet around, and it gives an indication on what the traction is.
It's a torque wrench. So they basically pull on it until it skids.
Yep.
And then that skid point is the brake point. They know from a tyre point of view, that's the let-go point on the tyre to spin. That gives you the most adhesion, or gives you the reading of the highest level of adhesion you can find in that spot there. And that's what they did. She put the weight on it, and he pulled it to
go a good pull around, Kenny Collins coming out now. Jake Hamilton, moderate. Now, Jake, ladies and gentlemen, he is on this green missile now. He's an incredible rider and a lovely bloke to talk to, very, very personal. Every time I see him on a bike, it's faster. He's an incredible rider. Now, over the years, if Jake messes up his start, he'll ride the thing down on its back wheel. If he knows if he's lost, he'll just put on a show. But, you know, the old saying, the cliche, he and the bike become one, well, they actually do.
But if you have a look at both these bikes, they're very similar in their layout.
Yes.
Very long rear swing arm. The idea of that is to open the wheelbase up, which makes it more stable at high speed.
Yep.
It also means that it shifts the centre of that wheel back far enough that it makes it drive off the wheel, not want to wheel stand. So all the weight is further forward, so the fulcrum is right at the very front. And you can see the aerodynamic layoff at the rear on the mudguard, or what would appear to be where the mudguard will be at the rear, is that sloped style one-piece fairing. So the idea is to get down as low as you can on the front of it, pierce the air, bullet the air around it, and let it tail off at the back to keep the bike as tight to the track as you can. That's what gives you stability at fast speeds, because that's exactly what they're going to do.
When you look at them too, Johnny, they're almost twins, aren't they? When you look at the nose cone, the height of the body on the front wheel there, they're almost a twin bike, you know, the same bulge. You see Robbie Church out there helping Jake.
But even those that aren't the same, as close to that, you'll see the same traits. A very long between front and rear axle wheelbase, a sloped rear to drill the...
So they're giving him a drop out on his bike later. But Jake is happy. He thinks his tyre's hot enough and clean enough, so we're just waiting for what's going on here. There's movement in the tower, for the word had got around.
Crikey, this is all going on up here. So it looks like Ken Collin is creeping forward. He looks like he's good to go. I would say...
Right, now, what's happening down here? There's a little bit of confusion, is there? Because we are.
Colin went through, looks
just
like
pushing Kenny back. Now, well, they're going to do a reset on the computer here. Now, it looks like Ken's been backed out here. So Jake's still sitting here. The bike's not on. Just heard that the driver who went up into the beach, the car did roll over. The driver is A-OK.
Yep, beautiful.
Car's a little bit of a mess, but car can be fixed.
Remember the cage? There's a cage inside it.
That's right. Car's a bit of a mess, but can be fixed. But the beautiful part about it, driver's all good. We just heard from our Andrew Stewart, Beth Hamilton moderate. Now, what's going on here? Looks like Jake's rolling back. Is he going back into the burnout?
Yep.
Ken Collins has rolled away. So Kenny must have a problem. Sincerely hope he can get that fixed and come back playing racing. Cheryl Mifsud out there. She's just waiting patiently out there in lane 1. Now, Cheryl will perform her burnout very soon and come up. So it looks like it's a solo pass from Jakey.
Yep.
Now, very calm, very collected rider. Got a great personality about him. And when it comes to racing, now Marius just making sure everything's right on it. Just pushing, telling him to go forward. Yeah, it looks like Kenny's going back to his pit. There we go. Look at that nice launch. Look at the space. Look at this, a 5:02 at 155 mile an hour.
Thank you very much.
Wow,
Well,
this kid is incredible.
I'm calling nearly 156, right, because it's a .85, so I'm not going to...
Red light, but we don't care. He's just done 155 mile an hour. Fastest pass of the day on a bike. Mate, I'm going to see this kid on a fuel bike in a couple of years.
Oh.
His wife, Beth, sitting in the tower, probably looking at us going, no.
I don't think he'd be too worried about that. I think he's got one ambition, and it's going that way.
Larry Spider-Man McBride in the States, 260 up on a fuel bike.
That is just insane.
Over 1,000 feet. That is
insane.
insane.
The bit that blows me away with that, the bike is so stable.
Yes.
It looks like you could actually give it more.
Yeah.
Like I think it's come down to just almost aerodynamics as to how much faster will it actually go. Like, it's that stable now.
McBride, when you see him, he's around 53, 54 years old, and he is very well built.
100%.
He's a very powerful man, and he's so fit. And when you see him ride the bike, you'll see why he's so fit. He rides the bike. It doesn't ride him.
No.
He's incredible the way his strength can hold that torque up, you know, because he rides it so beautifully, and that's why he's the best. So if you ever want to see someone who can ride a bike, ladies and gentlemen, not taken away from anyone else, but Larry Spider-Man McBride in the States on his bike out there, just an incredible rider. Plus we have Nikki Zack, our own beautiful Australian, the Baroness herself, first lady in the world to hit 200 mile an hour on a motorbike. And she did it, and she's broken her record, 15 times now, because she's hit 215.
Yeah.
So, incredible. And we felt really special, John. The day that she broke the record, she rang us from the States here and spoke to us through the microphone. We held the phone up to the microphone. So we felt pretty special that day that she rang us first.
Well, you don't forget good people, do you?
That was a good run. I've always said Jake's going to be a superstar, and he has proven it. Like I said, the first year he ran in bikes was just mod bike. He bought a $600 Kawasaki and took the Australian Championship home.
Yeah, remember that. Pretty solid, huh? But it goes to show you that you can start from very humble beginnings, Alan.
Looks like we're going into Supercharged Outlaws in a minute. Oh, this will be partner versus partner here. Cheryl Beddoes and Joe Curry. This will be a white race to see who does the dishes. Joe, lovely guy. Cheryl's a lovely lady. They're good fun together.
Bragging rights. This one.
Bragging rights. This will be good. Yeah.
Yeah, this is like a final, right?
Right, this will be bragging rights, ladies and gentlemen. Cheryl Mifsud out there in lane 1. Joey Curry in lane 2. Look at this, I think she's going to get him.
No, he got us.
Oh, he just got the nose in front, but look at the times. Look at the times. Look at this, 113 mile an hour against 116, and he beat her. He ran a 6.0, so he got the nose across the line.
But his reaction time is what give it to him. He's a 0.013 against a 0.167. So had she have gotten off closer to that, she would have had him.
Right, that was performance bikes. Edge Mellis is running in performance bikes. Now, here's a man on a mission, ladies and gentlemen. This bike is an absolute bullet. Have a look at the size of the wheel on the back of this, ladies and gentlemen. This is a bullet, this thing. Now, Edge is a nice bloke. Not many, not real smart, I believe. But I tell you what, he's got... he's a very, very game man. He and anyone who rides a bike like this and rides a fuel bike.
Again, look at it. Long wheelbase, pointy nose to chisel the air and then drift off the rear. Yeah. But he's got every bit of what he needs on a frame on the rear of it. That's right. He needs that, mate.
That's just not a parking frame, mate. That's just not the big wheeling. Well done, Edge. Oh, look at this, 144 mile an hour, 490. So mile an hour wasn't as good as Jake's, but he was quicker than Jake.
But a 0.2 reaction time, right? Half that, and he's probably where he needs to be.
So he got there before he got speed up. That's the easiest way to explain it.
100%.
We're going into Supercharged Outlaws, and I see Bruno Alphabet just about to come through here. Match the Jessic. And Simon Madigan. Now, Simon in the XA Coupe. Now, a smart-looking car. Now, Simon has just asked us just to do a
spiel for him.
A quick spiel for him. So, Simon out there would like to thank MB Automatics, DRT Restorations, Atkiss Romance Manager, Performance Manager, and that's Simon Madigan out there in the Supercharged Outlaws car, R891. So, well done, Simon. Good luck in the car. It's a lovely looking car. And he's up against the Orange HG Kingswood that Bruno he bought this car. That was his first car on the road. So he's had it since he was 18 years old. And it's not the family sedan anymore because there's no back seat. There's just great big wheel tubs. And he's got this, I think it's about a 540 cubic inch big block Merlin Chevrolet. And he's from the Albury area, runs out of Sydney quite often, has run here quite often, ran in the South Australia quite often too. And knows how to pedal a car. Said g'day to Bruno today. Lovely guy. And very approachable. If you want to go and have a look at a nicely engineered car, ladies and gentlemen, go and have a look at that.
Oh, wait till you hear the howl of this XA Coupe. Oh,
now, what's happening too, ladies and gentlemen, Supercharged Outlaws will be running on the Pro Tree. Now you look at this XA Falcon, 71 Holden. This could be Langtree Avenue Saturday night, 1971, couldn't it?
Kind of.
What a lovely looking car. Look at the wheel tubs on
look
that
at the
Falcon.
size of the exhaust on it.
Yes, it's got a fairly good hole coming out the guard there.
You'd be able to kick a baseball up that.
You could almost punt a softball out of it, couldn't you?
I reckon it'd come out fast, those things.
What a beautiful looking piece of machinery.
I remember so many...
Did you hear what I said then?
Yeah, beautiful.
It's a Ford, and I said, what a beautiful piece of machinery.
Back in the day, Alan, back in the day.
Confident from both sides, aren't I, eh?
No, you're fine.
Now, what's that say? 512 or 551 on the side of Bruno's car there. I can't actually read it. Up there, the front headlight.
I reckon that's 51.
Here we go. Oh, Bruno, go man. Look at that. The washing comes out early on 179 mile an hour. 130 for an early bag out. Look at that. 434, ladies and gentlemen. 179 mile an hour there for Bruno Maxijestic, ladies and gentlemen, out of Albury. In the HG. Any Ford fans in the crowd there?
I reckon that's Matty Yasovic.
Come on, while the Holden won, come on.
I reckon that's Bruno Matty Yasovic.
Yes, Matty Yasovic, that's it. And Simon Madigan. Now, Simon did a nice one too. Good 163 for Bro. 235 for Simon. Good pass.
Yeah.
Let the shoots out early, which would have holded his mile an hour, but not a bad 490 either.
Damn,
Lucas Woodburn coming up next with Brendan Carr.
Check those 60. They are pretty
The 60s
solid.
are good, yeah.
Wow.
Now, here we go. Brendan Carr, who took out Portland 3 weeks ago. He's in his Pontiac coming up here. He'll come out into the Moona Bay Holiday Park. And Lucas Woodburn with the new wrap on the Wilburn racing car Proudly sponsored by Ellen Ward Painting. I just renewed the painting. I just renewed the sponsorship today. Lucas out of the Swan Hill Drag Racing Club, and Bobby Williams. Go, Lucas! Big burnout from it. Now there you go. You got a nice Pontiac GTO in the Simon Carr, Brendan Carr's machine, Brendan Carr car. And then in the Woodburn racing car, the Wilburn racing car, you've got a Dodge Invader. And that's what the body is on that. Now, this car, Bob and Lucas, Bobby built the car 12 years ago, 13 years ago.
I do remember all this.
My son and I did the paint job and all the body work on it. And now they've got the new wrap on it and everything. They've updated the wrap. I think the wrap looks fantastic. They've got the beautiful Murray sunset coming out through the back there, and it goes right around under the chutes, which you can't see, but I love the black on top and the gloss finish now, where we painted the car silver, which is like inside the Broken Flame, but I love the new wrap on it. That looks brilliant. Just something new for the car. Looks pretty.
Great to have the guys from Swan Hill supporting the club down
Troy
here.
Troy McKenzie just bringing him back up.
Car, Concrete Constructions car for Brendan Carr now.
There he is, Bobby
forward.
himself, just coming up now. Bobby Williams, the ex-Scorpion King. Yeah, Bob came out in the Scorpion with the Lone Keith Black years ago. You remember that one, Johnny?
Yeah, I remember it all too well.
And Troy McKenzie owns the car now. And this has been the new toy for the last 12 years. Let's go. Right, Brendan Carr, Lucas Woodburn. Side lost both cars. Oh, Lucas has done the right thing, backed it out. Something popped.
Yeah.
Might have been a
blow plate.
Pressure plate. What do you call them?
Yeah, it's a blow plate. It blows.
Blow plate, yeah. What are they called?
There's a picture of one on the wall.
There's one up there.
It's a blow plate, and basically if it gets too much compression or loading in the blower assembly, it sacrifices itself to allow it to vent. It's a vent plate. And that's what I reckon he's had go off.
Burst plate. That's what it is. It's a burst plate. I knew it'd come back to me. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with my memory. Brendan Carr, still a great run. 0.62 on his reaction, ladies. And a 5.028 at 126 mile an hour. Now, Lucas backed it out. As we heard the pop, it was the burst plate, as Johnny explained what happens. And he saved his engine.
Yeah. Well, it's pointless to continue to push through because you're blowing compression, which is compression that is unburnt, going out into that bay. Yeah. I don't want that at all, right?
No. That can send holes into pistons and blown out blocks and everything. Now, that's still running a 511 TFX block, which has been in that car for 12 years. It's been refreshed, but it's been the same block.
Okay, I'm going to give you some homework.
Right.
You need to find out, and you're going to scare yourself when you do this, the age of what the heads and the block were when they were new.
Righto.
Because they're going back a long time
they
before
are.
that.
TFX, they were fuel blocks.
I'm telling you, you're going to have a heart attack when you find out.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, they're going to go back into the time.
I know roughly the timeline. I ain't going to tell you.
I would say probably 60s. Yeah. It'd be in the 60s, I'd say.
60. I'd be calling 65.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say it goes back quite a while, and that come through. So, there you go. It is what it is. Rightio. Chris Dalton is the only one we're waiting on now.
Just what we were talking about, ladies and gentlemen, the TFX block. It's an all aluminium, pretty much modelled off a Keith Black Hemi. I think it's a Keith Black Hemi, but this is going back into when top fuel cars were built in the 60s and the 70s, and they were running Chrysler Donovans about the same time. Now, the Donovans were only a 418 cubic inch engine, so they weren't a big engine, but they were blowing everything away and frightening everyone on the track.
Waiting now for Chris Dalton. Chris to come up now.
Hey, Johnny, just over on the hill there, mate, you can see it here, the Wild Link.
Oh, that's the merchandise.
That's the merchandising
that's
and the Aeroflow, and all the food vans are over there, ladies and gentlemen. The Wild Link, that's where you can buy merchandising right along that little avenue there. So if you want some, I
can see
you want some merchandising, a T-shirt to commemorate, yeah, Aeroflow Rocket they were years ago. Now it's Aeroflow Nitro. Graham Cowan and his crew. So if you would like a great bit of memorabilia from this meeting, so you can walk around and say, yeah, I race top fuel, you know, tell your mates at the party next Saturday night.
I'll tell you what's even better, go and get something tonight. Wear it around tomorrow before you come out, and everybody's going to ask, what the hell's that about?
Everyone will get there and they'll say, is that you? Yeah, I was there yesterday, yes, you know, you can walk around big.
Did you see my shirt? I was there yesterday.
Yeah, I'm getting it signed today. No, but go and get your merchandise there, ladies and gentlemen. They are great bits of merchandise, and the food vans are all over there.
That's like
there's
a little alley.
Plenty of food. Now, you'll see a St John's ambulance over the top there for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. We always have a St John's ambulance here, not only for the races, if there is a problem in the crowd.
Yeah, and that's because we care for you as much as
we do.
You come out to be part of what the action is here.
Now, here's Chris Dalton in the American Direct Parts car. Now, this is another Dodge Intruder body, it looks like.
Yep.
Yes, it is too.
It is.
Lovely looking body, nice and long. Looks nothing like what a Dodge Intruder looked like on the showroom floor, but it's just had some fiberglass modifications to it and a long body. Purely and simply to act as a
nice slope nose to cut the air, raised back to use the airflow to aerodynamically push the vehicle to the ground.
Yeah, just the aerodynamics of the car to help run as it gets faster. The car is going to dip more towards the track. It's downforce.
Yeah,
it's like a big wing.
The whole thing's just like a wedge. Inching up gently into pre-stage, thin stage.
Oh, something's rolling forward. He's just having a bit of trouble there, Chris.
He wants to release.
Give him another go.
Release to push it back.
Push him back. Give it.
Now we're right.
Give him another go. That's it. Well done. Craig Plummer acting as our starter down there now. One of the best starters in Australia too. One of the best track managers in Australia. Bloke who knows what he's doing. It's always good to see. Right. He's rolled into full stage now. I think that might be a new car for Chris. He's just done a 6.1.
Oh, if anything, it almost looked like...
At 122 mile an hour, so I think he's just getting used to a centre steer.
Yeah, it felt like almost like a licence pass without being a licence pass, so to speak.
That message going through. Yeah, the Chris Dalton, I thought it may have been, used to run the Black HQ with the blower in it. Yeah, so it could be the same Chris Dalton.
In a different
there might be two Chris Daltons in the world. There could be.
It ain't Vlado Tiric.
Eh?
It's not Vlado Tiric anyway.
No, it's not Vlado Tiric.
Because he's next.
He's coming up next. Yeah, Vlado, yeah. And David Foster. David coming out in the beautiful 57 Chevrolet.
Yep.
Now, Great story about this car. When Paul Russo owned the car, they were going to Perth. They were going to Perth. They got to border town on the Western Australia, South Australia border. Axle blew out on the track, on the trailer. So they dropped the car out and flat towed it 8 miles across the border. There was a picture of it in the Sea Lake service station being flat towed into border town.
Oh, this is South Australia, Victoria.
South Australia.
Sorry,
no, South Australia, Western Australia, I should say.
Right.
Over at border town over there. There's a little border town.
Oh, yeah.
And this is being flat towed into the service station. All these Japanese tourists saw it, took photos of it, and one of the photos turned up in the Sea Lake service station. So they fixed the car, fixed the axle and everything like that, put the car back in the trailer, then towed it the rest of the way.
Yeah, right.
So Dave Foster out there in the black Chevrolet in the blue little Nissan is Vlado Turek. Now Vlado, you'll see his son racing a little bit later. Now Vlado's been running this little car. I think it's got over a 500 cubic inch engine, as Dave Foster's car has.
Yeah.
So we've got some big blocks running out here. We probably have, or we certainly, if they're over 500, we've probably got in the vicinity of 1,100 cubic inches out on the track at the moment.
The
so
ominous rumble gives it away.
Yes. So working that out, 1,100 by 61 cubic inches in a litre, we've probably got about nearly 18 litres of engine out there. Nice pass there. David gets you one, a 1.9. The old school colours, like all the pro stockers in America. And he painted it purple, unfortunate. Like all the pro stockers in America. And he painted it purple, unfortunate, and put it on its roof at Heathcote. And now he's got the Pontiac, which he's been running now for about 2, maybe 3 seasons, I think it is. And very competent drag racer. Unfortunately, the car got out of shape from a blown tyre at Heathcote. That's what put it on its roof. But Jason Young turned up an 84 Camaro a few years back and sold the car back to the bloke he bought it from, who is now the oldest drag racer in Australia, Barry Ferrari.
Yeah, I remember that.
Barry did a pass here 6 months ago at 84 years old.
Yeah.
So, and Jason bought this and just been improving out of sight in it. 2 nice Pontiacs out on the track there, ladies and gentlemen. The 92 Pontiac and the 84 Pontiac. Nice line below 51, 0.22 for Jason, but McBain gets away on an 0.51, runs through on a 4.90, 139 mile an hour and a 5.35 at 132 mile an hour.
Well,
we're in top sporty, mate, and they're giving it heaps.
No, they ever.
Right, who's coming up next? Yes, I thought it might have been Darren Saladbar out there in the orange Camaro. Darren Saliba. He loves it when I call him Darren Saladbar. Michael Obst. Michael coming out there in the black, what's that, an Opel Coupe it looks like? Calibra Coupe?
Oh.
It's a little Chevrolet. No, it's a neon, isn't it?
No, it looks like a neon.
Yeah. And Darren Saliba, in the beautiful Chevrolet Camaro.
Yep. No mistake in that one.
Yeah, he raced at, Darren raced down at Portland a couple of weeks back. Modelled off the body of a 69 Camaro. 67 to 69, I thought they were the perfect muscle car, weren't they? Beautiful shaped car. Is that drill? Sorry if I'm drilling.
Nah.
But that little, I'm pretty sure that's a neon, isn't it?
I would say it's a neon.
It's got a Chevrolet badge on it, and by the headlights and the windscreen, it looks like it could be a neon. Yeah.
It's got the reduced, or the inset headlight, which to me is neon. The Just Kitchen Makeovers Pro Race Engines sponsored Darren Saliba, getting backed up to where he just left to make sure he makes good use of those black strips.
Getting him right in the centre of the track on his blacks there. Now, if you look down on the track there, Johnny, you'll see the remnants of his burnout. There's his wheelie mark on the thing, and then his caster bar mark on the top there.
Yep.
So when he's gone past, the car's still accelerating, ladies and gentlemen. What happens is a little caster bar in the back, they paint them,
yes,
and it leaves a mark on the track. So what then they can then do is see They gauge the front height of the car it's leaving, and the wheelie bar hits where it's leaving from, how high it's going to be. How long the car's front wheels are off the deck is purely by the paint mark on the ground. So that's what they work it all out with.
Yep.
Another technical part. Now, you may see them do it again. There was a stream coming out just in front of the windscreen.
That's the
on the
vent
Saliba car.
for the nitrous.
And that is what he's doing, is he's purging the nitrous oxide, which is a gas, a giggle gas, that the dentist would give you to knock you out. This is a giggle gas. It's a nitrous oxide which expands the compression, the air in the chamber. And look at that nice launch from Saliba, but getting a little bit wavy at the bottom end.
Yeah.
I love the red and black. It just looks so...
But there's something being dropped by the look of it. They're switching it off.
Just having a little bit of a look here.
On the bonnet.
Something's happened. They're about the...
Eagle Eye.
Is that just a...
Eagle Eye starters spotted it.
A zuzzy up, is it?
Yeah, I'd say they haven't.
Looks like they've just got to pop a zuzz
the quarter-turn lock screws have got to get dropped down. So they're... It was good to see that he picked that up, though.
Yeah. Oh, got Craig Plummer down. Craig Plummer down there. Put my tongue back in my mouth. I'll get that.
Yeah, he's been around for a while, so he knows.
Yes, he knows what he's doing, Craig. He's an eagle eye, that's for sure. And Luke Davis, the other bloke down there on the mop, mate. If something's fallen off a car, he'll see it from 100 miles away, that's for sure. They've found something on the track.
Backing him out. They're going to reset the tree again.
There's Ash Johnson out there, just bringing him up onto his line now. Now Ash usually runs a modified dragster. Right, just getting him set now. Tree did want to play the game then. Good to see a big crowd coming into the Sunset Drag Strip here on a nice Friday evening in Mildura.
You pull him up, and I think it's going to be
just going to turn him off now before that thing gets too hot. We may have a problem on the starters line here where the button that Craig pushes is not functioning properly. All these little technical problems with electronics and computers. Calling Bill Gates. Calling Bill Gates.
Spare,
bringing out a spare button now, so we'll see what goes on.
Spare starter cable. Really simple. And again, you know, talk about the foresight for the club.
Yeah.
A lot of strategies in the background to continue to keep meetings running. I mean, spare cable, really easy to pull out, put back in, minimal amount of downtime. So we'll wait and see whether it is this. If they do a reload on this, they'll be able to run it through the cycle, Alan, see if it actually travels through correctly.
As you can see now, ladies and gentlemen, they're just about to do a false start. You'll see the boys put their feet forward and the lights will come on. So there's a beam coming out of the fence to that centre box where they're both standing. You'll see them put their feet in there. They'll break the first beam, which turns on the top light on the tower. There we go. Then they'll move forward and they'll turn on the second light. That is full stage. The tree is away. Now they throw their feet away and everything like that, and that will give us...
Yeah,
look at this. What a great reaction there for Craig Plummer. What a great reaction. A 6.11 for Craig and an 8.98 there for Danny.
Good work.
So,
but again, really simple. Swap the lead out.
Yep.
Get it mobile again as quickly as we can. Get the racing underway. And
now,
again,
what they'll do now is they'll get the Rowan car going, give him the opportunity to get back, do another burnout, put a bit of warmth back into the tyres. And actually, just by starting the car up again and everything like that too, John, what it does, it just gets the oil temps, all the fluid temps up. They're running up to their race temperature type of thing, as close as they can to it, as close as they want to without overheating the car. Because most of them, it gives a chance to heat all the fluids up in the car, get everything warm through the engine block. And without going to too much, they get the car to a decent operating temperature in the time. They get it down the other end, and that's why you see a lot of cars being towed back. because by the time they towed them back, they'd be boiling and blowing up.
You have to remember,
Well, they wouldn't be boiling because there's no water in them.
Your average family truckster.
Whoa!
Your average family
Got
truckster
himself a little bit out of skew if then.
Not only relies on the radiator, but it relies on the oil as well.
That's right. I think there might be change of underpants there in the rowing car there. That came very, very close to the centre barrier there. But the thing is, he's got himself back. Now they're just going to put him back so he's centre on his lane. See the gentleman at the front, ladies and gentlemen, is called the backup person. What he's doing is he's looking at the man behind him. He's going to bring the car backwards. They're going to set him in the straight, in the centre of the lane, as close as they can to the centre of the lane. So when he launches, the car will veer left because of torque. It'll just give the car, the driver, the confidence to know the car is set straight. Now Ash Johnson will just bring him forward a little bit. What he'll do is he'll stop him when the nose hits the white line, and then it's up to the driver from there on to roll into the lights, which he's just done now. Right, here we go, Mick Ruin.
Reaction time at 2:58.
Nice launch there for Mick. Gets a good run down the track there. Gets a nice easy run, a 5:35 at 132 mile an hour after a big wait. So well done to Rowan Racing, and well done to his crew down there for being patient and getting him patient too. That's the beauty about it. Right, looks like we're going into modified, so this is a great class. And here it is, Anthony Rochella in the Panini Brothers car. Now, Anthony's running a 1938 Chevrolet body. And Billy Crozier, the Poon Kerry projectile in the country style altered. Kylie J. Rochella, Anthony's lovely little wife, just running down there to act as the backup girl, putting back the line. And on this side, we've got the lovely Bradley Hicks. Bradley's been around drag racing for a long time, raced in Wales last weekend and had a really good show on it. He's running a big block 429 in his dragster. And he's acting as Billy Crozier. Now, he actually sold that car to Bill.
Crozier inching forward. The Panini brothers, Anthony Rochella, getting signals from what's required for him to come forward in the pro painting.
Bill's just waiting for Anthony to come forward before he rolls in, which is sportsmanship. That's a good looking 38, isn't it?
Oh, it's lovely.
Love the colour.
Everything he touches, though, turns to gold.
Yeah, love the colour. He's sitting on the left side too, ladies and gentlemen. Because the car will torque to the right, will torque to the left and lift the left side of the car up. So he's counterbalancing. Nice run there, but both cars go through beautifully. Anthony goes through on an 0.66. Reaction time runs a 5:21 at 133 mile an hour. Billy Crozier runs a 008 on his reaction, runs a 6:36 at 106 mile an hour.
Good numbers out of Billy.
Here we go. Miss Fiona Chris, Princess Fiona out here, and she's up against Kenny Fuchs sponsorship. Now, 30 years, that's incredible that Fuchs have done sponsorship on the Kenny Stewart racing car, 31 years. Now, Fiona out here, Princess Fiona, she is here at a 565 cube against big block Chev altered. The best run's been a 756 at 177 mile an hour. That's on the quarter. Fiona's last start was Sydney Dragway, where she won the modified bracket in the Andrew Masters event, thanks to VP Racing Fuels, NGK Spark Plugs for their support, and her lovely partner, Corey Dyson. Now, Princess Fiona, this is the Matty Pontinol car. Now, I reckon this car is that tough. If you sneaked up on it, it'd punch in the face.
Oh, the jet
beautiful looking car.
Jet brake on the engine, doesn't it?
Beautiful looking car.
Kenny
Stewart. Look at Kenny, an 0.24, Johnny, an 0.45 for Fiona. 489, 138, mate. What did he run last time? He was here 438, 189, 438, 139,
Correct.
438,
He's consistently there, right?
Yeah. And Fiona 493 at 140 mile an hour. Oh, now listen to this. Listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. Now, hear that? Love that. She doesn't burn out. She clears the throats, then she'll back it up. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Daniel Carranza, the young fellow we were talking about earlier. Came here as an 8-year-old in a junior dragster. He's now 21 years old and he's about 6'19".
Yeah.
And he's
that's
running
his feet down near the front wheels.
Yep. That's his feet, just poking out front wheels. Yeah, that's it. Bat Dan Racing, you may remember that was plastered all over his junior. Now his dad Ed out the front there and his mum Maria, she's just standing in the lane there. Both parents are so committed with this. He's so committed. Robbie Camilleri, family friend out there, just doing the last little bit, checking everything out, making sure the head temperatures are running right. But Adriana Cartledge over there, ladies and gentlemen, this lady can race.
Yeah, absolutely.
She can really race. She's a very, very good pedal. Now watch these tyres too, ladies and gentlemen. When they get down half strip, see what the height they are now. See how much they grow if you think about it at half strip. They will elongate, they will look like big donuts. Now Daniel just edging in, he's in full stage now. Fiona in full stage, also Adriana in full stage. Here we go. Tyres elongate as they go through. Look at this, a 458, 151 mile an hour.
Great reaction time for Adriana. 468. As 0.005 reaction time for her, and then she goes through on an ET of 4.608 at 149, which has certainly done the job for her. Daniel, on the other hand, left on a 0.032, slightly behind the reaction time of Adriana. If we look at them down at the 165, even at the 60, very similar, a 1049, a 1045. At the 165, 297 against 296, but it was certainly at the far end that it played out for her. But the win really went to Adriana on that reaction time. A 151.2 at 4:58 for Daniel Carranza. It's a really good pass.
It was, mate. When you look at that, we're getting close to sub-1s on the 60s now.
Mate, I'd be if I was Daniel for the first pass for the day, I'd be really happy with that, because the only thing that I've got to sharpen is my reaction time. Everything else in that against Adriana Cartledge's run is literally mirror perfect.
She's a hard lady to beat.
Oh, 100%.
Very, very good on the pedals. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. A bit of a nostalgia style class.
She's never going to give anything away out of that, right?
That's for sure. Nathaniel Cookle out there in the Sweet Sensations dragster. Your old style front engine dragster, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's a 383 cubic inch Chevrolet. It's got a nice little orchestra on top of it with all the flutes hanging out. And then you look at this little 32 Roadster, Neil Dyson, no, 34 Roadster, sorry. I saw the grill. 34 Roadster of Neil Dyson. Now, Neil knows how to pedal this car.
The outcast yellow dragster there of Neil Dyson.
Yeah. And the juniors are racing this car now. And his first event, he drove it very, very well. Now, Neil gets away nicely on 851 and 191 for Nathaniel.
Beautiful pass.
Neil drops the chute out there on a 526 at 129 mile an hour.
Lane 2, Neil Dyson went on reaction time at 0.051, which is well in front of Nathaniel's 0.191. And if we have a look at his overall time, 526 at 129 mile an hour versus 645 at 101. A more superior run there for the Outcast Racing guys there.
Ladies and gentlemen, don't forget there is merchandising and food over there on the back of the hill. There's a nice little avenue to go and get all your food and your merchandising over there. Wild Link, Aeroflow, all your food vans are over there, so please frequent the area. Grab yourself something to eat, something to drink anytime. Go past the Wild Link and the Aeroflow and pick up some nice little memorabilia of the weekend with the bit of merchandising from them both. There's Joe Curry out there with the flamed legs. Just who's he helping out this time? Looks like he's helping Jason Rattray out. And Big Matty Jones out there on the big Harley. So both bikes just rolling up there. Big Mac Jones on the big Harley Destroyer. And on this side, it looks like we've got the Screaming Eagle here of Jason Rattray. Now, these bikes, ladies and gentlemen, that's how they come off the showroom. You can buy a drag bike through Harley-Davidson, and they'll look like that. So, Matt Jones, big fit fella, he'll need that to hold that bike on. So, both boys looking at the lights. Here we go. Oh, Jonesy gets away in a red light, 4:52 for Jason. Look at these bikes. Look at the backside of these bikes waving around out there, and they're not backing off. So 6:08.7 at 113 for Jonesy.
Rotten luck for Jonesy, though. That reaction
big
time's
red light,
killed him with the red light, isn't it?
On the other side of the tree, a 4:52. So not a bad red light, but not as good as I reckon he could do. Jeff Marshall coming up next on these missiles. Look at them, twin missiles.
Marshall.
Jeff Marshall and Dale Marshall. I wonder if they're related. Almost bikes look almost like twins, don't they? So I'll say they might be. Jeffrey Marshall out there in one riders. And Dale Marshall in lane 2 goes through and takes a nice winner. 120 on his 60, Johnny.
Yeah, round
that's quick. A 540 at 125.
And he's come in at 125 on a 545. Up against a 587 at 123. A much more superior run for Dale Marshall there.
Robbie Church coming up now. Robbie on the black missile in lane 1, and Jason Addison. Now, Jason, a big man himself, he'll be copping a lot of wind in the chest sitting upright on this Harley. So both boys is edging him up into the lights now. Robbie Church been riding bikes for a long time. Good guy. Jason been riding bikes for a long time. He's a nice guy too. Twin-cylinder American iron now to do it. Yeah, this see how he goes. The unfortunate thing, he's going to get copping a lot of air in his chest because he's sitting so upright. But look at Church, he gets away beautifully. A 422 reaction, runs short of 597. And a 743, 119 mile an hour there for Robbie Church, and a 93 mile an hour for Jason. Addison got the better of the reaction times, but unfortunately couldn't stack it up even at the 165. You know, we're looking at nearly a full second. First off the rank too. Here we go. Sean Ricketts now. Sean raced in Whyalla last weekend. Nice to see him back on the bike over here. And he's in lane 2 in the burgundy coloured bike, ladies and gentlemen. Phil White in the black bike on lane 1. Both boys settling themselves down now, John. Here we go. Say go. Okay. Trees away. Go. Here we go. Look at this. 0.55 for Ricketts. And it shows there like that. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Just an 0.55 against a 2.35. Not a lot, but it shows the distance. They both ran 6.34 at 121 and a 6.0 at 116 takes the win. Reaction time. Mate, just shy of the 5-second barrier, isn't he? Yeah, just on it, isn't he? 6.06. Brock Richards coming out now. Daz Scott now. Daz Scott raced in Whyalla last weekend for a practice. He's out there on the green missile in lane 2. And Brock Richards out there now. Brock on a big heavy Harley out there. He's sitting right upright. One of the bikes we saw racing last week was a Suzuki Boulevard 1800cc. Yeah. Oh, bad luck for Richards. A red light in lane 1. But he only just red light. 007. 007 on the red light. Hard twos, eh? And 174, 124 at 7.05.6 at 98 miles an hour. 7.42 at 93 miles an hour for Brock Richards. Dean Jamison, now this bloke can ride. He won at Portland 3 weeks ago. Mate, if you could have a perfect day's racing, he had it. Yeah. And they're very rare, those. Mate, he just could not. He couldn't stink. Good launch, 0.35. Oh, this is going to be quick. What's he go through on? 123.5 mile an hour at, what is it, 5.66. Good reaction time, and 0.35's helped him no end. 130 on his 60. These are mod bikes. These aren't your really big production bikes. These are your mod bikes, slightly modified. But the way he rode, no one was going to beat him, mate. He could have, like I said, he could have done it with his eyes closed. Here we go for junior drags, a junior bike now, ladies and gentlemen. A big thanks to Aeroflow for their continued sponsorship. 100%. Aeroflow Sportsman of all sportsman racing today. So junior bike, junior drags are all sponsored by Aeroflow. And if you want to help Aeroflow out and be part of what they're doing to help us out here, head over to that Aeroflow tent and have a chat to them, see if you can pick up something that'll give you a great reminder of coming out here for not just today, but again tomorrow for 2 great days of racing. Al,
must thank the Aeroflow guys no end. And, of course, while you're there, make sure you support the Wildlink guys for their merchandise as well. And, in fact, any of the guys down there, the foodies, the kebab guys, the scoops guys, literally anyone that is anybody is out here this weekend. And we do thank them all for coming out and being part of the action here at the Sunset Strip. And, again, if you want to thank Aeroflow for their sponsorship, head over to that tent and have a chat to the guys.
Exactly.
Now.
Go over there and get yourself an Aeroflow T-shirt, whatever they're selling, caps, Aeroflow hoodies, etc. Whatever is going on over there at Aeroflow and Wildlink, please go over. They are putting on a great show for us there. They've bought the fuel cars. They've done a lot of advertising and everything. So please help them. Right, Austin Walpole and Bailey Paul, our 2 junior bikes, have come out again. Now, as you can see, Luke Davis has taken over to start a position here because Craig Plummer, his boy, will be racing in a couple of minutes. So the boys are lining up. Austin out there and Max Crane, equipment hire, lane 1. Lane 2, we've got Bailey Paul. Both boys leaning forward into it. Here we go, just edging up into their lights. Austin's ready, so's Bailey, and away they go. Oh, bad luck for Austin. Both red lights. Smallest red light goes to Bailey in lane 2. Still in qualifying. Runs an 890 at 75 mile an hour and an 890 at 75 miles an hour. How's that, eh? Yeah. How close was that at the other end, John?
Yeah, very close. Good work.
Eliza Harris coming out into lane 1 and Cooper Plummer coming out into lane 2. 2 more juniors, the veteran of the class, Cooper Plummer. Now, Eliza so proudly told us that when the junior bikes came out in at the Tail and Bend racing, she did a 45-second burnout and the crowd went nuts. So Eliza out there in lane 1 and Cooper out here in lane 2.
Yeah, it doesn't hold back.
Now, Cooper started out racing junior dragsters and did it very well in that. They had to put an extra room on the house for trophies, and I think they're going to have to do it with the bikes. Bringing the revs up, about 12,000 revs. 0.14 for Eliza, good reaction for her in lane 1, red light for Coop in lane 2. Both bikes go through cleanly, a 900 and a 9035. So how's that, mate? 9003, 9035.
And in typical Eliza Harris style, a reaction time of 0.014, which means, you know, it's, well, absolutely the best of the two. And just went on to consolidate. 74 mile an hour and a 9-second pass or thereabouts. You know.
She does a 74.08. He does a 73.9. So there's nothing in it.
No, absolutely not.
Except the red light for Cooper, unfortunately.
Correct. And that was only 1/100th of a second. Okay, exactly. 1/100th.
It's just enough to make you cry.
It's not even. It's not even one part revolution of your electric toothbrush. Okay, it's not even that.
Here we go on the little Ducati. Lawrence Rochelle, a 5:31 off the reaction. He's that tall, mate. His knees hit him in the cheeks.
Okay, a 972, 9.72 at 67.05 miles an hour for Lawrence Rochelle.
We talk about times and breakouts and everything like that. It is heartbreaking if you've dialed a 10 and you go through on a 9.999 and break out by 1/100,000th of a second. Or, we have seen it.
Or you've had something like a 0.001 reaction time, which is nearly 100% accurate, mirror perfect. And knock yourself out by that amount at the other end of the deep end. I've seen that before too, and it's like,
there's not much we haven't seen really when you come to think of it.
Man.
Swan Hill a couple of years back, a lot of years back, 9 years ago to be precise, since the last time we ran, we had 2 000s in the one event. And we thought, we'll see what happens. We had another 000 in the very next pass.
Yeah, right. That's
so
crazy.
We went down and we rolled the lights with the wheel. We measured them.
Perfect.
Nothing wrong with it. We just got 3 000s in 2 runs. Kylie O'Connell leaves there in the 125 at Muttley, but Les White, good reaction for Les. He runs an 0.85 in lane 2 and a 7.301 at 96. 7.58 there for Kylie. at 89 miles an hour. Claudia Langley coming out now. Now, she will do very well because she's got the 9,000 number.
That's what she wanted.
Troy Hutton will come out now. Let's see how Troy will go in this beautiful HK utility. What a lovely shape. I had one of those myself.
Priceless, Alan.
Kicking myself for selling it.
Priceless. I like the tub on the back.
Yeah, I like the flat top too.
And how beautifully glossed it is.
Yes. So nice and shiny. Claudia over there in the VY. No, it's a VY, I think, isn't it? Yeah, it hasn't got the shotguns and the headlights, so it's a VY.
Nice pick. Nice pickup.
I had a VY. She says, not many. When I look back, mate, I must have had about 70 cars in my life, I reckon.
And?
Nice launch there from Claudia. Unfortunately, a red light, but a good launch. Just a bit too quick, and she runs short of 760 at 91. Good path. 123 for Troy in a Ute. 775 at 92 mile an hour. And look who's next. It's Tatchell, Claudia's dad.
Yeah.
Twice Australian Super Street champion in the little Tirana down there, ladies and gentlemen. He's come back to drag racing after work commitments stopped him. How dare they? He had to go to work, change job, change commitments type of thing, had to go to work, but now things are working out. He can come back drag racing. Two local boys, Chrissy's from Merbein and Deanie Durlin's from South Mildura here.
Correct.
Dean in the Falcon in lane 2, ladies and gentlemen. EL Jet. Look at that nice launch too. The big six just giving the little 308 a hard time.
Yeah.
Dean leaves on a 182. Good reaction. 641 at 111. 712 at 98. At 207 reaction for Chris.
Nice work for Deanie Dorlin.
Yes. Here we go. Tex Griffiths coming out now, and he's up against, I think it's Dean Morton out in the BMW over there. He's in lane 1, the Max Crane and Equipment Hire, Max Services. Been with us 26 years as a lane sponsor now, Kearney and Max Services. And we've got Tex Griffiths out there in the big Plymouth Duster, or is it a Belvedere? No, it's not a Belvedere. It'd have a round roof, isn't it?
You're correct.
That might be a Roadrunner?
I reckon it's a Roadrunner. I'll go with that.
Yeah, headlights.
Yep.
Yeah, see, it's got a recess on the inside headlight.
Correct. I reckon it's a Roadrunner.
Yeah, it's a Roadrunner, yeah. See, Plymouth built so many cars, ladies and gentlemen. All they did is tweak the front headlights or a tail light. So they all looked the same. There was the Duster, the Roadrunner, the Tornado, the Coronetto. 102 mile an hour, 750 at 94 mile an hour. But look at that, a 001 reaction for Dave Morton in the Beamer.
Only talking about that.
He'll be walking proud, won't he?
Absolutely right.
Yeah, he'll be walking proud.
See?
Timmy Zabo coming out there now. Timmy's out there in the XB Falcon in lane 1. He's running up against Sammy Joe Johnson. Sammy's in the VH.
XC.
XC, is it?
Not trying to pick you up. Just...
No, it is too. You're right, Johnny. Yeah, look at the indicators on the front.
There's your vent.
Yeah, and the tail lights, yes.
Yeah. And we just saw Sammy Joe Johnson do the vent with the...
Yes, we did.
NOS, nitrous oxides.
Well, red light for Sammy Joe in lane 2. Nice launch there. Look at this, 005 for Timmy in the XC. Runs a 773 at 88 mile an hour. And Sammy Joe, unfortunately, the red light still runs a 635 at 109.
Yeah, that's a great pass.
Tim Conn coming out now. He's in the HKBA. Onwards, weren't a bad shape.
They had to do something after that AU Falcon, mate, I'll tell you.
Nice launch there for Timmy Conn as he gets away. Puffed a little bit of blue. It might have just been fuel smoke coming out of it. Still runs a 685 at 103 and a 794 at 90 mile an hour. 078, 098. Not much in it, John, on the reactions.
JD's. So we're going back to JD's now for Aeroflow. Thank you very much to the Aeroflow team.
Paige Harvey coming out with Zach, a big brother, acting as the crew chief. He will be watching if he's not here. Michael Harvey. Big Michael, how are you, buddy? Hope you're going well, mate. We will catch up with you very, very soon. And Mum Simone, she'll be there somewhere. Mum Simone out the back, Zach out the front. Harvey Racing, ladies and gentlemen, this is a fourth generation... third generation racer in the family, Paige, and Zach when he was running juniors. He's moving up into an altered soon. Grandfather Grant ran a Supercharged Outlaw and an S-Series Valiant out of Adelaide many, many moons ago in the 70s. Michael, the son, rode an altered for a few seasons. Now Zach and Paige have both come back. Well, Zach's out of juniors now, and Paige is still running the juniors, so we've got a third generation racer out there.
That's great to see, right?
It is, yeah. You'll remember Grant Harvey in the blown S-Series, yeah. Nice bloke, Grant.
That was a very reliable car. That thing very rarely, I don't think I can ever remember a meeting where that thing let him down.
He had a magician's wand for a spanner, that's why.
Thing was very,
he knew what he was doing. And here we go, Brocky Fernandetto coming out now.
Pitching through just...
Young Brocky Fernandetto down there in his new hot rod.
Oh, this will be close, Al.
Oh, nice little pass in. Brocky gets a little bit anxious and runs an 0.28 on the wrong side of the tree. Paige gets a nice one this time, runs a very good light on an 0.24, runs through there at 79 mile an hour on an 8.1.
Rightio, guys, while we got a moment, I've got a car I need shifted. I've got a black Suzuki Swift. A black Suzuki Swift. It's a Victorian Rego 2BQ 8PS. That's Victorian Rego 2BQ 8PS. And I'll tell you how this works, Al. I'll give you the first time I'll ask you to shift it. The second time I'm going to tell you to shift it. And the third time I'm going to shift it. Okay? I'll get a fork, I'll pick it up and I'll move it. Yeah. So I don't want to be getting angry, but I'm telling you, I need that shifted, guys. Black Suzuki Swift, Victorian 2BQ, 8PS. If it's yours, shift it, please.
Please. Ava Walker, lane 1 in that beautiful black wrapped car. Look at the attitude of that A-class junior dragster, so their index is 8 seconds. 8.23 at a 78 mile an hour and an 8.1 at 78 for Cody Hunt.
Mate, Cody just missed it, though.
He just did. Look, that's a 0.04.
0.004 that he missed it by.
Now, look at this. We've got a few of the fuel boys coming out here, kicking the track, doing the drag strip shuffle. Very, casually wandering out there. No one can see us what we're doing.
As we point them out,
especially
those two
the other
guys
teams
down
can't
there.
see which lane. The other teams, we don't know to see which lane we're looking at, right? Taylor Horton coming out now, and Toby Beasley. A couple of the kids on the juniors. All blue on the wrap on this one. Now, have a look at the difference in noses on the front of these cars, John. A real snub nose like 41 Willies on the Taylor Horton car. Then you've got your nice Dodge Invader or Dodge Intruder nose on the little junior. I love that's got the little peephole through the sides. See the little clear perspex on the side of the canopies? Just a little peephole to see how the other driver's going.
Yeah, crazy, isn't it, right?
Good looking little cars, both edging up nicely. Here we go. Taylor Horton a bit too quick, an 0.50 on the wrong side, a 1.04 for Toby Beasley. Both cars go through clean and safe. An 8.11 at 78 mile an hour for Toby in lane 1. Taylor Horton goes through on an 8.05 at 80 miles an hour. Charlize Grivell coming out next, and Xavier Lai. Xavier coming out into lane 2 in the All Black. I love the attitude of this car. Look at that. He sits tall in it. And it's got a nice, really nice low nose cone on it. See that? It's got a flat cone, where most of the other cars, the front cowl on that is flat. Where most of the other cars have got that nice little roll on them.
Yeah.
It just gives it a different attitude. And that's a big wing on the back there. Got a parachute on it too. It'll look like a golf umbrella when they pop out. And they do look cool when they pop out. Nice little set of mags on the back and front, whereas we've got all the black mags on the back of Charlize Grivell's car, ladies and gentlemen. See the big white mark on the tyre? That will tell her dad, Griv, big fella, if when that car leaves or any time that car skids a tyre, that'll tell him if it's moved on the rim. Because these tyres are put on with an outside clamp and then they're screwed through the tyre into the rim, so that they won't. So what that tyre creep mark will tell him, if it has moved, it's ripped the tyre. They need to do something about it. So Charlize gets away nicely on a 100 and goes through on an 8.11 at 80 miles an hour. And a little C-Class dragster goes through at a 12.17 at 52 miles an hour.
Yeah, considerable difference in the running of those two between Gravel and Lai. Let's have a look at the next pairing up. Lily Horton up against Lachlan McGregor. So Horton in lane 1 for the Max Cranes guys, and then the Moonda Bay lane sees Lockie McGregor in that one.
Both cars looking really good. The little fairy floss there of Lily Horton. Now her brother Tyler was in the blue machine a couple of minutes ago.
Correct. Great family, good racing family. They love their drag racing.
Now have a look at the mag wheels on the front of both cars. They both look good. She's got the crosses on, the X's on hers, the fairy floss. Then you look at the potato slices on the front of Lockie McGregor's. And they just look a really aggressive type of wheel, don't they? Look fantastic. Lock gets away, a bit of a bad luck there, red light. 0.15 for Lily and fairy floss.
Better the action times for Lily Horton there. Let's have a look at the time for her. A 9.00 neat at 70.25 for lane 1. And Lockie McGregor went through on a 12.31 at 50.49. And if we look across the 60 to the 165 foot markers, huge differences in those. So.
Yeah, big difference between your A-class dragster and your C-class dragster too. So in timing and age group and everything like that. Right, here we go. Mikey Lai down in lane 2 in the old school racing. I love the wrap on that, the real retro style.
Yeah.
And then we've got the new modern style car, which I think looks fabulous. She's got the big, look at the size of the windscreen on the car.
Yeah, that old school.
She sits there under a canopy, so she wouldn't be catching any air. That'd be blowing over the top.
Mate, that old school thing smacks of Mod Squad.
Yes, it does. It does. It's a fabulous looking car. Look at the nice little star mags on the front where she's got the spokes.
The worst part, everybody out there, what the hell's he talking about?
Yeah. They'll love it. They'll go on and say, gee, those commentators are informative. But I love Bailey's little car too. That's the fuel injected model. And she ran an 8.2. Oh, look at this. An 8.11, 79 mile an hour. So it was 84s all day. Then she ran an 83 in Wyala. And now she ran an 82 the first pass. And an 81 now. So getting a handle on that. Because what she's got to do, she's used to the car with that little shutter off the line because of the carburettor. Now she's got something that's feeding juice smooth, and she's got to get used to that. Yeah, well,
it's a linear delivery of fuel.
Exactly. That was the word I was looking for. Becky McGregor out here, ladies and gentlemen, and the big fella himself, Mason Sparrow, in the Garage 79. We call this Jaguar Racing because it's their Sparrow sidecars was Sir William Lyons who started Jaguar.
Oh, yeah, right. Okay.
SS 100s, the Jags, and then they changed it up during the Second World War because of the Schutz and Stuffle. Any more information you want, mate? So Jaguar Racing down here with Mason Sparrow. Becky McGregor gets away a little bit too early. A 290 for Mason. Now Mason is a 12-second car. He's a C-class dragster. And young Decky will run through on an 860 as a B-class, which he ran through on an 870.
Mate, you didn't miss it by much, though.
No. Very little.
0.004, and we've had 2 or 3 of those today with exactly that same number. So they're trying to leave right on the.
We have James Barlow out there in lane 1, and Madeline Sparrow coming out. Madeline Datsun, pardon me, coming out in lane 2.
Not a Nissan.
Another good-looking little dragster, nice wrap. Both cars have got a nice little retro wrap on them. Now I know the Datsun car. I think that might be the old Walker racing car of Lockie Walker with those colours. James gets one at 0.86, a 0.002 for Madeline. She goes through on an 8.097 at 80 miles an hour, an 8.034 at 80 miles an hour, 2 for James, and on a .086. Now these two cars are obviously One's an A-class dragster and one was both A-class dragsters, ladies and gentlemen. That's why they are going so close on the 8-second mark. And this is what the kids build up to do and do a great job.
Hey, just quickly before these guys shoot off, I've got another car I need to move. It's a Ford Ranger. I don't know what colour it is, but it's got the registration number RM250. So if you know whose car that is...
For now, the Ranger, we need that, RM250, please.
Or I'll put the Suzuki in the Ranger and I'll shift the two together.
With the forklift. We'll tow them off with a junior dragster. It's easy as that. Luca Lamattina out there in Angry Carrot, ladies and gentlemen. And here we go in Jaguar Racing. Lucas Sparrow out there in the Garage 76 car. Mum and Dad out there just holding him up for a second. This is what I love about the juniors. They've got Mum and Dad here. Now just looking down to the other end of the track to get the all clear from the steward down there. What the kids have got to do, ladies and gentlemen, there's a line at the end of the track right up near recovery. You'll see one of the officials walk out onto the track. The kids have got to come and stop at that line. And then the official will give them the clear and they can go out into recovery that way. It's just part of junior drags. Is what it is. It's a discipline thing. The kids will teach themselves, this is where I've got to stop. So what they've got to do is, as soon as they go across the line, they've got to start preparing to stop so they can stop that line. If they don't stop at the line, they roll into it even by half a car length, they will get a small brief. Both cars get away. An 068, 200 for Lucas, 068 for Luca Lamattina. Now he goes through on a 798 at 80 mile an hour and an 877 at 72 miles an hour for young Lucas. Next pairing, Mr. T himself, the local lad, Todd Wagner, and he's running up against Zane Condello, Mr. Magic.
And if I remember correctly, Zane didn't have a very good start last time out. I think he got a red light.
Yeah, unfortunately for him. We'll see how he goes this time. Grandpa Joe will have a chat to him.
He'll be looking for it to be on the right side of the red, not the wrong side of red.
Yep. This is Grandpa Joe out here. Great guy. Takes the kids everywhere because he loves drag racing. And very disciplined on them. And that's why both the kids, Sissy and Zane, are good drag racers. He goes through the same ritual every time. You could almost take a shot, take a video of him, and you do the same thing. There we go. Go forward, mate. Right, good to see Zach Harvey over there helping out with Todd Wagner. It's good to see friends helping friends. So here we go. Zane just edging forward. Now he's got his wobble sock. Here we go. Better time this one. 0.44 against an 0.67. So Todd's improved. So has Zane. This is a good pass. Just look at this. An 8.12, 80 mile an hour, and an 8.29.
Well, let me tell you, that pass of Zane Condello's is probably as perfect as what he'd want it to be. And we'll quickly go through the numbers. At the 60-foot, best reaction time, at 0.044 against a 0.067. At the 60, he was 1.71 versus a 1.94. A 5.11 at the 165 versus 5.31. And you see T at an 8.12. So literally every step going forward, he continued to build, and that's the reason why he picked up the win on an 8.12 at 80.1. Nice work.
Mason Cookle coming out next. Oh, good to see. They got Mum's Nightmare fixed up. The car did bleed a little bit onto the track earlier, so they fixed that up. So good news there for young Mason. He'll get a chance to race now. And he's up against Savannah Condello.
Got away okay. Best reaction time went a 0.38 for Savannah Condello. And overall time an 8.14 at 79.1 mile per hour. And that's the win in that lane. For Tyler Dalton. Dalton went through on a time of 8.39 at 75.8 mile per hour. So nice pass for Savannah Condello to pick up the win there above Mason Cookle. Next pairing out, Tyler Dalton went through, and Izzy Woolcock up against Tyler. Pick the pairing up as they come forward. Izzy Woolcock doing the job. Staging up ever so gently. Here we are, good to go. Both got away okay. Best reaction time went to Tyler Dalton, 0.031 up against Izzy Wilcox. Picking up the next pairing, looks like it's going to be the car of Blake Taylor that'll come forward in lane 1 up against Sophia Kuckel for her first opportunity tonight. I think this afternoon, I think she had some issues earlier on potentially. Wait and see if Sophia brings the car forward, which she looks like she is, which is a great sign. The guys are doing the last minute tune. You can see they're making slight alterations to the carburetor on that JD of Sophia Kuckel. And a big thanks again to Aeroflow for being the naming right sponsor for our JDs here this weekend. They do a fantastic job of looking after the drag racing and performance industry around the country. And it's only that one word you need to remember. And that, of course, is the team at Aeroflow. Blake Taylor went 0.0036 on the reaction too early. And a 0.039 was the best reaction time out of that pairing for Sophia Kuckel. And she moved into the win with a 74.6 mile an hour pass at 8.62. Still a reasonable pass for Blake Taylor, a 9.46 at 65.76, but unfortunately that red light put paid to what was going on there. Looks like with Matty Forbes and Peter Furlanetto coming up, Al, looks like we're going to be moving straight into our Supercharged Outlaws.
Super Sedan, and Super Sedan this weekend, ladies and gentlemen, is proudly sponsored by Moss Refrigeration Transport. So thank you to Demos Stephanopoulos and his family for jumping on board with the sponsorship. Now, he's been doing a lot of sponsorship, and not only is he sponsoring, he's racing today too. So big thanks to Demos and his crew from Moss Refrigerated Transport. A couple of beautiful looking cars here, muscle cars from the 70s. We've got from the 60s and the 70s. We've got a 1968 Chevrolet Camaro in lane 1 of Matt Forbes. And in 1971 XW Falcon here of Peter Furlanetto on lane 2. Absolutely magic looking cars. I love the shape of the Chevrolet Camaro, one of my favourite all-time cars. And the GT Falcon, a tough machine. Furlanetto gets away unfortunately on a red light. Matty Forbes, beautiful as per normal, nice reaction time at 0.10. 650 at 104 and a 563 at 122 mile an hour. Now Matty Forbes plays the bass in a rock and roll band, and do you know what they're called? No. They played in Portland 3 weeks ago. Love You a Long Time. That's the name of the band. So people are looking at us up in the town when we're advertising, and we go, yeah, Love You a Long Time, you know,
yes.
And that's the name of their group.
Not going so well, that is.
And they did a bloody great job too. It was fabulous. Andrew Wachicka, there he is out there in the Chevrolet Camaro. He's running up against Joe Cabone out there in the black VK. That's when Commodores were Commodores. Fantastic machine, the old VK Commodore. The last of the bangers they were with the V8s. Last of the real hard charges before they came into the VLs. The VL had a V8 in it.
Correct.
But they had some fabulous 6 cylinders in them that outbeat the V8s, didn't they?
They were the Nissan, the VL.
The Nissan 6. They were a gun of an engine.
Before they...
So good run there from Jojo. He runs through at a 636 at 107 mile an hour, a 629 and 109 for Andrew Chickerwait. Got a good reaction there for Joe, an 060 and an 015 on the wrong side of 3. Darren Russell, 009, Stevie Pate, red light in the blue car. But look at this, a 009, a 130 on the 60, a 573 at 121 mile an hour.
That's a great run for Darren.
Can't get too much better than that in Super Sedan, can you?
No, that's a great run for Darren.
Fantastic run for Darren. And he runs Stevie Pate. Unfortunately, the red light, but still a 150. Runs a 650 at 112. So good run for him. And here we go. Alex Bird coming up in the white utility.
Camaro.
Is he coming? No, unfortunately, no. Alex has been pushed out. So Tony to the 1. Been starting to take home a few trophies, Tony, so he's getting a good handle on that little car. Because you put a 400 cubic inch Chevrolet in a car, it's only supposed to have a minute 4-cylinder, but couldn't handle properly in the first place because they were a slug of a car, weren't they, the Camaros? But he's putting it in this body because of short wheelbase and naturally a fair bit of suspension work and chassis. So there's a big difference.
The word Chimera, do you know what it means? Gentle breeze.
Yeah, anything that came out and hold with the word, with the letter A under it.
That's a gentle breeze.
Yeah, yeah. Couldn't pull the skin off a rice pudding yet. Oh, Freddie Lemon going out there against. Oh, look at this, he's just pipped it. Deb's run a red light there, but Freddie's got an 0.95 at 74 years old. He's gone through on a 6.41 and 110. She's done a 6.30, Deb O'Connell, to 111.
As Maximal Smart would say.
002.
Missed it by that much.
Exactly.
That there.
Here we go, Robbie Cardham should say, and Gary Vogelzang goes into Taboo Camaro. Wheels up for the Camaro and an 0.32 on his reaction. Should run on the 6.0. Might get into the 5s, yep. Look at that, a 6.033 for Rob Cardham. 0.32 reaction. Look at this, both reactions, 0.32s. Look at Vogelzang, a 130 on the 60 against a 143.
He made great ground in that 60 to 165.
Fantastic pass here. Vogelzang takes the win. Here we go. Demos Stephanopoulos out there, ladies and gentlemen, the little Cortina. Little 71 Cortina running a 434 cubic inch Cleveland V8. And he's up against Mark Thomas in the sewing machine down there. He'll whack that into zigzag stroke and into buttonhole and off it will go. Listen to it rev up. Off they go. That little Mazda's a growing legs. No, Demos is pulling away from him. 5.98 at 114 for Demos and a 6.05 for Mark in the little Mazda. Benny Phillips, bouncing Benny out here in this beautiful Holden station wagon. He's up against Robbie Camilleri in the Pontiac GTO. I first saw Mazdas running and I thought, God, the only time these things would get quick if you drop them out of an aeroplane, but they certainly surprised me.
They do. But you know, that rotary engine was a very monumental design, which just kicked everything aside. Like
amazing, weren't they? Benny Phillips gets away on an 0.33, but look at this, Rob Camilleri in the Pontiac, 007, James Bond, the name's Bond. 5.63 at 124 mile an hour for Robbie in the red Pontiac, and a 6.80, 98 mile an hour for Benny Phillips.
Here comes Lisa Sherry now in lane 1 up against Ricky Fitzner in lane 2 in the RPM Mustang. The PN in lane 1 for Lisa Sherry.
Now Lisa's first pass, it wasn't a happy pass. She got a nice reaction of an 0.91. Then the car got to about a third way down the track and just didn't want to play the game anymore. So Ricky Fitzner, he came out and ran against Demos Stephanopoulos in the first round, did a very good pass. So hopefully they've hit it with the right spanner on Lisa's car, and she's ready to play drag racing. Well, the car's ready to play drag racing, I know she is. One of the original pink ladies from the Adelaide International. Lovely lady.
Great reaction time for
nice launch there from both cars. Look at this, Spencer gets away nicely. A 100 against an 0.21. Yeah. Both cars, better reactions. 6.28 at 111 for Ricky and a 6.60 at 105 for Lisa. Joe Camilleri, Jojo Zeppani's Falcon coming out now, and Mick Pescaneri, Mick in the Silver Bullet.
Interesting to see where the number plate on the front of it is, but then just above that there's a hole in the headlight. Obviously that's where the air gets in for the
that's where a lot of air comes in, yes.
And for the intake, and from a roadworthy point of view,
now Joe's first pass today, car broke traction around 60 foot. Correct. So we'll see how he goes this time. Now Mick Pescaneri's first pass was a good one. Let's see if he can do the same or better. Car went strong all the way down the track. Nice launch there. Mick gets one at 0.60 to 142. But look at Joe Camilleri's car. Go legs. 129 mile an hour. A 5.74 at 129 mile an hour against a 6.0 at 114 for Mick Pescaneri.
He definitely had a traction issue, Camilleri, in the previous
grew
round,
legs, didn't
but
it?
This time round he certainly did not suffer that, so that's the result.
That was a good pass from Jojo.
Good win.
And he's a nice bloke like Joe Camilleri, the musician. He smiles all the time too.
Harrison Dale in the Toyota in lane 1 comes up against Chevy Taylor.
The Australian farm truck.
Yeah. Into lane 2.
And Chevy Taylor in the bubble top. Beautiful little 62 Chevrolet Impala. Big heavy car too, this one. We're talking about how big the guards were. There's about 8 Hyundais in it.
Yeah, correct.
Nice big bonnet, nice big boot lift. Up he goes, gets the wheels up. And Harrison Dale just zips away in that little utility. Now, I don't know what he's running in that, but it's a quick one. 570 at 120 mile an hour and a 656, about 104 mile an hour. Now, Ollie Kent coming out in the XE Falcon. Nice little grease and gold XE Falcon running up against Sean Maher in the Brabham Tirana, the 2-door Tirana. Little HB, so they were the Brabhams. They put twin carbies on them, and you know the only performance that gave it?
Sticker on the air cleaner.
They called them Brabham Tiranas. They
Correct.
put twin carbies on it. You know what that did to it? Just made it use more juice.
Correct.
Still wouldn't pull it.
I think the performance figures were identical. Like,
998
the engine fitted into a 4-litre ice cream container. Though.
Yeah.
Like it was
998 cc's of blood. Shouldn't knock it. Lovely little car, short wheelbase, mate. Great drag cars as long as you took out that idiot of a motor they put in it. 9 launch there from Sean, gets away in 017. An 053 there for, oh, look at that, puffed out a bit of smoke at the top end there.
I think
for Ollie Kent, but still runs a 60 at 115. Look at this, 609, 6009, 6008. 115.21. 115.85. How close is that, John?
Yeah, well, even look at the 60. You got a 13.57 versus 13.79.
Half track.
At the 165, 388 versus 387.
0.12 of a second. Michael Milicevic coming out now in this beautiful candy apple red car. Oh, look at this. Look at this. 2 of the best presented cars today. The Moreau Racing, Jack Moreau's car over there. What a gorgeous looking car in that colour. That's changed colour with the light. And look at Milicevic's car. Oh, look at 038, 059, nothing in it. And Milicevic takes a nice win there. Didn't have a very good first run. 567 and 121 mile an hour. That will put a smile on his face. 571, 120 mile an hour there for Moreau.
Yeah.
Here we go, James McCurdy in this big Ford ZC Fairlane.
The big tank.
Now, what's that? That's about a 65, 64 model. The Falcon. It's got very similar front to the 65, and it's got, looks like the XM or XP taillights on it.
64.
So that'd be a 64. That's a nice looking little panel truck, though. Very rare machine too, the panel truck in Australia.
Yep.
For Falcons. One ran at Drag Challenge, which was a 63, and it was a, you know, the old green they came out in,
yeah,
like the State Rivers green.
Yeah, olive style, almost olive green.
Well, that's what colour it was. A beautiful looking thing. Had a 420 cubic inch Ford in it. But this thing, same thing, the little panel truck. Very rare, big roof. And McCurdy in this big ZC Fairlane. Bumps in nicely. Oh, great traction there.
Yeah.
Bad luck for McCurdy, but look at Hughes' car go. 198 on reaction, 579, 118 mile an hour, 782 at 109 on a bit of a forgettable pass there for James.
It's 110 mile an hour with wheel spin about a third of the way up the track. So.
Look at the big lines of licorice he left on the track there.
Yeah, correct.
I think, look, there's one of the boys from the Lamatina Top Fuel car. I think we've got Top Fuel coming in now, mate.
Track 10.
And ladies and gentlemen, we've got Top Fuel coming in now. So what we will do, John and I will hand over our microphones now to the 2 stars of the show, Matt Nolte and Wade. Wade Oranger, ladies and gentlemen, and Matt Nolte. They'll be on in just a couple of seconds for you.
Well, I'd love to say good afternoon. Let's just call it an afternoon, should we? Wonderful to have your company for the BLAHST Australian Top Fuel Championship. And boy, conditions pretty wild. And we haven't even put a car on the racetrack yet from a top fuel perspective. Track guru Justin Simpson adding the traction compound right now as we prepare ourselves for probably a lot of your first ever look at Top Fuel. This will be special, regardless of whether you've seen them before or you've never seen them. It leaves a lasting impression. This is the BLAHST Australian Top Fuel Championship, first round here at Sunset Strip. Massive honours to everybody at the Sunraysia Valley Drag Racing Association for their huge effort. The facility looks fantastic, and we are about to see 4 Top Fuel cars for the first time tonight. There will be 2 appearances. The second one will be at 10. And you might think to yourself, oh, wow, 10 o'clock, you know what? It's only 2.5 hours away from the time they'll run now. So the
4-day trek to get here, and that first look at the Sunset Strip. Actually,
will be the case. Just hands up will be the case. Just hands up if you've never seen Top Fuel live before. Hands up. Oh, cool. And you are standing so close to it. If there's any little kids here that don't have ear protection, and I'm saying this to mums and dads and grandmas and granddads and everybody, I want to say this to you in all seriousness. Please get hold of them and make sure you at least put your hands over their ears, because you are about to feel these cars. It's not that you hear them, it's not that you see them, it's that you feel them. It's like a shock wave as the wind picks up to a rather healthy 15-goal advantage. Either way, it's going to be a tremendous experience for you, I'm sure. Basically, we have Phil Lamartina from Mildura, or from Weeman, and 3 other characters. That's the way we're localising this, okay?
Yeah,
just
Phil
so you know.
and friends.
So Shane Olive is back, of course, who ran as a team car with Phil Lamartina and actually won the Nitro Champs in 2 different locations. He won the first round, well, the first night was held in Sydney traditionally, and then it got rained out. And what you to do too is turn your phone towards the person next to you that hasn't seen them before, because the reaction is always priceless. We are talking about Portland just recently. Phil Lamartina actually went down to Portland Raceway and did some skids down there and did a little bit of R&D, and actually ran a 3:26, so a 3.26 on the same length of racetrack that we're talking about here at 219 miles per hour. Now, 219 miles per hour is 352 kilometers per hour in effectively 200 meters. If you look down the racetrack, can you see the red and white diagonal stripes? That is the finish line. Okay, those of you that don't understand, that is what we call 1/8 mile. That is basically a half track. We're used to running 1,000 foot. The runoff area, Nolts, is the big thing. You need to have so much runoff area at the end, and that's why we run 1/8 mile.
And it will be fast. When we were here back in 2022, we saw some of the closest margins of victory in this recent generation of Top Fuel that goes back to 2022. In fact, the first round that was held back at Sydney in 2022. Half-track racing, we've seen it prematurely happen at the Perth Motorplex, if you recall, a couple of years back, where we had to shorten down race day. It wasn't eliminations, it was round racing. And the great Kevin Prendergast, that's here tonight as well, had the unduly job of holding a white flag to indicate at the end. It was almost like a judge of fact that day on who actually got the job done.
Absolutely. Nolts, we're talking about these 1,000-kilo rocket ships, pretty well punching out 11,000 horsepower. It's hard to get your head around when you think about it. It's 11% methanol, 89% nitro, and nitromethane is effectively liquid explosive. The way they warm these cars up, there's such a procedure that's involved with them. And when they get ripping, the track record, what's the track record and which way do they go here? 3.1 seconds. It's owned by Shane Olive from Rudy Hill in New South Wales, and he'll be driving the BLAHST Top Fuel Dragster. As I look down the lane, I can see that the POM, Steve Reed and Shane Olive, will be the first 2 cars to run. Let's talk about the POM, 73 years of age, Matt Nolte, while most 73-year-olds are enjoying the seniors menu at the Mildura Working Man's Club. Not the POM.
Yeah, the world's oldest teenager. He still does it after 40, yes, 40 plus years in the sport.
Probably a good thing we talk about him now because there's that many numbers to run through here. A 23-time champion across top alcohol and top fuel in both Europe and Australia. That's just a stat on its own there that's probably never going to be beaten. His career started in 1969 on a top fuel motorcycle in Britain. That's just two.
I know.
I can keep going if you want.
In 83, he won the Norwegian. Top fuel championship there as well. Now, while you can hear us, even though we're doing the track work, let's explain the procedure. Because what you're going to see is the fire up. It literally looks like they pump in two starter engines that look like they'd fire up a Boeing 747. They'll fire the cars up. They'll roll through the water box. They'll hit the burnout. They'll go halfway down the track. Then they'll pull back up and reverse back. They'll have a throttle stop that's on that prevents them from zinging the motor because these things will idle at 2,650 RPM. They will rev out to 8,400. But on the burnout, they'll get to 6,000 RPM. You'll see Sarah Lamartina as a good example with her bright new shoes coming out soon. She will turn off the throttle stop, basically pull the plug out of that so then the engine can run to its full capacity. You think the burnout's loud, Nolts, then they actually let it eat.
Yeah, and so many people just go, these guys are overselling this. They're not that loud through the burnout, but then they hit the throttle at the start and launch, and that's when you really feel the shock and awe of these cars.
You're absolutely right. It is shock and awe, Nolts. So again, hands up if you've never seen these cars before, because we're looking at you right now. It's so cool.
We're actually jealous that we can't be out there on the other side of the hill there. Maybe we'll just let the racing do itself here. We'll go stand with you on the side there because it is the best feeling. And
nothing on the planet that compares to a top fuel car leaving the line, Nolts.
No, there's not. And we're not saying that because we're here wearing NDRC shirts. We genuinely mean that. We've seen it not just in Australia, but over in the US as well. They still... I just jump on one of our officials here, so sorry about that.
Just Kerry Mango.
Yeah, I won't do that again. They are the coolest things. 24 sprint cars in the throttle. It's got something about it, but it doesn't punch you like these cars. I'm serious, folks. Tomorrow, if you haven't experienced these cars, tomorrow morning you'll feel it.
Yeah.
So when you get up, you go, what was that last night? Why did it happen twice?
Did you see
I saw the reflection of your glasses of all things.
There was a lot of lightning down the end. They burn 4 gallons a minute of this fuel mix, okay? 4 gallons a minute. The whole run from when they start this car to when they launch it is 2 minutes. That's how critical the balance is in these cars. The fuel is located at the front of the car. The fuel tank is actually up the front of the car. So the more you sit there and idle, the more it lightens the front end and it messes with the whole balance of these race cars. So time is critical. From the minute the car is fired to the minute it launches. That's why you'll see the crew chiefs looking over at each other in the lines to make sure that they don't hold each other up. There's a professional gentleman's agreement that when the cars are fired, they've done their burnout, and they bring them back into stage, that's when you know it's time to go. So the POM, Steve Reed, for Walker's Turf Supplies, will line up alongside Shane Olive in the BLAHST Top Fuel Dragster, running a satellite deal under the Lamartina team.
Do you hear what I hear?
Get ready. Hunters and collectors, do you see what I see? So it's time for you to look at fuel for the first time. The POM, Steve Reed, they're hosing fuel. Have a look at that already. And it looks like Sholiv will roll through the water first. Burnout time.
I just saw about 4 or 5 people jump from our commentary position right opposite the start line here.
And that was nothing. The POM hosing a bit of fuel early. I said to him, how many times have you run 1/8 mile? He said, not a lot as we mean to, but we run 1/8 mile every time we touch the racetrack.
Yeah, great point you raised there too. The data sheets they get afterwards, critical that they get this to run back over the car. You'll hear us talk about incrementals over the next couple of nights here. We get a 60-foot time, which could really give us a guide on how hard they've left. But lately, the last few seasons, Top Fuel's been all in the reaction time. It didn't matter years ago, but now it does. We're seeing cars at all events less than a tenth of a second leaving the line. If you're not doing less than a tenth of a second, you're out of business. It's as simple as that. So Steve Reed taking on Shane Olive. There's no racing in this tonight, folks. This is purely to set some times, to set up our rounds of racing. There's no eliminations in the NDRC. We'll run 3 times with all 4 cars, pending any mechanical dramas.
Mildura, if you can even hear us, it's time to launch fuel for the first time since 2022. One. Put your hands together, Mildura. Shane Olive rips it through, and everyone's kind of collecting themselves going, what was that? Unbelievably good hit from Sholiv early.
Even in our commentary box, stuff just started falling out the ceilings, and that's pretty common in these kind of... And because we're up high in this building, it actually went through the floor and just lifted us off the ground. So that's basically going to run down. That's not bad. They'll be looking more at the 60-foot time and the 30-foot time. But I'll tell you what, I think they're watching what's happening in the distance. They just want to get a time down, because if we don't get a second session, I think we will. Yeah. At least they've got something to run with for tomorrow.
No, I think you're right, Noel. You're absolutely right. Let's look at what they call the reaction times as well, Matt. That's the time between when that light goes green and when they step on the throttle and break the beam. And when you look at it, Shane Olive was a 0.18. Actually, Steve Reed was better with a 0.12, but that's 0.12 of a second, just to clarify. And a good light is 0.0.
Yeah.
Like the 0.1 is what we call lazy. So they're all learning from that run. It's their first run on what you call a green track. We've had no Group 1 competition run down it. So right now, that was their first look at it.
But for Shane Olive, and the hardcores will appreciate this, the 60-foot time is what they'll be keen to know right now.
Yeah.
0.856.
Correct.
Instant hit for Shane Olive. That team will be saying there's not too much they need to do with that car. On the opposite side for the Reed Speed Racing team, there is some work to do. So that's one run down, one to go, and it's going to be one of your very own about to light up the night skies.
Anything under a 0.9 is what they want, as you exactly said, in that 60-foot. 0.9 of a second. Phil Lamartina. Now, where is Sarah? She's out there. She's about to climb over. What colour are the shoes? Are they black?
No
way.
Is that a dash of yellow on them, maybe?
Oh, what? Oh, they're like Richmond or something. Ooh. She's got black and yellow rolling there. She was keeping them a secret from me. So, West Aussie, Kyle Putland in the bright yellow oil and gas entry in the left-hand lane for Hydraulic Tech Solutions out of Maida Vale in Western Australia. And your very own Phil Lamartina for Fuchs, for Muir's, R&J Batteries. And I got to tell you, 80% of this crowd is related in some way to Phil Lamartina.
Yeah, so much so we couldn't get into the tent early before. They were all queuing up to take a seat at the table. 2 cars being run by Lamartina Top Fuel Racing. Hasn't been done for a while. Phil wants to concentrate on what he's got with the main car, but great to have his great friend back behind the wheel of Shane Olive, who, I just say this, he just gets it. He's a showman. He gets the sport. He knows how to put on a show.
And when you say great friend, you mean that until Shane beats Phil in front of his hometown crowd.
Each other. Do I dare bring up Hidden Valley a couple of years ago?
So what you wanted to say was that Shane actually beat Phil in a critical final run in Darwin. And basically, Pete Gibris went on to win the championship. But I'll say it in case you were worried about saying it.
It was a very frosty night at the end, as well as in the commentary box. You and I both went, what just happened?
Cool to have Aaron Hambridge back on the spanners this weekend as well, helping out with the BLAHST team. Of course, you've got Dean Rossiter, young man on the spanners, on the tune-up, on the setup of the Lamartina car. And you've got Rory Taylor, a West Aussie drag racing icon, on the tune-up for the Putland car. And Kyle's little ones are here as usual. Just a fan club and over in that direction.
Friends and well-wishers watching on. Great crowd here for Friday night. Thank you so much for coming along. Another session to come later tonight. And, of course, 3 rounds of racing tomorrow afternoon. And if you can't be here, you'll catch it all on 7+ right across the day of that Aeroflow Sportsman Championship Racing. We thank the guys and girls for making the trek up here and being part of that at the Sunset Strip here in Mildura.
If I don't mention Ariana Lamartina, my life will not be worth living. Hello, Ariana.
Whew, got that out.
I tell you, she's a TikTok queen, her and Catherine. So you can see.
I'll tell you who else is tuned in, because we're live on YT tonight, YouTube for those playing at home. Great friend of ours.
It's Stay Classy Phil?
It is.
Yes, I did see a text message coming through from Felipe, who loves this part of town and sends his apologies for not being here this weekend. So you can see the Lammers down there just talking at the moment with Aaron Hambridge. Dean Putland is down there. Dad, of course, of Kyle Putland. There's 3 of his uncles on that team as well. So it was basically the uncles that got Kyle into drag racing. They used to race in the 80s at Ravenswood, or Ravo, as they call it.
Did you ever go there?
No. You know what? I went to the Ravenswood pub. Does that count?
It's close. Yeah, it's close enough.
I saw Adam Brand play there a few times.
It's still Ravenswood.
Absolutely. So we're just waiting to fire up the bright yellow Kyle Putland dragster. Kyle has been in the game about 4 years now. He's run about 4 or 5 rounds each year. He's never completed the whole series, not because he didn't want to. It's just been budget constraints and running his own business.
Yeah, it's been a build to this point, hasn't it? Of course, former Group 2 champion in Supercomp on many occasions in Perth, and then decided one day, it just publicly was announced, we're going top fuel. And everyone, this is a big step to do. But he's done it the right way. They've taken the baby steps. They raced in Perth before they felt, all right, we're comfortable to go out the road now. The team will leave this transporter at the bend up this race, and they are planned on chasing the entire BLAHST Australian Top Fuel Championship.
Phil hits it. That's a good, strong, healthy burnout. Bit more business-like from Kyle Putland. And with keeping the colour scheme secret. They do look pretty. I think gold, I think they are.
That's gold, yeah.
Gold.
Yellow from a distance. Gold.
That's canary yellow, my friend. Don't you forget it.
For Putland last year, a limited campaign where he was 4 and 5 by the end of the season. Didn't take on the final round at Sydney Dragway, which was rescheduled from August into November. That one-day shootout in very warm conditions. But ran his best with 389. Seems to be a very popular trend at the bend, where he went 389 to 488 kilometres an hour. But it was a loss to Wayne Newby that day. But running in qualifying mode right now. Hydraulic technical solutions on board. The bright yellow entry for Kyle Putland, who've made the trek across here from the west. It's a massive commitment to do it. It's a massive commitment, full stop, to run top fuel. But to do it from the other side of the country, that is next level. Final pairing in round number 1 of Top Fuel here in Mildura.
Everyone's hands to their ears. Let's go. Oh, that's a ripping run. Oh, geez, Putland got really close to the wall. He would have won that with a 4:04. Come on, Mildura, put your hands together side by side for your Friday afternoon, mate. Here at the Sunset Strip, the BLAHST Australian Top Fuel Championship blasts off with a side-by-side.
And we've got a very aggressive track out there as well now. 0.872 for Putland to 60, 0.866 for Lamatina, and both in the early 4s at the other end. 4.04 for Putland was a 4.67 for Lamatina. They'll take a lot out of that, and if this weather, with a capital IF, holds on, expected to be quicker for qualifying too. Now, Wade just mentioned a few moments ago, the pits are absolutely open.
Correct.
This is one of the best parts right now. If you want to get out and stretch your legs, come over the opposite side of where you're watching right now and watch these teams go to work on pulling these engines down. Keep in mind, there's about 2 hours before they get called back out. They're going to pull these entire cars down, rebuild, and be ready for Q2 around about 10 p.m. local time here tonight, here in Mildura. So that's the first session in the books. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Oh, me too, Nolts, absolutely. I mean, I think the track is effectively green, as you call it in circuit racing as well, with no real laps on it from a traction compound solution. And likewise, with anybody from Group 1 really hammering it down like that. So I think we saw some pretty handy situations in that run to take home. So Top Fuel looking to come out at 9:40 in a revised timesheet for us. Now, it's not that far away. You've got the Wild Ink merchandise area. That's phenomenal, the amount of merch that Wild Ink have at their stand over there, including the event shirt for the Twilight Nationals as well. Plenty of food here. The bar is open as well. Bit of methanol moonshine available. The last lime in captivity.
Is it?
Yes.
No.
If you want to get around that until... It's going to be a dragway at the bend, by the way, next month. So looking forward to that. But you got some time to get to the pits. Wander down there. Just use your common sense when the kids are around. But you will see these teams now pull these cars down and prepare them for battle once more. You've got more coming up from the Aeroflow Sportsman Championship. Plenty of great cars and bikes here as well. I'm just looking down the left-hand lane at where Kyle Putland is still in that left lane. He came awfully close to grazing the wall a little bit earlier on. Folks, it's such a cool situation to have the BLAHST Australian Top Fuel Championship here. Thought scratching, I'm sure, going on with him, but he'll be back and they'll work hard on that Walker's Turf Supplies Top Fuel Dragster. Get around BLAHST.com if you wouldn't mind, and their socials, and support this amazing wall-mounted complete car care system, including vacuuming and steam cleaning and pressure washing, plus a great range of chemicals to clean your car, your boat, your driveway. BLAHST.com. Get around them. We'll be back very shortly with more Aeroflow Sportsman competition at the Twilight Nationals. Thanks to the NDRC, and well done everybody here at Sunset Strip for making a rocking show so far.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back. We're going to come into the sports. A big thanks to Wade Ornger and Matt Noldy for the two boys up here doing the commentary during the Top Fuel. Myself and my partner, we went down and stood in the bunker, the starter's bunker, at the back wheels of the fuel cars. My partner, Jen, had never, ever seen Top Fuel cars, and so I took her down and threw her into the heavy hole, you could say, the deep end. And it's just an incredible place to go, John. We stood there. Jen stood, I stood behind her, fingers in our ears. She had her ear muffs on and pushing them hard to her head. And the noise wasn't that bad, mate. The blast was amazing. It is, and it's a blast, that's for sure, that comes off.
Yeah, 100%.
It's just an incredible thing to come down there and see. One of the fireys down there was a nitro virgin, as we say, and the look on his face and the little bit of words that came out of his mouth and everything like that was very funny. But
it can be quite confronting when you first see it for the first time. And,
it's incredible.
And I will say it was good to hear Wade actually put that warning out for some of the younger kids and the like, to, you know, the ones that didn't have any hearing protection, because they're probably the ones that haven't seen it before, you know. And these things are literally, I mean, they are that loud. And you've got to remember, from that first lane to where the first lot of spectators are standing, and that'd be, what, 20 foot? And 20 feet away from something that's unleashed like that has a lot of power in it, in the noise and the vibration that comes out of it. So it was a real classic too, and great to hear Wade put that out to everybody to make sure that, you know, if you haven't got it, look after them and be there with them, because some of them probably, as you said, got the first experience firsthand, and now they know, right? So they get it. But prior to that, you just don't know. But the noise and the vibration for me is the thing. Like, noise is one thing, but when you literally shake the ground and close up all the ant holes and all the bits that go with it, somewhere near it, right? Like,
I like that. Yeah.
Well, it's just what it does, right? It leaves you with a vision of just so much power, and if you want to break it down even deeper, there are 8 cylinders in each engine, so there were 16 cylinders that shook the living hell out of this place for that period of time. Can you imagine the extremes of what's going on inside those combustion chambers for that short distance? The boys talked about engine rebuilds, okay? That's what they're going to go through now. They'll be going through engine rebuilds out there. But the really incredible part about it, it stays together. It stays together for that short journey and delivers this monumental thing. Like, if I wrote a manual and said, I'm going to insert all these parts, they're made out of metal, they're going to spin at this incredible amount of RPM with the most explosive fuel known to mankind, somebody would lock me up and say, you are certified mental.
It
right?
can't work for NASA.
But, no, just mental, because it doesn't happen, right? If you wrote it out and that's what you were going to do, that's what you're going to do, and you hadn't been done before. But we've come over the years to progress to this.
Yes.
So, I mean, it's incredible for people locally to be able to come down and watch this and get that experience. I'm sure your partner, for her part, probably watched this and went, oh, what the hell this is about. But you walk away from it going, oh, my God, that's just taken something to another level. It's just beyond the stars now. I believe everything you're telling me, Alan.
I'll tell a little tale out of story. I don't think Jen will mind this one. After the first car, after the first pair left, I said, how was that, Jen? She goes, my whole body's gone to jelly.
Yeah.
And it's just the experience of not knowing what's going to happen. I said, you will get shake, so I stood.
What are they?
That was cool, mate. That was cool, yes. The whole experience where, you know there's going to be noise and everything like that, but the actual blast that comes off the cars is just incredible. Now, Jen had never, I stood down there and I stood between others, but I stood down there at the last fuel meeting we had here too. And that's when the first time I was a Nitro Virgin down there, I thought, wow, because I'd stood in the hill, but, and you think you know everything, and all of a sudden they do that, and the incredible power, because later tonight, ladies and gentlemen, when they come back out around about 9:30, it's going to be dark, and you will see the full candles burning, because we could see the pipes getting hotter and hotter and hotter, redder, and turning to a white hot at the tip as they, before Phil backed off. We watched one car on the right side every time so that we didn't miss anything, because you can get there and when it first takes off, you think, shit, what's happened? And you look out the side and they're gone.
Well, you got to remember that candle that the boys talk about, that is the fuel, in essence, burning to the full length of the tip. It takes that distance, that whole distance for the fuel to burn. Unlike a normal car where it would burn inside the chamber captive and then it's exhausted, its exhaust gases, burnt fuel through whatever part your exhaust has, whether it's a DPF filter or a bloody catalyst converter or whatever the hell it is it might have in it. These things are raw burn from the internal of where it sparks and ignites within the chamber, and it will travel beyond the valving and into the pipe and then into about 2 foot of pure air that it's going to travel through. And the candles are so tall on those things and burning at such force, even at the speed they're running at, that wind velocity cannot knock the flame out, because the burning inside the chamber is so hot and so explosive, it gives nothing up to go out. All right, the only way it goes out is when they get off.
When they turn it off.
So tonight, that is going to be worth watching. Not
candles,
one, but both cars leaving the line with those things fully lit. It is just, if you've never seen it, and it probably sounds like I'm just banging on, but I am for a reason, right? Because I've seen it so many times, and for those that have seen it, they know what I'm talking about. And it's the old, if you know, you know. Okay?
Yeah, that's right.
But if you don't know...
We didn't, because he backed off half track because it was really starting to spray then, and he would have noticed that on the brain in the car would have told him there's something wrong, and the brain in him would have told him there's something wrong too, so he backed out. But just the intense pressure that you feel when the car leaves. The noise is a secondary thing. It's getting knocked off your feet, Nelly, when it happens, and it's just an incredible feeling, you know. I love watching on YouTube, go to Nitro Virgins and watch people who have never witnessed before. Some of it is the fun of watching the people. They did watch this young bloke in the crowd up at Sydney years ago, and he said, I know I'm going to be frightened. And he was sitting in the crowd 100 metres off the track. And when it left, you could see him, he visibly shook, and, you know, as if to say, what the hell's going on, you know? So they showed it to someone in Sydney, so they brought him down and put him in the starter's bunker behind the car, in the middle, but behind the car.
Oh, that's nearly torture.
And the cars take off, and you could just see him. He said, I know I'm going to be scared. And it took off, and you just saw this look of disbelief on his face, and he shook and everything like that. And he's going, oh, you know, SHIT a couple of times, you know. But it was just so funny. And some of the people you see, the Nitro Virgin started in the States, where people started photographing and videoing their friends. And some of the ones in the States, you see the kids sitting in the crowd and their father's going, you ready, you ready, you ready, like that. And all of a sudden it goes and the kids are just shaking in their seats. And they're 50 feet off the track. We were probably from here to the track at Phoenix, and it was probably about 50 degrees Fahrenheit, so about
cold,
20 degrees or something Celsius.
Cool.
And it was pretty cool, and we felt the heat. We felt the heat coming off the candles.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it was just incredible.
So I suppose what I'm trying to say is that, you know, there's another round later tonight.
Yes.
You need to hang around for it. And I'm glad that those that probably saw it tonight for the first time will know what to experience a second time out tonight.
And tomorrow will be unbelievable. It'll be in competition tomorrow.
Absolutely. But for the guys here tonight, I really hope you've enjoyed that. And if I can say anything, drag racing does not get any bigger than that.
That's right.
Okay, so the fact that you got that sitting in your backyard here today and tomorrow is you know, we're just so thankful and grateful for the guys to come down. But that tells you that the track that you're working with here, it's capable of that. So
when you look at a car, ladies and gentlemen, that you saw out there can go for a standing start to over 500 kilometres an hour in 1,000 feet. That's pretty incredible, isn't it? Right, here we go. We're going back into modified here. We've got Warren Allen in lane 1, Craig Getters in lane 2. This is in Super Comp. Now, Craig, he doesn't get a red light this time at an 0.34 reaction. He runs through on a 483 at 138. Far better run for him this time.
Yep.
An 0.61 for Warren on the wrong side of the tree, so he popped the cherry and ran a 5.52 at 85 mile an hour. I think he knew he cherried, so that's why he backed out.
Yep.
Luke Cartledge coming out now and Shane Reed. Now, Luke will come out in this altered. And that car, the little altered in his first pass today, ladies and gentlemen, was in lane 2. Got a little bit loose at the top end there, but he backed it out, drove it out, and then pushed it through the back door pretty hard, meaning he drove it as hard as he could to keep the car straight. And once he got into the braking area, naturally, the common sense comes in for the brakes. But great bit of driving earlier there today, and you'll see Adriana Cartledge, his sister, come out a little bit later, and when Adriana, she'll do her burnout, she'll roll out a couple of 100 feet, and as she's coming to a stop, she'll knock it into neutral and she'll clear the throats. 3 quick revs, and I just love the sound of that car. So look out for that. Then she'll bring it back, and there's a chance she might do it too. Simon Barlow, when he's racing, his ritual, burnout, 3 revs. Comes back.
He's always done that.
Gets behind the line, groove comes up, 3 revs. Goes like that, 3 more revs, clears it, then brings him forward. Ritual every time.
Yeah, he's always done that.
And then as when we can see it easily down up here, ladies and gentlemen, from the tracks, when the cars leave, if they leave a little bit wrong on the track, or the wheels get a little bit of wheel skip or axle tramp or something like that, we can see the marks on the track from here. So pretty much. And what the crew chiefs will do, they'll watch the cars leave and then they'll look at the tracks. If they're both smooth and good pass, they're happy. But if there's a scallop or a little bit of a dig in the track where the tyre gets loose or something, they can read what the car's done there and they can do something before the next round to fix it. Right, we're going, ladies and gentlemen, now. I started talking about the Supercharged Outlaws before, how they're going on Pro Tree. Now, what Pro Tree is, ladies and gentlemen, to see your 2 white lights on the top of the tree. They're your pre-stage light, then your full stage light. When you go into your full stage, that's pretty much telling the starter I'm ready to go. And then he will push the button at his determination, not by 1, 2, 3, not straight away. It's his determination. He is not allowed to be biased in any way. No one knows when he's going to push the button. So once it goes, right? Now, a Pro Tree is once you get both your white lights on top, it is up to the starter. He makes his determination. I'll push the button now. The tree goes all yellows at once to green. So it goes right down to the bottom to the green light, and off they go. In most other lights, your DYO tree, your handicap tree, each yellow light is 400ths of a second. And you'll see it go down, blink, 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 green. So what will happen there is they try and leave on the last yellow by the time the brain tells them that the green's coming on, they've told the foot, put your foot down, and you'll get away with it because the brain doesn't think as fast as that. But if you leave on the yellow, you'll get a very good reaction time, and good reaction time win races. So I don't know what the reaction was for the Fuel boys, but I know it would have been under the hundreds, I'd say. Well under the hundreds, because they're usually very good. They're usually in the double O's or the O1s or O2s or something like that.
Yeah, so really, I suppose what we're trying to say is that the top two, the two white ones, irrespective of what tree is run, those two create that function and stay in that function every time. The pre-stage and the full stage happen every time, irrespective. But whether you get a full countdown or a partial countdown, as we've just been discussing, that is absolutely to the discretion of the guy on the start line. So that's the piece that, as we go into some of these more complicated brackets, we'll start to help you work your way through on those. But realistically, it's very easy, or it's easy enough to follow. I think the idea of the comp tree, where you don't have as many and you get that one yellow and go, it's to take away that ability to pre-read. It's really a sudden death playoff. That's probably the way I would put it. You stage up, and the moment you're staged, and the discretion of the starter is when he hits it, it's up to him, and then all hell breaks loose. So, yeah, it's great to watch, and it brings some really great competition in it, because we've seen from time to time things happen, Al, that we would never have picked would ever happen, and to sometimes the right guys or the wrong guys that could have happened. It is what it is. Rightio. Rolling back out of it, Robert Reid or Shane Reid in lane 2, and Luke Cartledge in lane 1 in the altered, as he journeys back from quite a deep pass through on lane 1 after getting his back end nice and warm.
Now, you will see the Sweet Sensations drags to come out very, very soon with young Nathaniel Cookle in it. Now, I was talking about it before. It's an old school type of car. Got the bat wings out the back, the full canopy over the cockpit area. And Nathaniel, the eldest of the Cookle boys, is now racing Dad's car. Now, Kingsley used to race it with the open face, the goggles, and the old breather caps. You remember that?
Yeah, the little canister style.
Guess what young Nathaniel's going to do today, mate? He's going to run the same thing. He's running the open face helmet, the breather, and the face mask with the breather canisters on it.
Yeah,
so we're going full old school. So I'll try and remember to mention it when the car comes better. It's a Sweet Sensations dragster running in modified. So we're still in Super Comp.
Pre-stage for both Cartledge and Reid. Staged for Reid, just waiting now. Stage for the other. Here we go. Let's check the reaction time. Best one came out of the camp for Shane Reid, a .056 as he went deep. And the win, by the look of it's going to go to Reid. He went through on a .056 reaction at his full length of the journey. A 5.16 at 134 mile an hour, which is a pretty solid pass for the Reid Family Motorsport Group. Cartledge, on the other hand, went through on a 7.03 at 68.7.
He got out of it just around half track. I don't know whether it was mechanical or something like that, or the car might have got a little bit skewy for something, but he certainly did get out of it. So bad luck there for Luke Cartledge. Didn't get a good running. Kenny Collins coming in now. I spoke to Kenny a couple of minutes ago in the staging lane. He's all ready to rock and roll. And Jake Hamilton moderate, ladies and gentlemen. This Mr. Magic on the bike. 155 mile an hour off the trailer. Pretty impressive to watch. Impressive rider. And nice guy too. So when you're walking around in the pits, ladies and gentlemen, go and say good day to Jake. He's only 2. He's a very pleasing bloke to talk to. Always has time for the fans. And one thing he loves talking about is his motorbikes. And you will find the friend that we have in Jake Hamilton moderate. Not saying that any other bike riders aren't like that. Saw Cheryl Mifsud and Joe Curry going past before on their bikes coming up there. So Kenny Collins coming out on the Black Missile in lane 1, and Jake out here in lane 2. Marius Detroit acting as crew chief for a couple of these bikes. A mad biker himself came out here, I think it was a 360 Yamaha motocross bike with some drag slicks on it. You remember that about 5-6 years ago? We thought, who's this bloke? And he rode it on the back wheel all the way down, so he enjoys the ride too. If they can't win, they'll put on a show, that's for sure. Here we go. Oh, red light for Jake. but look at that thing grow legs. Look at that. 510, 152 miles an hour, 545 and 135 for Kenny. Ken will be happy with that. His first pass. He didn't get the first pass.
He missed the first
so
one.
He'll be happy with that. He's got good figures there. 193 reaction. Jake will be getting there saying, Jake, what are you doing? You're red lit, mate. He'll be talking to himself over that.
So Joe Corney now in lane
Cheryl Beddoes,
one, up against Cheryl Beddoes.
Yep. Now, Joe out there in lane 1 and Cheryl in lane 2. Now, partners together, great people, good fun together. And she rides the pink bike.
Really?
She does, and Joe rides the Screaming Eagle out there. Or the, what are they, the Screaming Eagles, or what was the other one they had, name they had for them, something. Anyway, it's a Harley Davidson.
With the canister, by the
With the canister, yes.
Yeah. Good to go. Let's have a look at the reaction.
Leading into all nice points by Joe, but the red light. Look at this, Cheryl growing legs.
Tail light off the back of the bike of Joe Corney.
Yeah.
The boys will go and grab that.
Blew the tail light off it. It must have bounced a fair bit as it went down the strip too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I can see Lukey just about to pick it up. Old Eagle Eyes himself. Yeah, so good run there. 588 at 117 for Cheryl, and 623 at 111 there for Joe. And Cheryl actually drove around him too, so that was good. Edge Malice coming up now.
Not scared to give it the.
This bloke has no fear when it comes to bike. Him and Robert Cassar have got no fear. Getting a lot of heat into that tyre too. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll notice the back wheel on this is a bag, meaning it's a big square.
It is a big
and it's a big slick on a bike, and what happens is the torque of the bike will start throwing him to one side, so he's got to counterbalance it. Then all of a sudden he's got to drive against the walls on the slick too. So there's plenty to hang on to this bike, and the more powerful they get with these slicks. As we were talking about before, watch Larry Spider-Man McBride on YouTube, and you will see a man know how to muscle a bike. Now, Edge will be doing the same thing. The bike will want to be talking out to one side, so he'll be acting like a swinger, still riding the bike, but leaning out to the other side to keep the thing straight. Getting a push up to the line now. These bikes can be very temperamental because it's turbocharged, and it's also got nitrous on it.
Gets away. Let's have a look at this. His reaction time of 0.244. Gets to the far end. Let's have a look at it. A 906 at 70.76 mile an hour for Edge Malice in lane 1. So now we'll move into our supercharged outlaws by the look of it. Waiting patiently now for the first of them to come forward. Brendan Carr in the Carr Concrete Contracting Construction Group, and Bruno Matijasevic will come forward in his set of wheels, which of course is the XA Coupe.
Yes. Bruno out in the HD Holden, and we've got the Pontiac there of Brendan Carr. Look at this. Not doing a burnout, mate. He's grinding that in. Look at the tyre marks on the track. Big, fat, wide marks. That's why hard on the brakes and hard on the accelerator to keep the tyre as flat as possible, to give him the widest licorice as he can so that he can come back on it. That is a nice looking old G, isn't it?
521's what's
521 cube, big block dart. Yeah, just to let the air in. That's their air conditioner. They, as you see, as they're rolling back, ladies and gentlemen, they'll have their door open. That's what we call the air conditioning, to get the smoke out of the cabin, a little bit of air in the cabin, because you can imagine You've got a great big block in front of you with a supercharged on it, so it's pumping out a fair bit of heat with the pipes and everything. You've got a gearbox running very, very hot too, so the inside of the cars can be anything on a hot day of over 50 degrees. So they need to open the door so they can breathe, get the smoke out and get themselves ready. So no, there's no air conditioning in this car. Right, here we go, Bruno Maxiasic. He'll coming up, and Brendan Carr out there in the car, Concrete Constructions. Nice little Pontiac GTO, running a small block with a blower on it, but they're running it very successfully too. Small block with big juice, here we go.
Nice pass for Bruno Maxiasic as he goes through. Wasn't the fastest reaction time. Reaction time for him was a 0.142 up against a 0.048 for Brendan Carr. But if we pick the results going through it, he was the quickest to the 60 with a 1.11. He was the quickest to the 165 on a 2.88. And again, if you look at his overall ET at the 1320 mark, a 4.30 at 173 mile an hour. And that, my friend, is exactly how you put the win on the board.
That's right. Now, did we get any sub-160s in the fuel cars? I didn't even think to look, actually. It'd be interesting, but we'll find out a little bit later. We'll just keep watching the scorebook. Right, Chris Dalton coming out now. Now, I'll go and see Chris either later tonight or tomorrow and see how things are going and see if this is a new car for him. Because it sounds like it's got the same engine in it that he had in the Kiwi.
I reckon it sounds very much like the same engine in the HQ.
It might be a new toy with our Kiwi running gear, because the Kiwi was all steel.
And heavy.
Yeah, and he used to get a wheel stand out of it too, so... Just what he's probably getting used to too, and it's a new trick for him, it's a centre steer car, so he's sitting right behind it.
Yep.
Whereas in the Kiwi he was on the right side, so he could see past the blower and everything. Now, depends on how low he's sitting in it. The Tim Stewart in the Stang, the great big blower hat that's got on that, he can't see forward. He's got to look around the side of it. So he's got to watch the fences he drives down there, or the centre line.
Yeah, to actually
keep away from both of them. Yeah, so this is a new thing for him. The centre steer, he sits right behind the engine like you would in an Alta, ladies and gentlemen. So this can be a new thing for a driver where you've been used to sitting on the right or the left, and you see a little bit of, you don't get to see over the blower hat that way. You get to see around it.
Same sort of thing for Chris Dalton this time again. I think you're right, Al. I think he's treating it with care. Don't worry about that. Shoots out.
Shoots her out. The washing's dropped, so he's laughing. Yep, he's going right through up the recovery, so that's a good run for him. Well, I think picked up a little bit of dust as it went past close to the fence. I think the last time he cut early. Yep. This time he's gone full depth. So. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, when you look down the end of the track there and you see the cars after they've done a pass and you see a little bit of dust up, they haven't hit the wall. That's just a little bit of dust off for running line. And we only need a little breeze to get a little bit of dust, because Australia, the largest dust bowl country in the world, unfortunately we do suffer from dust here, as you all well know. And remember the Easter we had the dust storm? We had a dirt track here, and we got here at 5:30 in the morning and cleaned it, and we were still working on it till 10:45 before we did the last pass on the tractor at 11:50 and started racing. So crazy. Must have been about 150 of us out there pushing brooms and washing the track and everything. Oh, it looked terrible. That was a dust storm we had on the Good Friday afternoon. We do live in a desert island, right? We do, yeah. So the little bit of dust coming off the track there, ladies and gentlemen, you'll know if they hit the wall, because the car will bounce around. We hope they don't. But just a little bit of dust coming off the bottom of the track there. Certainly don't want that again. No. Good to see a good crowd out here enjoying their drag racing, ladies and gentlemen. Sincerely hope you're having a good time. The weather's cooled down a little bit from the very sticky day we had today, and hopefully you are enjoying yourself. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, there's a nice little avenue over there of food vans, and there's the Wild Link and Aeroflow merchandising tents over there if you'd like to go over and grab yourself something to eat, something to drink, just while they're making sure the car at the other end of the track is getting up into recovery right. We've got the red lights up there flashing. And once that's all cleared up there, we'll be able to start a few more cars and running them down. But just during that period and everything like that, ladies and gentlemen, the beer shack up there on the top of the hill is open. The club rooms are open here too. There's merchandising in the club rooms, and there's merchandising around different teams around the pit area too. With the alcohol, please keep it up in the spectator area. And if you are in the club room, please keep it within the confines of the club room. No alcohol is allowed in the pits, please. We must enforce that, please. If anything does happen, you all know by history, by reading Facebook, by listening to the liars in the news, there is always consequences and everything like that. So if you are drinking alcohol, please keep it up on the hill or in the confines, and please drink responsibly. Right, Lucas Woodburn coming out now in the Dodge Intruder. Lucas Woodburn coming out now, and Simon Madigan coming out in the XA Falcon. Big thanks to Simon for his travelling over here. Now he's from DRT. He'd like to thank DRT Restorations, Atkiss Performance Management, and MV Automotive. So just big thanks to those sponsors for Simon Madigan in his beautiful XA Falcon coupe and the Dodge Intruder of Lucas Woodburn. Now, Lucas hit a burst plate before, and as you can see, there's about half a dozen to 15, or a dozen to 15 screws that go around a burst plate. Nice long burnout there from Simon Madigan. A burst plate, ladies and as we spoke about, is a thing about as big as your telephone, and it's made out of nothing more than a Coke can, so that it will burst out and save your engine. So you can see, changing a $10 burst plate is better than changing a $50,000 or $100,000 engine. That's that bump you heard. So things like that, they've done for a purpose. Now, Bobby Williams, he'd be churning the car. He would have taken notice of what happened then, did a few on the data and everything like that, probably whacked the computer on it, and they would find out what happened, where it was too fat or too lean, where it's built up pressure, too much heat in the cylinders. It's hard to say, you know, how much heat you need in the cylinders when they're all pumping methanol through them and exploding, but they all know what they need to do. So the big 511 TFX, the big aluminium Hemi in the car, and there's Bobby out the front just changing the fuel and making the butterflies free so that they don't overextend.
Lucas now bringing the car up. Edging very close to the pre-stage area. Right beside him, the XA Falcon of Simon Madigan. Madigan also now getting to call up the big hat on the XA Falcon, ready to do battle. Six of the biggest ports in the area to draw air into those engines out of those two lanes.
Oh, buried the backside in the XA. Look at this, that means business. Oh, something's gone wrong with the car again. Was that another plate? It flamed, did it? Oh, fuel. What a shame for Lucas there. Flame came out under the engine there, so something a little bit better. And no run there. Either Simon Madigan must have left too early or something. We didn't get a run at all. Yes, anyway, we'll work that out. Hey, it's great to see a big crowd out here at Mildura, enjoying the Friday evening here. And coming out, there is a fish and chip van here somewhere too, so fish and chip for Friday nights.
They are good.
But it's fantastic to see a big crowd out here at the Sunset Strip. And thank you for coming out and supporting the NDRC Top Fuel Racing and all our sportsman class. And thank you to Aeroflow for being our major sponsor for all the sportsman class racing. We really do appreciate it. And please help them out. Go over to the Aeroflow tent and buy some merchandise, and the Wild Link tank over there, and grab yourself some merchandising too. There will be merchandising in the club room too, selling T-shirts, etc. So grab yourself something over there. Just looking down, has Lucas cleared the track at the other end? Yes, I think he's up into recovery, so we've got a clear track. just about to get a couple of more cars coming. We're coming into Top Sportsman now, ladies and gentlemen. Big thanks to Aeroflow. They are sponsoring this class too. We've got David Foster coming in and Michael Obst. Now, Michael coming in the Chevrolet Neon. He'll be coming into lane 2. And David Foster will he'll be coming into lane 1, the Max Crane Equipment Hire lane. Dave Foster out there in the 57 Chevrolet. He's had this car for a couple of seasons. His first season in the car, drove it beautifully, drove it very carefully, learnt how to drive the machine, and just drove it magnificently after that, and has been going well. Taken home a lot of trophies, done a lot of racing at the Bend in South Australia. I think he's done a couple of Sydney passes. He's been to Melbourne, etc. And I think he's been down to Portland several times too. So, David, sharing his money around cities, that's what he's doing.
Yep, absolutely. Why wouldn't you?
Oh, mate, that's the only thing to do, isn't it? When you get to some place and everything like that, all you want to do is threaten everyone with money and thank them for letting us come to their town. But a lovely looking car. She's a really fat looking 57 Chevrolet. Fat meaning the body's nice and low. And little Opel, the Chevrolet Neon here in lane 2, the Michael Obst car, and away they go. 0.75 for David, 0.29 for Obst, and Dave Foster drives out the back door. Look at that. The parachutes drop out, 485 at 143 mile an hour, and a 525 at 105 mile an hour. Good reaction time for Michael Obst in lane 2, and 0.29. Stuart McBain coming out in his Pontiac GTO, and Jason Young coming out in his 96 Pontiac GTO. A couple of very, very nice cars, a couple of very, very capable drivers too. Stu McBain, lovely bloke, one of my favourite drag races. He's just so consistent all the time. Had a ex-Pro Stock, American Pro Stock car. It was a Chevrolet Lumina. No, sorry, it was an Oldsmobile Cutlass it was, which is a very, very similar, same body, both out of the GM products. And that was done in the old retro colours of white, green, red and black. Very good car, and he drove that for years, just putting on a great show here. Then unfortunately he had a little bit of an accident, tyre blowout at Heathcote, and stuck it on a tree. So he rebodied it, same all the running gear out of that into this little Pontiac, which is a lower car, more aerodynamic, and he's just been kicking goals ever since, as has Jason Young too. There's Stu McBain out there in lane 1, Max Cranes and Equipment Hire, Max Services, and Jason Young. Also, big thanks to Davison Ford and Monty Electrical and Duck Makers for all their sponsorship as well.
Great reaction time for both these guys. Have a look at this at 0.003 on both as they got away. Let's have a look at them in the deep end. A 5.33 at 132 mile an hour for Jason Young. But Stuart McBain went a 4.97 at 139.28. But check this out. As we go through it at the 165 metre mark, there was only 0.2 tenths in it. But those reaction times absolutely identical all the way through for both McBain and Young.
Amazing. Here we go. Vlado Turek and Mike Rowan out there in the Chevrolet Nova, and Vlado in the little Nissan, not running a Nissan motor, running a over 500 cubic inch big block Chevrolet. Now I think he is this is an injected engine. Now Tom, haven't seen Tommy Turek out. Maybe he's coming out in this class now, Top Sportsman. Hopefully there's no problem with his car. It's good to see Tommy out here. So Ash Johnson out there just bringing Mike Rowan forward. Beautifully. Beautifully. Just rolls it out the half track there. Just lets it, you know, when they back it up, it puts the tread back on the tyres.
That's a misnomer.
Well, they haven't got tread on the tyre, so it was actually a joke. Darren Salad Bar, ladies and gentlemen, out here in the beautiful Chevrolet Camaro.
Do you know what's going to be a really perfect night, Al, for watching those top fuelers with those candles tonight? It will be absolutely perfect.
It will be. The air. I said to Darren McGregor, who's on the Lamantina field team, how will you go with your data? And he said, we did our data run down at Portland. I said, well, with what's happening at the air at the moment, how dense it is and everything, he said, it's no good. And I said, is it like Portland? He goes, yeah, we're running Portland's data pretty much. Doubt. Because with the moisture out there, you could feel it in the air, and as we've had for the last week or so. But they run, he said, we can't make horsepower with water.
Yeah.
And I said, yeah, understandably. He said, but we've got to make the adjustment so we can get horsepower.
Correct. Yeah, it's a pretty fine line game to play, right? And there's a lot to get wrong and a lot to pay for when it goes wrong. So,
yeah, Darren down there has just purged the system about 3 times. You'll see a stream of mist coming out of the car just in front of the windscreen, ladies and gentlemen. What that is, nitrous oxide. They purge the system. They bleed the system till it's just full of nitrous. The old the giggle gas, and then once he's happy with that, we'll show on his gauge. And there he goes. Look at this, an 012. Backs it out as half track as it heads towards the centre line. So very wisely.
So he goes 551 at 100.1 mile an hour.
160 kilometres an hour.
But if you look at the times here, look at the 60s are 1.06, so I could argue that's not bad. And then a 3.21 for that car in that setup or configuration, and a 5.5 is certainly not what it would normally be passed at. So.
Right, we're going into super gas now. Super gas, ladies and gentlemen, as we spoke before, is a 6.3 second index. They've got to go to they've got to get as close as they can, 6.3 or over, but they've got to go as close as to 6.3, and also got to be the first car across the line at the other end.
Correct.
So there's just getting as close to 6.3, it is an index, but you still got to win the race. So if you run a 6.3 and win the race, it's unstoppable.
Yeah, correct.
If you get down here and you run a 6.33 and you still get first way across the line, the other blokes run a 6.4, you win. So, but the thing is, if you've got a quick car, you can't go below 6.3.
Yeah, otherwise you put yourself out altogether. So,
and you will see some of the cars who run super gas. We haven't got many here this weekend, but some of them run a throttle stop. Or Pete O'Connell, both cars. Yeah, look at 6:28.9, so just a little bit under, and 6:22.6.
Who in lane 2 than Peter O'Connell's, because Peter O'Connell was trying to get to 6:30, but he went 6.226. So therefore, he had the bigger margin that he broke out by. So therefore, the smallest margin was Mark Callis.
That's right. So if we were running point systems tonight instead of eliminations, Mark would take that win.
Correct.
But in normal, they'd both be disqualified on that run, and it's classed as a non-run, no points.
No points, correct.
Yes. Brody Tedesca, 6.3. She's running super gas.
Let's have a look. She's chasing a 6:31.
Runs a 6:40. So she's above. Right, we're coming up the modifieds now. So just watch out for Adriana Cartledge, ladies and gentlemen. She'll come in and she'll do the burnout. Then she'll let the car roll down. She'll give it 3 quick revs, which just sound lovely.
Rightio, let's have a look. Anthony Rochella comes to meet lane 1 with Daniel Carranza into lane 2. The Batman Racing Penrite sponsored rail sits in lane 2. Anthony Rochella in the Panini Brothers sponsored lane 1 car backing out now after warming his tyres up. Both now will present for this one.
His lovely, gorgeous little wife down there, Kylie J, just backing him up. And then this side, we've got Eddie Carranza, Daniel's father. And, man, this bloke is so committed to his son's racing. And so is Mum Maria. Big thanks to Maria. She bought some spaghetti bolognese up for us. Lovely lady. So the Batdan Racing, the Carranza family, beautiful people. We've been friends with them since Daniel's 21. So we've known him about 12 years, 12 or 13 years now, because he was 8 when we met.
Yeah, it'll be 13 now.
And just watch this kid grow and improve and step into the senior ranks. He was sponsored in America to race in America, this type of car, for 2 years by a top fuel team over there. How good's that? So he's come back here, and now it's Dad's wallet again. There he goes. Nice reactions. 0.41 for Daniel. 0.57 for Anthony. Gets very close to the centre line. And look at this. Daniel, exact same run. 151 mile an hour on a 4.57. I think that's what he ran before.
151.24 last time round. So he's only 0.2 of a mile an hour.
What's he? A 4.585. You ran a 4.578 there. Correct. So a little bit quicker. Now, Anthony, 5.29 at 115, 0.57 on his reaction.
Previous win was 5.21.
Yep, 5.21. So he's going to be very consistent in his racing. Here we go, the Sweet Sensations dragster, ladies and gentlemen. The car we were talking about before, they've gone full old school. Now, you might not be able to see him in the night here, but he is wearing an open face helmet. He's wearing fireproof goggles, and he's wearing the old mask with the breathing canisters on it that they all wore for years in fuel racing, in junior fuel and top fuel, etc. They certainly did in hot rods and everything. So he's wearing the old school open face helmet and wearing the goggles and mask to go with it. So just a little bit old school.
Yeah. And
he'll be racing up against Kenny Stewart in the world's cleanest drag car. And 30 years of sponsorship through Fuchs. Moving your world. Fuchs moving your world. That's pretty impressive, isn't it?
Kenny's world.
In Kenny's world. Kenny Stewart Racing. Lovely guy. Oh, Kenny.
That's a rare mistake.
Red light for him. Yes.
Very rare mistake for Kenny Stewart to go 0.003 in front of the clock. That instantly gave him a red light. I can't remember the last time I saw him grab a red. But his time went through to 4.86.
Here we go.
At 139 mile an hour.
Adriana Cartledge. Rev. I love it.
And Nathaniel Cookle went through with the win, obviously, in that one due to the breakout. To the early lead and the red light. A 6.53 at 101.79 for Cookle. So, yeah, good outcome for Nathaniel Cookle. But I'll tell you now, Kenny Stewart will be kicking himself over going early on that one. Like I said, I cannot remember the last time he red lighted on leaving here.
Kenny's been, obviously 30 years with Fuchs Racing, so he's had 30 years of experience and everything. We all make mistakes, but it's an unusual thing. Here we go, Princess Fiona down there in that brutal-looking little altered. What a wild-looking machine. Love that car. And the Pro Street towing car of Adriana Cartledge. Now, this young lady and Fiona, look, I'd hate to be racing against these two girls. They are so switched on. And they're good racers, and they come back, beautiful big smiles on their faces, nearly split the helmets, they smile so much. But Fiona Crisp out there in the altered lane 1, lane 2, the Meta Bay Holiday Park is Adriana Cartledge. And off they go. Look at this, both girls. Adriana just gets the nose in front.
Both of them left on exactly the same reaction time.
Yeah, Stu McBain and the gentleman he raced against, 003s too, Jason Young.
So let's have a look as they go through. Fiona Crisp, nice pass for her with the 003 reaction. 4.938 at 139 mile an hour. And on the other side of the lane, into lane 2, where the wind went to, same reaction time, but went through on a 4.62 at 149 mile an hour. So the win went to Adriana Cartledge.
Yes.
Billy Crozier now up against Neil Dyson.
Neil in the little 34 Roadster.
The outlaw
See
roadster.
The boot lid on that? He's got the old vents pushed into it, the flutes, yeah. Billy Crozier out there, and his nickname has been for years, mate, the Poon Kerry Projectile. Great bloke, Billy. He ran a little country-style dragster for a long time. Now he's running the country-style altered. Ran out at 5th Street Burn, ladies and gentlemen, and the back wheels on the car then were Toyota Land Cruiser mags.
Yeah, mate, seen it all.
Neil Dyson gets away. Look at that, an 0.34. A really good grab on the earth then for Neil.
He's outgunned Crozier on a reaction time. I reckon that's pretty good.
Yeah. Look, 0.34 for reaction, a 1.93 on a 60. He's run a 5.25 at 128 mile an hour. Now, Billy, no sleeper either. 0.82 on a reaction, 6.34, which is so consistent for that little hot rod at 108 mile an hour.
Rightio, it looks like Stewie Mitchell's the next one out in lane 1. Mitchell will back up shortly to come into the pre-stage area. Rightio, Stewie Mitchell now in the Desperado comes forward, waiting for free stage to light, and there it is, full stage shortly, and that's now been secured. He's with the starter this time. Got away another reaction time of 0.164. Down to the deep end of the Desperado now. Let's have a look at 670, 6.70 at 109 miles an hour for the car of Stewie Mitchell.
I didn't see the washing come out, but maybe he's braking okay, just waiting for it to go up into recovery.
He's going into the deep end and then
around.
around.
I think he is. I can see a dust line out there, so we'll just see the car.
Any second now he'll...
Any second he'll go, yeah, exactly. We'll see him next to the track. Yeah, there he goes, up under light, so he's off the track now.
Yep.
I just didn't see the parachute come out then.
No.
And there's always, is everything okay? But
I think he was pretty safe in the journey.
New engine in the car, so he's probably taken it pretty safe, 109 mile an hour, so it's a bit quicker than what it was, which is good for him.
Rightio, Mod Bikes.
Jason Rattray out there in lane 1 and Big Matt Jones in lane 2. Matty will be on the big silver Harley.
Mate, I'd say he's going to be on his best behaviour because he didn't go so well for him last time. So.
No, it didn't want to play the game properly for him, did it? And Jason didn't have a bad run, but didn't have a good run either. No. So they'll be out there to try and prove their second run tonight will do a little bit better for them.
Let's hope something comes out of it good for the pair of them, right?
Mm-hmm. So Jason in lane 1, the Max Crane Equipment Hire lane 1, Max Services. Lane 2, we've got the Mildura Bay Holiday Park out on the York Peninsula. And a big thanks to the Hawke family who are here in the pits with their junior dragster. So thank you very much to Adam, Melissa and Bailey for your sponsorship of the Mildura Bay Holiday Park, and our good friend Mark Kern from Port Augusta, Whyalla, Moomba, South Australia, Mildura, right around the bottom of South Australia, Adelaide, Port Pirie, etc. with the Max Cranes and a good hire. Unfortunately for Jason, a red light. 329 for Matt, and it comes through on a 6.15 at 111. He will be happy about that.
Yeah.
6.67, still not a sleeper there for Jason Rattray. He'll be happy about that.
He'll be dark on that stuff.
They both will be. One's a red light and the other one's a 329, so they'll know they need to get a little bit better than that. Here we go, Dean Jamison, Mr. Magic himself. He's been racing so well, this fella. He could do with his eyes closed lately. Jeffrey Marshall out here in lane 2. Now, Jeff on the little silver rocket out here. Now, you look at the attitude of Dean Jamison on the front, on the bike, that leaning right over, getting the centre of gravity as far forward as he can. Up on the toes. Revving the bike, and away they go. Red light for Dino. But still, look at that big blast, and Jeff Marshall pushing hard too. Runs through at 122 mile an hour. 565 at 122 for Marshall on a 253 reaction. A red light for Dino, but he runs a 567 at 121 mile an hour. So 567 against a 565, and that's just in qualifying. What's it going to be like when they're fair income?
Rightio.
We're going into eliminations later in the evening.
Rightio. Let's look at the next group that's lined up in the start area for us. Dale Marshall in lane 1 up against Rob Church in lane 2. Both of them looks like they've got their warm-ups underway and completed, so it's just a matter of now pre-stage and stage. Pre-stage for Marshall, just waiting for pre-stage. There it is for Church. Now just a fraction forward for Church.
Full to get into
And
full
then we're
stage.
good to
There
go
we go. Robbie Church, Sonia out the back taking photos. Robbie gets away. See the reflection of the change light come up in his helmet.
Best reaction time to Dale Marshall, a .056 against a .212 for Rob Church. So therefore the win by the look of it at the ET of 5.542 at 124.58 mile an hour goes the way of Dale Marshall. Time for Rob Church, on the other hand, a 6:04 at 116.9. Gave him a reasonable pass, but certainly not able to compete up against Dale Marshall. And in the start area, Al?
Sean Ricketts coming out now, mate. He's gone out into Max Crane Equipment Hire lane 1 in the Mildura Bay Holiday Park lane 2. We've got Phil White. Now, Sean, as we said earlier, raced over at Whyalla last weekend, had a good time over there. Great little track, another 8th mile in South Australia on the other side of Spencer's Golf, the old Steel City Raceway. And great people over there, been going there for 20 odd years now and having great fun with them. There's a few bikes from South Australia come over. Archie Fabian's bus came in before, so Arch will be around throwing spanners at different bikes. Leaning into it now. There they go, red light for Phil White. You can see actually left on the third light, but here we go. Look at this, Sean Ricketts. An 0-1-0 reaction, runs through on a 6:25 at 112. Phil White, unfortunately, the red light a little bit too quick. Runs a 6:28 at 121. Now, you look at that on the tree, there was a yellow and a red. So he left. He was going to leave on the last yellow, and he left right on the last yellow.
He did.
The brain worked a bit quicker for him.
And he was almost, Al, the right amount.
Yes.
Wrong.
Almost, yeah. When you look at it, an 040 would have given him a green, wouldn't it? He was an 039.
He was almost right.
Almost, yeah. Never wrong, just almost. Yeah.
Daz Scott in lane 1, Brock Richards lane 2. Best reaction time went to Daz Scott in lane 1 on a .06. Let's have a look at him at the deep end. A 7:098 time for Daz Scott, and a pass at 105.2 takes the win. Lane 2, on the other hand, went through on a 7:34. A 7:39 at 94 mile an hour. But unfortunately, the reaction time .107 didn't help.
Look at the
165.
The 3:47.68. That's what the difference was at the other end.
Oh, yeah, correct.
You know, that's in a second. Then there's 6 numbers inside that second. Right, Jason Addison, he's dropped the cherry.
Single pass.
Yeah, dropped the cherry, got the wheels up too on the big Harley, ran a 9.1 at 95 mile an hour, so Jason wouldn't be happy about that.
Left before the third light, by the look of it.
Yeah, he wouldn't be happy about that. I know Jason, he's a nice guy.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah, big, right on the 400, so... Yes, unfortunately, big leave. Then he's left on the. He's left as the second light's gone out.
Correct.
Yeah.
But even so, a time of 9:11 at 95 mile an hour. So
for a big Harley, and he's put, like we said, he's pushing a lot of air into that chest because of sitting upright. Right, we're going back into Super Street. Les Waite coming out. Don't know what happened there. Whatever happened, we hope that they can get it back in the pit, find the problem, fix it up, and get back out here.
Either way, our father and Chris Tatchell in the same lane now will repair that.
That's right. And here we go. Troy Hutton out there in our beautiful black utility. Yeah, they run for headlights or tail lights. They've got to have a tail light on, ladies and gentlemen, pretty much so that the starter looks down the track before he brings the other one in to make sure that he can't see any tail lights on the track. So we run with lights. If they've got full headlights, they can turn them on. If they've got the, and it's got the, it's got the saucepan hanging out the bonnet. So, good looking polished alloy door handles. And I think he's still got a back seat in that too. Can't see because of the writing, but
little BM got away pretty well.
Yeah, shot away. Morton got away. I don't know. Dean Durlin. Tex in the Sherman tank out there. The only thing missing on that thing's a turret. But I'll tell you what, I reckon a Sherman tank might weigh less than that, actually. But big Dodge Roadrunner, ladies and gentlemen, a Plymouth Roadrunner, pardon me. Pretty much the same thing. Dodge Cornettes came out the same shape. So did Dodge Drumsticks in gay time, so Cornettes.
Waiting for that. You idiot.
But we're having fun.
The EL were doing nicely in this one, and it looks like he had not the best reaction time, but he made a better move of it down into the deep section. We have a quick look. He runs through on a time of 6:33 at 112 mile an hour, up against Tex Griffith 6:73 at 102.49. So therefore the win sitting with Dean Doolan for that one.
Here we go. We've got the FG Falcon out there and the VH Commodore, so this will be a good one.
Robbie Ashman now in lane 1 up against Sammy Joe Johnson. Sammy Joe Johnson purging off. Falcon in lane 1 gets away nicely. Best reaction time, though, went the way of Sammy Joe Johnson in the VH Commodore. And the wind looks like it's going to go across into that right-hand lane. Let's have a look at it. A 6:51 at a time of a speed of about 98.2 up against Robbie Ashman 7:77. Which is 7.77 at 91.99. So better of the two runs went to Sammy Joe Johnson in lane 2.
Here we go. Timmy Conn out there in the Monaro, Kyle O'Connell out there in the little Tirana. Pretty much the same era of cars. 68 Holden Monaro up against probably about a 68 or 67 HB Tirana. And the Monaro leaping away down the other end of the track there. Timmy goes on a 125 reaction, runs a 683 at 103, 755 for Kylie, and a better reaction for her on an 031. Just looking at the 60s, a 1624 for Tim in the Monaro, and a 1665, so that's not far off it.
Yep.
When you look at for a six-cylinder, bit dragsters now. Big thanks to Aeroflow for their continued sponsorship of all sportsman racing today. We thank them. And ladies and gentlemen, you can thank them too by buying a T-shirt or some merchandising.
Yeah,
there's the Aeroflow and Wild Link T-shirt merchandising over on the hill there. We've got a full avenue. We've got a Langtree Avenue Part 2 over there with all the food vans. So if you like to go over the back over there, ladies and gentlemen, grab yourself something to eat. Grab yourself a T-shirt or a hat or something like that. And then tomorrow, when you wear your Aeroflow T-shirt out here, you can go into the pits, bring your own Technicolor and just get a few of the drivers to sign it for you. How's that? So you can sell it on eBay and say, yeah, look, I drove today, you know, yeah, I did this and I did that. Sell it on eBay. Might pay $50 for a T-shirt. You might get 51 for it on eBay. Well, you know, you always got to put it, you know, you always got to boost.
You're an eternal optimist, mate. Brock Furlanetto in lane 1 with the blue lights underneath the JD up against Lyra Carter.
What's an optimist, mate?
A what?
What? Is that a bloke who looks at your eyes, gives you glasses?
Tom.
Yeah. Everything's always good, eh?
Yeah, correct. $51 out of a $50 T-shirt. Get with the program.
Exactly, yeah. I'm making a quid out of this there. Brock Furlanetto, ladies and gentlemen, lane 1. Got the blue lights under there, like the blue light disco. No one would know what blue light discos were, would they?
No, they wouldn't know what that is.
No, blue light disco was a disco. Do you know what a disco is? Put your hands up. Disco was run by the police force. That's what they call blue light discos. Oh, red light for Lyra Carter. That's unlike her, but an 047 for Brocky in lane 1.
She would have been better off with a green light there, Al.
She should have. She would have. Still runs an 8:35 at 76 mile an hour, and he's running 8:60. Now, he's a B class, she's an A class. So look at that, very close, 83 against 86. So he's run just above his index.
Mate, I could almost argue that, yeah, correct, that it's a very close race between those two.
Now, look at this, the juniors are presenting themselves absolutely beautiful. They're having fun with their cars. They come out with the beautiful retro style racing over in the Hunt Racing. And over this side, look at this, we've got the blue lights under Paige Harvey, and it's got the blue and white, which has been the colour scheme for the Harvey Racing for years.
Yeah. Well, the natural fact, it's a blue on the top, it's a white in the middle, and another blue on the bottom, Al, if you want to.
Got the blue light underneath it, the red light over there. Well, Cody Hunt's car is white with burgundy, so they've got the red light under that.
Nicely put. Both of them got away nicely. Look at the reaction time there for Cody Hunt, a 0.006.
0.0, yeah.
And that's certainly going to pay dividends for him. Pass went at 8.19 at 77 mile an hour. And let's have a look for Paige Harvey, a 8.17, and sitting nicely on a 79.2. So waiting patiently now for Sophia Kuckel to come forward and Todd Wagner to come up as well. Todd will go into lane 2. Lane 1 will see Sophia Kuckel. Big thank you again to Aeroflow for being involved with the naming rights sponsor for the Junior Dragster Championships this season. We do thank Aeroflow immensely for their connections to this one here for us tonight, and also for the remainder of the series, I believe. So let's sit tightly now and watch as Sophia and Todd take on each other for a run at the Sunset Strip here for what would be round 3 of normal eliminations for them.
Right, here we go. Sophia Kuckel gets away, unfortunately, on a red light. Toddy Wagner, a 1.10 on his reaction in lane 2. So Todd runs through on an 8.29 at 81 miles an hour. Sophia goes through on an 8.50 at 75 miles an hour. So good pass there, unfortunately, for Sophia, but we are still in qualifying. Tyler Dalton coming out now. He's coming out into lane 1. In lane 2, we've got Ava Walker now. Tyler out there. He has got the nice little silver and black canopy on his car over in lane 1, where Ava has got, I think this is one of the best looking junior dragsters. I love the attitude, the low wing, the vertical stabiliser on the, really appreciate it. 1 mile an hour.
Nice win for Ava Walker though.
1 mile an hour.
Nice win for Ava Walker though.
Yeah, the Portland Club, the 20th anniversary meeting, what a blinder of a meeting. We didn't think we were in Portland because it didn't rain on the race day.
No, yeah, because
it rained next morning.
Right on the coastline there, they get.
They've got the new club rooms. What a magic day it was, mate. Yeah. We had some fantastic racing. They had a radial meeting on Friday. They had a bit of an incident on that. No one was hurt, just a car got scratched. But the rest of the meeting ran, and Smithy and the boys, the track they did, mate, you could not ask for a better track. You know, Smith, they can get that thing to glue in the rain, I reckon.
They're pretty dedicated, the group.
They are a good bunch of people do down at South Coast. So thanks, Scotty, and pass that on to Tim and Smithy and all the boys and girls down there, the Farrells. Mate, really enjoyed ourselves. Mason Sparrow, 076, and Xavier Lyle, 072. Good. Look at this, a couple of C-class dragsters doing that on their reactions.
Very close reaction times, a .076 and a .072. Very, very close to one another there. But the win looks like it goes to Xavier Lai, a 12.187 against a run of 52.25. And a 12.80 and a 50.56 for Mason Sparrow. So the win to Xavier Lai.
Just got a message from Scott Cleary. We'll stop distracting you now, Wardy. Laugh out loud. We never get rain.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah, right. Yeah, we get liquid dust up here, Scotty. Good on you, mate. Hey, great to see you the other week, mate, and thanks again. So we had a ball down there, lovely time. That's where Matty Forbes had his group, lovely long time playing.
Yeah.
Oh, they did a good job too. It was great. We're standing in front of the club rooms having a bit of a wobble around ourselves. Call it dancing. Declan McGregor, ladies and gentlemen, he's in lane 1. Red light under here, and a red light here this side for his little brother Lockie. Bad luck. So Decky McGregor goes through on an 080 at 882 at 74 miles an hour, and Decky, little Lockie goes through on a 1235 at 50 miles an hour. Lucas Sparrow, ladies and gentlemen, he's coming up now. He'll go out into lane 1. Mikey Lyle will come into lane 2. Now Lucas from the Grade 76 racing team down there, and the Sparrow sidecars Lucas Barrow just going through 004 reaction time, and Mikey Lyon a 210 reaction in lane 2. 8870 at 72 miles an hour there, 9144, 71 mile an hour. A big thanks to John to B&S Earthworks. They have done a mountain of work out here. They've moved a mountain for us. When you have a look at the new work on the other side of the track, straight in front of us, all the FWG blocks in it. Yeah. Forbes Wilson Group, thank you very much too. But B&S Earthworks have done a monumental job out here.
Yeah, well done, Brad. You certainly haven't held back, and
yeah,
the club's very appreciative of everything that's been provided. And I know what Brad's like, right? The guys would have said, look, all you need is kind of this done, and Brad would have gone, no, I'm going to do this for you.
Yeah.
You know, like, I know how Bradley works, so big thanks, Brad. Honestly,
yeah.
Club really appreciate the connection with you,
yeah.
and what you've done for us, buddy.
You've
really
done
appreciate
millions
it.
of dollars of work for us, and you've made the place look so professional. With pushing some dirt and putting some blocks there, it just looks unbelievable.
Yeah, correct.
And it's given the spectators, they are now a little bit closer to the action.
And I
They've come down about 5 metres.
I guarantee you, Al, as well, you know, Brad and his team of guys would have been given whatever they could to make sure that this come out looking the way it did. So
it does,
well
and
done,
it looks
buddy.
incredible. So thank you to B&S Earthworks. You've done a magnificent job. Right, Taylor Horton gets one at 105. A red light for Mason Charlize Gribble. Lucas Woodburn's just come in and just give us the hand across the throat thing. They're out. So whatever popped, I'll have a chat with him on his way out. That's a bit of shame, that, because the car looks so good. And
yeah,
it'll give Bobby something else to think about at the moment. So hopefully that'll get the car ready and everything like that, and they'll be back here for the Supercharged Outlaws in Easter time. And they're from Swan Hill, and the boys have been campaigning that car for a long time. Young Lucas jumped into it after many years of just being a crewie there, and surprised a lot of us. Got the thing sideways here one Easter. Do you remember that in lane 1?
Yeah,
got it sideways here when the track rose up on the tyres, and he said, I'm not supposed to be going this way, so he straight up, backed it off and drove it straight through, came out and then ran. He had his first 150 mile an hour pass and his first 3 passes, mate, so that was good.
That was a monumental save.
That was a fantastic save, yeah.
Monumental save. Rightio, Luca Lamatino coming into stage, and Charlize Gribble now ready to roll as well. 0.074 on the wrong side of it for Lucas, so a red light there, but Charlize Gribble goes through on a 0.05. So an 8.06 at 80.15 mile an hour gives the win to Charlene Gribble. So Charlize will be very, very happy with that one. How'd you go, Al?
They've done a fuel pump.
Oh,
yeah, it just let them down, everything like that. Everything went pop and everything, so that's unfortunate for them. Yeah, the fuel pump's gone out and everything like that. So what they're going to do now is they're just going to sit back, relax, and grab a can of Coca-Cola and have a glass of milk and behave themselves and just enjoy the rest of the racing weekend. So good luck to the Wilburn racing team. Good mates of mine from Swan Hill. Bobby Williams, been mates for a long time, and Bobby's, I think he's about 74, 75 years old now. Yeah. Right, we've just got a bit of a problem here with the the track marshal, just getting the computer sorted out and everything like that. We just had to change sides and everything like that. So here we go. Luca Lamattina out there in lane 1 and the Angry Carrot. Charlie's Gribble out here in this magic little car. Charlie's Gribble out here in lane 2, the Mildura Holiday Park. So off we go. Look at this, a 009 for Luca Lamattina, lane 1. That's a good start for him. An 079. Nothing wrong with that for Charlize. Now, Luca runs across here on a 798, just on the 80 index. 798, 80 mile an hour. 80 at 81 mile an hour for Charlize.
Yep.
Now Zane Condello's coming out here, and Tilly Hiskus. And Zane is out there. There's Grandpa Joe.
There's Tilly.
And here comes young Tilly down here into lane 2. Yeah, it's a bit of a shame about the Wilburn racing car. That's what the flames came out underneath it was. And hopefully they can get it all solved and sorted and everything like that. It only costs time and money. That's all it costs, time and money. You know.
I love the way you say it like that, Al. It's just
money grows on trees,
so easy.
Especially if you're growing apricots or things like that. That's how you get your money up. But hopefully they can get the car sorted and get back here for the Supercharged shootout at Easter, one of our big meetings, and a meeting we always love coming to. The show and shine in the main street on the Friday is just a treat to go to. Mildura absolutely bulges with tourism at Easter time. It's a brilliant weekend. And Zane gets away in a 004, so this kid's getting better as the night gets longer. And Tilly Hiskus goes through on a 392. Zane goes an 808 for at 80 mile an hour and a 965 at 65 mile an hour. So Zane an A-class dragster in lane 1, and Tilly was a B-class dragster on an index of 860. Savannah Condello coming out now, Zane's young sister, and Lily Horton coming through. Lily coming up into lane 2, the Mildura Holiday Park. So Savannah out there in lane 1. She's got that nice little Cobra sticker just behind the front wheels.
She sure has.
Yeah,
lovely.
Looking good. Lily Horton out there.
The fairy floss.
Yeah, little fairy floss dragster.
Running the, both of them running the blue lights underneath Al. So
yes.
It's definitely a JD thing, right?
Yes. I haven't seen into the fuel cars come out with it, but still it's not like. Wasn't night time when they came out earlier.
Definitely a JD thing.
Fantastic looking little cars. They are always presented so well. Now what's happening here? They're edging the cars, making sure they're going into their lights now. Yeah, just waiting for the pre-stage. Just waiting for Savannah. So they're both in now. The green's been shown and off they go.
Well, good result there. Both got away with reasonable reaction times.
060.
Lily Horton's was the best on a .012.
Good reaction. 060 there for Savannah. She crosses over on an 8067 at 80 mile an hour and a 9001 at 69 mile an hour for little Lily Horton in the Fairy Floss drag car.
And her best previously was a 900. She's gone 9001 this time round.
What do you reckon she'll dial in at, mate? 899? Hey, I'll tell you what, when you've done 2 and they're within a thousandth of a second of each other.
Exactly that.
Yeah, 1,000th of a second. You've done the Mallee Rally. I can't remember his name. He got out of. He was a champion for years. His family's still racing, and Dad came back. This is the man I'm talking about, and he raced. He did 4 laps, and each lap he was within 8 seconds of each lap every time he did it. How good of racing that? Because it's a 110 kilometre circuit there.
Yep. And
he was doing, a 55.10 second. Then a 55.02 and a 55.04.
Well, I can tell you, Toby Price, when he raced at Hatter, he was within seconds of each lap.
Each lap, yeah. It's incredible how they do it there. Concepts of Cherry, an 0.51 for James Barlow, and he runs through at an 8.020 at 81 mile an hour. And an 8.040 at 81 miles an hour also there for Madeline. So a bit of bad luck about the red light, but still a great run. Look at that. Look at their 60s, 1.695, 1.694, half track, 5.054, 5.039, so nothing in it. Blake Taylor coming out now, and he's up against Toby Beasley. Now, Blake will go into the Max Crane Equipment Hire lane 1. Toby will go into lane 2. These boys have been out here before. The yellow dragster of Toby Beasley. Very smart-looking little car.
Very smart. Beautifully prepped. You know, there was a point in junior dragsters where we used to think, you know, what more could you do to a small engine, single-cylinder engine like that in JDs? And here we are in the age of, you know, one of them that's fuel-injected and others that are running in different classes, A class and B class. So a lot of change in the junior groups. And a big thanks again to Aeroflow for being the naming rights sponsor for our JD championships here this weekend, and ideally for the whole year as well, or for the season ahead. Thank you so much, Aeroflow. And again, can't stress enough that they've got merchandise on the hill, along with a number of other groups that are up there, being able to either feed you or provide you with mementos of this fantastic weekend here. As a getaway, best reaction time went to Blake Taylor, a 0.05, but his ET an 8.091 at 79.14 mile an hour. And up against Blake Taylor's pass, a 9.34 at 67.56 mile per hour. So win going in the JDs across to Toby Beasley.
Pardon me for disappearing then, mate.
Right, mate.
We just had a conference with Robert Mango.
Oh, I don't know the outcome. Junior bike. We're moving into junior bike now. Thank you to Aeroflow as well for your involvement.
You know Rob, do you, mate?
I know all too well. Cooper Plummer in lane 1 and Eliza Harris in lane 2. Don't need any more descriptives.
Nah, fair enough.
Junior bike round 3, normal eliminations.
Well, he just told us, I'll keep it very clean. He just told us, my partner and I, we made a video at his joint. We don't know about it yet.
I don't even want to know about that either. Count me
He's
out.
terrible. He's terrible. Anyway, good guy. Cooper Plummer. Yeah, he's terrible, but he's a good guy. What's that saying? Is that an oxymoron?
You're the eternal optimist?
Yeah.
I hate saying that.
Pardon us, ladies and gentlemen. We've got a gentleman up here who's our tech expert. He's a handful. Yeah. He's a handful. You ever had a spoilt kid in your life, you know, a brat? Yeah, we got him up here.
He's growing up.
Mrs. Manger, can you come and collect your son? Anyway, back to drag racing. Cooper Plummer's out in lane 1, ladies and gentlemen. Low 61 for Cooper. Low 61 for Cooper. This will go close up.
5Cs. She got away late.
Yep.
Okay. But they were dead even at the 165. Look at this. 5.69, 5.639. But when they got down to the bottom end, it changed altogether.
Just started taking away. Just that. She must have been tongue in the roof of the mouth and leaning right over on the tank so that the wind flow was minimal.
Just watching the 165 marker, that's what I was doing.
Bailey Paul out there in lane 1. Lawrence Heller on Paul gets away on a red light. Lawrence gets away on an 0.47, so good pass there for both kids. Right down the centre of their lanes, that's what we like to see. An 8.92, 76 miles an hour, and a 9.67 at 67 mile an hour for Lawrence. One of the veterans of the class now, Lawrence Rochella.
Out of the Rochella Racing Camp.
Yes. And Austin Walpole coming up now, young Aussie. He'll come out into lane 2, the Moota Bay Holiday Park. Hey, lovely to see such a big crowd. We're not getting actually a really good look at them because the lights are pointing straight at us, but we can see a pretty good crowd out there at the moment. Sincerely hope you're enjoying yourself out here on this Friday evening. It's a beautiful evening. Just gone, what have we got, 9 o'clock there, so we're not far away from fuel car racing now. They're supposed to be coming out around about 9:30, so this will be good. This will be a bit of a treat, ladies and gentlemen. You'll see the candles burning on the fuel cars. We've got just at our junior bike. Austin Walpole's gone through, so you're just about to go through. Where is he? Just doing a burnout. He's backed up to do a burnout. Here he comes up into his staging lane now, staging lights now. So Aussie will do that. Just looking into the pits, looks like we might be going as a super sedan, top sporties and next. Super sedans this weekend, ladies and gentlemen, are sponsored by Ross Refrigerated Transport out of Adelaide. Big thanks to Demos Stephanopoulos and his family for their continued sponsorship of just every time he races somewhere, he will sponsor the super sedan. So it's great to see. Big thanks to Demos. Good bloke. Red light there for Aussie, but bad luck. Runs an 8.92 at 75 mile an hour. Good pass there. 60-footer, pretty much average about a 2.0 for the bikes on the kids, and around a 5.70. The kids been doing 5.5s to 5.7s at half track, so that's not bad. Cooper and Eliza ran 5.60s before.
Well, we've got a moment as well, Al. Big shout out to, of course, Davidson Ford, who've come involved with a lot of street meets here at the Sunset Strip. Thank you so much, the team at Davo Ford, for your involvement here with racing at the Sunset Strip. Monty Electrical, who have been looking after us for quite some time. Big thank you also to Kevin Mann Duck Makers. They've been with us right back from very early days. Big thank you to the team at Mildura Forklifts for your connections. Also Charlie's Engineering, who've done a great job of looking after us as well. There's quite a few of them that have looked after us. CPM Country Project Management, who give us a hand to get a lot of things done with the tower in the place here. And, of course, our lane sponsors in Max Cranes, the Moonta Bay Holiday Park crew, and also the team at GJ Gardner Homes and Mildura Electrical Services. Thank you also for Mechanical Services for your connections as well. Alrighty, we're away with Peter Furlanetto in lane 1 and Robert Cardham in lane 2. Better reaction time went to Robert Cardham in lane 2, and how they played out at the deep end. Looks like Peter Furlanetto on a time of 5.64 went through at 122 mile an hour, picks up the win. And then on the back of that, it was Robert Cardham right behind him on a 6.31 at 110 mile an hour. So good work to Robert Cardham there, but unable to peg back Pete Furlanetto. Stevie Peach into lane 1 now. Peach will bring the Holden up nice and neat. The four-door Kingswood sedan up against Tony Tedesco in the Holden Chimera. So the Chimera of Tedesco just inching in beautifully, both in stage and pre-stage. We're away. Best reaction time went to that of Tony Tedesco, a .036. And he takes the win on a time of 5.64 at 122.1 up against the car of Stevie Peach. It went through. His reaction time was a reasonable time as well, a .068, but unable to match that one of Tony Tedesco. And his ET for Stevie Peach went through on a 6.46 at 112.93. So good drive to Stevie Peach. Next pairing away, by the look of it, Al, is Joe Carboni and Deb O'Connell.
Little blue eyes down there, and Sonic, the Blue Falcon. Now, she ran a 670 before, and really getting this car to boom too. Look, bad luck on the red light, but we're still in it. But look at the roar on that. She's got the boost up, and she's run a 570 at 122 mile an hour again. And Joey, he's run an 0.33 reaction, 6.39 at 107 mile an hour. Great to see your friends coming up into the tower. We've just seen Heather from Alice Springs wander in and say good day. It's great to see her again. And Mick Pescaneri out there in the Silver Bullet. Great to see Mickey out there, and Darren Russell. This is a beautiful car. Love the colour of Darren's car. It's a real burnt orange colour, not aubergine, but it is a real burnt orange colour. And Mickey's Silver Bullet out there. Just that was the chosen colour for the LCs, weren't they? That colour.
Yeah. Very popular in the state.
Sable silver.
Down at the far end, best reaction time went to Mick Piscaneri on a 0.013. Russell went through on a 0.015, so it was only 0.02 of a second difference between those two guys. But when it comes to the win, it went Darren Russell's way. A 5.80 at 118.84 mile per hour gave him the win over Mick Piscaneri on a 6.068 at 114.25. So good ride for Darren.
0.1 in the 60-footer, then another point.
Correct.
2 at the half track. So Darren's just started to leap away. Then you look at his time, 5.80 against the 6.0. It's only 0.02 of a second, but he's picked it up in his 60 and his half track to take the win.
Okay, Matty Forbes in lane 1 comes up against Lisa
long time.
Sherry in lane 2.
Yep, Lisa Sherry. This will be a good race. Now, Lisa's car ran a lot better in the second pass. Had a horrible first pass. Reaction was very good at second one. Did no 91 in the first one, and I think an 041 in the second one. So we'll see how she goes this way. Matt Forbes, an 010 his last reaction time. So we'll see how he goes this time. Always do good passes. These people have been around for a long time. 029 for Matt, 003 for Lisa. Look at that.
Brilliant.
The lady's a whip. She really is. 639, 107 again. 660 at 104 for Matty. But look at that. She is just so good on her times. And Matty Forbes, guaranteed he'll get an O in all his reactions.
Her starts of late are almost clinical.
Yeah.
She's very clever at getting those numbers down into that. I mean, most guys who get into the hundredths are really happy. You get into those thousandths, you almost own the track.
That's right. Yeah.
You know, it pays so many dividends if you can get it down that sharp, but it's a knife edge.
Yep.
You can go out over it and leave a fraction early. I mean, you only have to be 4 thousandths early. 4 thousandths, and
early.
you are red.
You're red,
so
exactly.
she is clinical in the way she does that.
Here he is, Moss refrigeration car of Demos Stephanopoulos, lane 1. Red light to Gary Vogelsang in the Taboo Camaro, lane 2. 002, right? Yeah.
To my point.
It's
okay.
heartbreaking, isn't it? Look at this. Demos gets an 018. Great reaction. Runs a 592 at 115. Gaz, right on his 6.0s again. 603, 602s.
Yeah.
113 mile an hour. The only mistake was that red light a little bit too
quick.
quick.
This previous best was a 113.42.
Yep.
He's gone 113.62,
yeah.
which is what, 0.2.
Yeah.
But this is the
look at this. 6031. His previous was a 6030.
Correct. So
1 thousandth of a second. Yeah.
So, like I said, if you cut it early,
Yep.
you pay.
That's right. Unfortunate. Here we go. Ricky Fitzner out there in the RPM Racing. Rick Fitzner Motorsport. And we've got Malcolm Milicevic out here in this beautiful little call it a Capri, Alan.
Yeah, do that.
Lovely.
Candy
Look at this
apple
under lights. Look at both cars under lights. A beautiful colour of both cars. And the beautiful shape of that 67 Mustang. That's an Eleanor.
Yeah.
From gone in 67. 60 seconds.
It's going to be less than that.
Yeah, gone to 67 seconds. Yeah. Oh, red light for Ricky, bad luck.
Fitzner left early.
Yep. Nearly got a yellow light early. Milicevic goes through on a 571 at 120 mile an hour. 640 on his reaction, so he might have seen the red light come on first. And that would have been a reaction of what's going on type of thing, you know, the old brain. Here we go, check a weight, 110 and a 656 and 104 for Chevy in lane 1. Here we go, James McCurdy in this beautiful ZC Fairlane. Beautiful looking car. Love the shotgun headlights, the black vinyl roof. All the jewellery still on the car. Still got all the seats in it too, even though he's got a cage in it, still running with all the seats. And I think it may be still registered too.
Mate, there's a dealer out there somewhere, a dealership out there somewhere that pre-delivered that brand new.
Yeah.
That had no idea that it would ever go as fast as what it's
That's right.
now. They would literally crap themselves if they knew what was
Sean
going
Maher,
on.
Holden would never have believed that
absolutely
an HB Tirana would go that quick either. Sean out there in lane 1, beautiful little HB, and this beautiful ZC Fairlane of James McCurdy in lane 2. Hopefully he'll get a good run and won't blow the tyres off it again. Looks a lot better for him, but look at Sean Maher just streaking away beautifully. Maher gets away on an 024, runs a 598 at 115. 685 and 101 there for McCurdy on a 554 reaction. Boys are doing a fabulous job out on the track. I haven't seen a lot of maintenance
Is that wood?
through the track.
Is that wood?
That's wood.
I'm touching it. Because you're about to say something.
No, look.
I'm getting in front of you.
No, they're doing a great job out there. The only maintenance they've done on the track is what you see. They're just flicking stones off like that.
I know.
They've been doing maintenance with the sleds, so that's normal maintenance.
I know.
You can keep touching that wood as much as you
mate,
like,
I swear
mate.
to God, the last time I said something like that,
What happened?
someone dropped all their onions down one of the loads.
Here we go, Jack Moreau with this beautiful Capri. And here we go, Harrison Dale out there, Harry Dale in the little Grinner, the little Grinner farm truck. Got a nice little power bulge. I think it's got something bigger than the 4-cylinder it came in.
Well, it's probably got the right ratio. Diff is probably a 411 or something like that in the back.
411 would be perfect for it, 411 gears. Someone braked. Look at that. Unfortunately for Harrison Dale, broke traction and just smoked them up. But look at this, Jack Moreau, what a run.
This is what I want to have a look at. Harrison Dale, he went 0.38, 0.038, 0.046. Okay, so reaction time's reasonable. 1.2 versus 1.9, 3.6 versus 5.3. Man, he lost time there.
Broke the tyres,
it just
smoked them up.
Smoked the bags out of it.
He smoked 2 seconds out of it, didn't he? When you look at it.
Finishes on 114 miles an hour. Like, go figure on that one, right?
And Moreau's car, 120 mile an hour pass on a 572.
Yeah.
Great pass.
On a near perfect run versus...
Coming out now, ladies and gentlemen, the HK Wagon Lane 2. Bouncing Benny out of Portland. He took out the Super Sedan Top Sportsman Trophy at the 20th anniversary and down there, and gave a great speech too. And Mark Thomas out there, Mark in the little Mazda utility, bouncing it in, bumping it in. Nice launch, both cars. Look at that. Look at that little sail machine go. Mark Thomas, a fantastic run. 168 on the reaction.
And he grabs the chockies for it.
Yeah, he did too, 602.
Slow off the mark, a 0.168 compared to a 0.050 reaction time. And
the 60.
It started to really make numbers there and finishes up at, what, 114 mile an hour.
Right, Joey Camilleri coming out now. JJ Zepp in his Falcon. The reason I called him JJ Zepp and his Falcon, ladies and gentlemen, all us old people know that there was a bloke named Joe Camilleri who ran a band called JJ Zepp and the Falcons. Became Joe Camilleri and the Black Sorrows, and now just does the Joe Camilleri trick. And he's up against Freddie Lemon. These two mates, good mates too. But look at that, Joey, 126 mile an hour. He ran a 127 mile an hour before, pretty much on the same numbers. 570 he ran last time, ran a 590, 126. 636 at 111. Now, hey, look at this. He ran a 636 now. He ran a 637 before at 111.27. He's run 111.44.
Yeah.
What are you going to dial in at, Fred? Oh, I might go 630. Mr. Consistent out there tonight. He's a good bloke, 74 years old and loves drag racing. Got a smile on him like a naughty kid. Good guy.
I laugh every time you talk about JJ Zepp.
Yeah.
Remember one of the hits? Hit and run.
Hit and run, yes. Yes, hit and run, yes. It was too.
Track. Here's your XE Falcon now, Ollie Kent.
The Falcon panel van hasn't got lights on, I don't think.
Ollie Kent up against Paul Hughes.
Yep. Paul out there in the little panel truck. That's a nice car, mate. Kent
looks like he's got his park lights on, so he's good.
Yep.
Just waiting for probably Hughes to drop something on.
He's got tail lights on, I think, but he's just got stickered headlights, so there's actual no globe in them. Just as long as they've got a tail light so that the race control and your track manager, starter, can see him at the bottom of the track. If you can't see tail lights down there, we've got a clear track.
So Kent and Hughes ready to do battle, both staged. We are good to go. Let's have a look. Best reaction time went for Paul Hughes in lane 2.
0.42.
0.042. Let's have a look. A win in lane 2 for him. Went through on a 5.81 at 118 mile an hour, and a 6.02 for 115 mile an hour for Ollie Kent in the XE. So Paulie Hughes grabs it. Looks like we're going into round 3 now of Supergas.
Supergas. Yes, Mark Callis will come out in the Scorpion. Pete O'Connell will come out in the Reaper, the big 1955 Ford Victoria, the 2-door custom line. They were called Vickies, Victorias. So Kylie O'Connell there, who drives Muttley. Pete's cousin, backing him up in the Reaper. Now, the Reaper runs a, I think it's a 432 big block Ford engine, and it's got an 671 Supercharger on top of it. So not a big blower, but just enough to pump a little bit air in. Now, Callis, I think he's running 400 Chevrolet in that, or it could even be a Chrysler engine. So I'll do a little bit of a wander around the pitch tomorrow and have a bit of a sticky nose and ask a few questions.
Nice reaction time for both of them. They left almost identically a .076 against a .071.
Good pass.
At the deep end, though, it went this way. Mark Callis went through on a 112.4 mile an hour pass, an ET of 534 against a 535 at 104 mile an hour for Pete O'Connell. So left the same, very similar all the way through the 60s and the 165s. And again, even at the deep end, very little separating them. That was a really good drive. Mark Callis deserved the win, though.
They both ran 620s last time and red lit. 620s and did their breakout, disqualified themselves in a way. But now this time they've run just on the index 634 and 635, yes.
Brody Tedesco got away on a reaction time of .075 in lane 1 and comes home with the goods on a 641.
Almost identical to what she ran before. She ran a 640, yes.
At 107.6. So again, nice pass for Brody Tedesco.
She's well within it. All she's got to do is just lean forward and she'll get into the 630s and get a little bit closer. So a little bit more than a lean forward, but,
It is what it is.
Yeah, just put a dent in the floor so the accelerator can go down that little bit harder.
Into the modifieds now, Al.
That was something that Phil Lamartina said up here one night on the microphone. We were having a chat to him. He said, sometimes you wish there was a deeper hole in the floor so you could push the thing harder.
Yeah, correct.
And now I'm thinking you're up around 300 plus mile an hour and the adrenaline would be up. Kenny Stewart and Daniel Carranza. Kenny out there in the Fuchs drag, so he'll come out into lane 1, and Daniel will come out in the Bat Dan modified.
It's great to have so many down here tonight.
Yeah, good
watching
crowd.
Some of the fantastic action that's unfolding here at the Sunset Strip. Of course, the Sunset Strip here in Coolong has been the home of drag racing in the Sorasi region for quite some time. We do thank all of the people that have been involved over the years to steer it to where it is today. And again, it's a beautiful resource to be using for motorsport here in the region and has produced so many champions. Darren Morgan, who came out of here, picked up some national titles. Phil Lamartina, also out of here. But then we've also got a number of guys that have picked up trophies and titles like Chris Tatchell and some others in lower ranking or alternate classes that they've raced in. So, that's all purely because of what's being facilitated here by that club.
Yeah, when you look at the amount of champions who race here, you look at the Lamartina boys. Phil, for one, won the Australian Top Fuel Championship, I think, 2 or 3 times. Darren Morgan won it a couple of times.
Correct.
Chris Tatchell twice. Ross Lamartina, I think, won the juniors. Look, we've got some Australian champions coming out here. But then not only things like that, you look at some of the knowledge that this club has.
Correct.
Like when Morgan was racing, you had David Thornton and the 2 Sparrow boys working on the fuel team. So there was a fuel team. We've got Darren McGregor working here. And Darren's a drag racer himself. He runs the 660 Honda all the time. His 2 boys, Lockie and Decky, are running in the juniors. Mum and grandmother and grandfather are running the juniors tonight, while Darren's over there running in the fuel club, and he's having a ball. Lives, sleeps, and eats drag racing. So family affairs like that. When you see Darren came out here years ago on the bike, the same bike he's running now, and just win trophy after trophy after trophy, and just a very, very humble guy and a great bloke to talk to. And then he married, and they had the boys, and here's the boys and the juniors. So that's a lovely little family affair about drag racing, what I really love.
Well, I look at the Cookle family, and
yes.
I can remember Kingsley's father, who at the time ran a van. It was like an Austin van with the bread, hot bread.
That's right, yeah. Yeah, for old Morris.
That's a number of generations going through. But yeah, a lot of that has been purely because this track has sustained itself so well. But not just a track to run on, but a track at the level where we run top fuel too. You know, so it's
Stephen J.D. Wagner now, Young Todd's racing. You know, so the follow on. But you're right. Look at the Sparrow boys. There's Mason and Lucas Sparrow. They're boys, and Rod Sparrow's boys and his lovely wife. And the follow on of the kids racing and everything like that. You know, it's just incredible. And it is a great family sport where the intraday racing family look after each other. You know?
Correct.
Right, we've got, looks like Daniel's got a problem with the car. Unfortunately, you're going to push him back. So Kenny Stewart might do. We'll see what happens. They can't fire him. Find out what happens here. But Kenny's performed his burnout, just wasting his young William Berry over there, just bringing him up to the line. Looks like Daniel's got a problem with the car. Hopefully, whatever it is, they can fix it and get him back out.
They're wheeling it a long way back, Al. So
yeah, I'd say
I'm tipping that car's not going to take part.
I say the flint's broken. Yeah. But Kenny Stewart, yeah, Daniel's come up as a no-show now. So Kenny Stewart will come out here in the Fuchs Dragster in lane 1.
It's been pulled right out of the lane, so.
Bringing the revs up on that big block Chevrolet, and off he goes.
He didn't red light this time. He went through on a 0.019, and his overall time of 4.80 at 140.65 mile an hour.
Yeah.
So,
once Kenny's hitting the 140 mile an hour, you know the car can go quicker, and it will.
His previous best was a 139.2. So he's a touch in front of that.
He's constantly around the 139 to 143 mile an hour.
Correct.
And he'll always do a good reaction time. So that's the experience plus. But like you said, he did a red light before. Might be the next red light he'll do in 3 months, you know?
Correct.
Who knows? Because when you've been drag racing for 30 years.
Yeah. Very long time since I've seen a red light.
Neil Dyson coming out with a little 34 Roadster now, and Billy Crozier, the Poon Kerry projectile.
Crozier now backing up nice and gentle.
Come on, Bradley, run. Run, Bradley. Bradley Hicks out there.
He's got the muffs on, right?
Oh, righto. Yeah, Bradley's been around drag racing for a long time and got a great memory for a lot of stuff too. Started at Late International in the late 70s. Drag racing, and has been doing it ever since. Runs a 467 cubic inch big block Ford. It's the old 429 block, where they are one of the biggest engines you'd ever seen. 31 inches from outside head stud to outside head stud. The Cobra 429.
You needed a big bay to drop those in.
The Mustang, they put them in the Boss Mustangs. They are huge, the big Cobras, the Shelbys.
Yeah, they were like a sand bucket with a thing in the front of them.
Incredibly big engine when you look at it in an engine bay, yes. Here we go, Dyson gets running 832. 257 for the Poon Kerry projectile. 521 for Neil, and he goes through on 128 mile an hour, and a 625 at 109 for Bill. Now, good reaction there for Neil. And Billy at 257. Here she goes. Listen to the rev. There it is. There it is. There it is.
That 257 for Billy Crozier is actually a little bit on the sleepy side.
Yeah.
Billy's usually a little bit
he did watch a bird fly over one day and put him right off the reaction once. And here we go. Princess Fiona down here in the Little Orchard. Fiona Crisp. Big thanks to her father, Jeff. Gave us a little bit of info today. Good guy, Jeff. You might know the name Jeff Crisp, writes in Street Machine magazine.
And nice guy.
He is. Really nice guy, Jeff. And this is his lovely daughter down here with christened Princess Fiona. And the Pro Street towing car of Adriana Cartledge out there. These two young ladies are, I don't think I'd like to meet them in a final.
No.
Either of them. They are just such good drag racers. Adriana just slowly creeping forward. Princess Fiona coming in.
Both in pre-stage, just waiting for the final hit.
There we go.
Fiona's in.
Adriana's in. Revs up. Away we go. All red light for Adriana.
Oh, and again, look at the time, Al.
Yeah,
she tried to cut it fine as well.
Princess Fiona does an 0.20 and runs down on a 4.90 at 140 mile an hour. Now look at this, Adriana, 4.59, 150 mile an hour.
But she tried to cut that light.
Yeah, tried to get a better light.
So yet again.
She knows that Princess Fiona is out to get her, and Princess Fiona knows that she's out to get her too. So here we go, the Panini Brothers racing car of Anthony Rochella and Stuart Mitchell in the Desperado, the little Fiat Topolino. Interesting
with Crisp, a 140.43, previous best of 140.55.
493, 492. Look at that, eh? We're talking about how good these girls are, or what? Now 459 against a 460.
Yeah, correct.
A thousandth of a second out in each run.
Yeah,
that's amazing, isn't it?
But the thousandth of a second spent in the wrong spot.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
If that's what my assumption would be looking at that.
Little Fiat Topolino out there is Stuart Mitchell, the Desperado, and the 38 model Chevrolet of Anthony Rochella out there in lane one. Now the little Desperado ran for a few years until it went pop, was a 327 cubic inch Chevrolet in it, so small block Chevy. Came out in the Impalas, the Bel Airs and the first Holden GTS Monaro. Anthony, I think, running at 4.06 in this one. Oh, Rochella gets one, an 0.66 and 0.22 for Mitchell. Best reaction to Mitchell, but look at this, Rochella races away with it. A 5.1 at 133 mile an hour and a 6.14 at 117. So whatever Mitchell's done to the engine, it's paying dividends, because he was always the 106, 107 mile an hour car with the old 327 in it. So it'll be interesting to see. We'll probably ask a few questions and find out what he's running for it. Anyway, Nathaniel Cookle coming out now in the Sweet Sensations dragster. Got the bat wings on the back. Now, when the car came out of the States, it was just a front engine dragster. Now, the wings, the body, the whole kit, the whole body line on it was built by Kingsley and his dad. The car turned up just as a slingshot dragster, front engine dragster with, I think, an open front chassis too. And the cowling and all the wing body on it has been built by...
fabricated by them.
Yeah, fabricated by the Cookle family.
Yeah, pretty cool, right? But as I said, the Cookle family have been around for a very, very long time, and have been solid drag contributors to the circuit here.
I think Kingsley's pyjamas are either Betty Boops or a Hawaiian shirt. I think he would have something like
in pyjamas or something, right?
No, it's not Hot Rod. If it's that, you know, it's got to be Betty Boop, or it's got to be a Hawaiian shirt, you know, like the Beach Boys and all those and everything like that Hot Rod era.
Yeah.
Yeah. Escape from the 60s. Yeah.
Or the STPs and
STP,
you know, or the chicken with the gear lever.
Yeah. Or be Rat Fink pyjamas.
Yeah, correct.
More likely, it'd be Rat Fink. Ed Roth t-shirts all over the place. Kingsley's be going, shut up, will you?
I will nearly fall over if he comes back to you and says, in actual fact...
I've got STP pyjamas there. Or Moon Equips. Yeah. Was it SoCal Speed Shop? Yeah, something like that.
Or the one that had the cruise one that had the guy with the monster in the car.
That's Ed Roth.
Roth with the gear lever.
Ed Roth t-shirts. If you didn't have an Ed Roth t-shirt, you were nobody as a kid. Yeah.
Go get one.
Yeah, I've still got one.
No, go get one's what they'd say to you.
Yeah, go and get one. Or a Garlets t-shirt.
I can remember Repco at one stage released a sticker that was like that about their clutch plates.
Yes.
Do you remember
that's
that?
Right. Yes. Bendix plates and Bendix.
Ripco punch.
Ripco. Yeah, that's right. With the animal on it.
Correct.
The monster.
Yeah, with the car.
Yes.
There you go.
Jeez, that's going back a few football seasons, isn't it, eh?
Don't you dare look that up, Alan.
Why not?
See how far back that
look,
is.
it will now.
Do
We'll
not,
get to be
don't you dare look that up, Alan.
You know my mind's full of trivia, mate. Yeah, who was it? Gary Shipp still wears when he races the Ampol T-shirt he bought brand new when he was 17.
That doesn't surprise me.
And everyone's saying, well, all Ampol service stations have come back now, haven't they?
Hey, you knew something. It's like, no, that happened
Happened
a long time ago.
It's just like I'm bringing me Lee Cooper jeans out soon. They're coming back into fashion. The flares.
Wow. Please don't tell me you've got a pair of Bulldog shoes, platform
No,
shoes
I
at home
haven't.
either.
No.
Thank God for that.
No, I wore them out last year. You look in the back of your wardrobe and you think, I've still got that. Yeah.
Actually, I'm pretty good. I toss stuff out.
Hey, mate, we'll just here we go. He gets a red light on this, gets a nice little run down the centre of the lane there. Nathaniel Cook will run through on a 6:31 at 106. Now, I've got something, mate, at home. It's an item of clothing that I can still fit that I wore to school. How's that, eh?
And it is?
It was a shirt tie.
Oh, really?
It was a necktie.
Oh.
Still fits me.
Wow. Let me guess, you're going to pass it on to someone, right?
Yeah, I'll pass it on to my grandson, yeah. I wore this at school, son. You can have it now.
I reckon as you get older, you get to the point where you're getting really ready to check out. This is pretty morbid, and we'll get it in before these goodbye start. You pick out the worst things you got laying around to leave to some of your kids.
Yeah.
You go, what the hell was he thinking when he left me that?
I got a 95 Club Sport, and my son's already written his name on it.
Oh.
It sits, sits in the shed.
I'm talking about an unused pack of 7 days in Rio, like those.
Oh, all the videos, you can have them, yeah.
No, the undie packs, you weirdo.
Yeah, undie packs, that's right, yeah. Oh, geez, you're bringing back memories now, aren't you? Well, I've got a pair of socks that still fit me too, you know. Jeffrey Marshall out here and Jason Rattray. Jason out there in lane 2. He's on the Harley Destroyer. And Jeff Marshall out there on the Silver Bullet. I don't know what that bike is. We'll have to find out a little later. Oh, look at that. Red light, but what a launch. Good launch for him. Gets through the other end on the 567 at 122. 718 at 104 for Rattray as he crosses the line. Matty Jones coming back now. Matt, all he wants to do, all I'd say he'd be happy what to do, is get a better reaction time because the bike ran very nice last one. Daz Scott's been pretty consistent all evening.
Yep.
He's had a couple of good passes on him. And he's coming up on the green machine in lane 2, the Moota Bay Holiday Park, where Matty Jones is on the big silver and black Harley Davidson. I think that's the Destroyer model.
They were a handful and a half, those things.
Yeah, well, they haven't got a real... They've got a slick on the back, but it's not a really wide tyre because these are pretty much a bike you buy out of the showroom and then you attach the wing on the leg on the back. So they're built as a drag bike to buy out of the showrooms.
Yeah, they're a weapon, all right.
Yeah. Oh, good launch. Look at that, a 139. If you're happy with that.
That's a way better...
yeah, unfortunately for Daz Scott, gets a red light. But look at this, 111 mile an hour on a 607 for Matt Jones. I think that'll put a smile on his face. And when you look at Daz Scott too, looking at his numbers, he's run 100 mile an hour, he's run 105 before, 750, he's run a 7.0, so yeah, he'll be saying, come on Daz, lift your game, mate. Brocky Richards coming out now, Jason Addison, Jason on the sit-up straight Harley. Oh, 2 of them.
Yeah, no, this will be almost heads up.
This will be a good run between these two, both hitting a lot of air on the chest there, sitting upright like that, so it'd be like a windbreak, really. Or an air brake.
Let's see what transpires out of this for these two guys.
Because Addison lifted the front wheel before.
This will definitely be the battle of the reaction times.
Yeah, look at this.
Richards.
094, Richards. Good reaction.
Richards will get it.
Yeah, big win.
Yeah, correct. There we go.
Look at that, a second.
720 at 95.77 over a 8.0. So not quite a second at 86.42 for Jason Addison. So nice win, Brocky Richards.
Sean Ricketts coming out now. Sean out there on the burgundy-coloured missile in lane 1. And Robbie Church will come out on his Black Beast in lane 2. Now, Robbie didn't have a really good last run. I think he read lit or something, or he had a horrible reaction time. So he won't be happy with that. We will have gone back to his pit and given himself a good talking to. But it's quite funny because you see them drop their visor, and when they leave, you'll see the reflection of the change light come on in their visor.
Yeah, correct.
So just watch out for that. We'll be able to see Rob's for sure. You know, it's that dark outside at the moment. There it goes, the light comes on straight away. Oh, that's a far better one for both of them. 0.85 for Rob and 0.89 for Sean. 5.88 at 121. That's the best pass for Robbie. He's done two 1.19s.
And if you have a look at Sean Ricketts, his best was 116.7. He's at 116.4.
Yeah.
So fairly consistent. Probably the only spot he's going to make up some extra time is in this reaction time. He's got a little bit to move in that.
Yep.
But this is definitely an improvement for Robbie Church. That's a great win for him.
That is a good run. Good run for Robbie. He'll be happy with that. Phil White coming up now. Dean Jamieson. Now, Dean, first pass, ripper. Second one, ripper with a red light.
Yeah.
So let's see how he goes this time. Now, Dino's in lane 2, ladies and gentlemen. Phil White in lane 1. So just watching him edge up into their lights now. Jamo's just dropping into his lights. Here we go. The trees away. Oh, far better. Look at that. Look at the reactions. John 0.31 for Whitey. 0.23 for Jamo. 5.78, 108 mile an hour. Look at that. Look at White. A 6.20 at Open Park, the last 165 feet. He's gone from a 4.20 at half track to a 6.20, so he's done it in 2 seconds. And he's gone through the traps 12 mile an hour faster.
That sounds like top sportsman to me.
It's top sport. He's a nice big double burnout, Siamese burnouts there from Michael Obst and David Foster.
David Foster was the one that broke the silence. That sounded very much like top sportsman to me when they kicked off. So let's watch these two guys now.
They've got their own nice little roar, haven't they, these injected
100%.
engines?
Yeah, great.
And the Super Comp cars, when they come out with their small blocks and everything like that, the revs they get out of those. And when you...
incredibly high.
Yes. Running a small block, you know, 280 cubic inch V8 or something, these little pistons are going to be running up around about, probably 9 to 11,000 revs. And they just scream.
Being brought forward gently. Ops now moving up. The earlier 57 Chevy of Foster coming forward. 478's what he's looking for.
Nice reaction time there for Dave Foster on 0.42 against a 1.33. And Foster just gets across the line just in front of him. Gets a nose across. The reaction time gave him the best. Look at this on the 60s. 1.092 for Ops, 1.097 for David. Half track, 3.09 for Ops, 3.1 for Dave, and 4.70 against a 4.80. Win goes to Dave Foster.
Interesting point. I made the comment before he left. He was shopping for a 4.78.
Yeah.
Okay. And he came in at a 4.80.
4.80.
And that only tells me one thing, though. If we look at his times here, a 1.44 pass here at 4.83. And then he had a 4.80, and he's shopping for a 4.78. So all that tells me is that out there at the moment, the air probably is cooling off a little bit, and the engine's delivering a little bit more for him as well. Plus, that reaction time helped, right? So
if the moisture has gone out of the air a little bit, we've got fast air out there. The cooler the air, the faster we go.
So we'll see what happens, right?
But here we go, Stu McBain in lane 2 and Jason Young in lane 1. So this will be a good race. A couple of Pontiacs. Got the 96 Pontiac out there and the 202 Pontiac. Jason out there in lane 1 in the silver, and Max Crane, Equipment High, lane 1. Lane 2, we've got the Moonta Bay. And as we said before, big thanks to B&S Earthworks for doing a magnificent job out here. We love your work. we really do like your commitment to our track with your sponsorship and what you've done, and we thank you from the bottom of our sump plugs. Thank you, B&S Earthworks.
Nice get away.
Red light there for Stu McBain.
Bain went away on a .003 too early against a .041 reaction time of Jason Young. So the win's going to go his way on a 5:32 ET, and the lapse time provided the speed of 128.62 mile an hour, so a win there. But take nothing away from Stu McBain's effort. A 4:98 at 139.6 mile an hour. It was a great pass.
It's
just he left.
Have a look at his previous best.
Yeah, absolutely.
4:973 at 138 mile an hour. You look at Jason's previous, he's just run a 5:32. He ran a 5:33.
Yeah.
At 132, where he's run 128 this time, so he got there before the mile an hour crept up.
Yeah. So again, hit some improvement in that car.
Yeah.
But this killed Stu McBain.
The red light.
Red light.
He'll improve on that. He's a good drag racer. Vlado Turek, ladies and gentlemen. Vlado out there in the blue Nissan over in the Max Crane Equipment Hire Lane 1, Muna Bay Holiday Park. We've got Darren Saliba in the Chevrolet Camaro.
Just kitchen makeovers.
Yeah, now I think between these two cars, I would easily say would have close on 1,100 cubic inches on the track. Because I remember that Vlado was running a 504 or a 560 or something like that.
It's over 500 cubes.
Big engine. And Darren in this car always ran around a 540 to 560 or something.
550 rough.
Yeah. So big injected engines under these bonnets, ladies and gentlemen, and as you can see, they've got nice little breathing tubes to come in.
And I think we've got top fuel after this round.
Yes, I think we might have.
I think you have.
Can you see fuel cars coming into the lane?
I can smell them.
Smell them. we might go down and watch the fuel car soon, honey, when the Matt and Wade turn back up in the tower. I think we might go down and have another breather, hey?
Here we go. Great reaction time for Turek. He went through on a .030 and Saliba a .031, but some issues or complications for Saliba in
Look at
lane
the big
2.
gouge marks on the tyre.
Correct.
Sent him towards the right side here to the fence.
He got out of that. And,
very wise. Look at the boys.
Turek to run through. So let's have a quick look at where he sits. Time for Turek, a 5.26 at 133 mile an hour, and Darren Saliba certainly no reflection of what the car's capable of. There, a 764 at 73.71.
Look at this, the boys are solving the problem of what's with the car before they even leave the track, because they're looking at the marks, and he was doing this, so he was giving the leaping tyre. And if you have a look down at the track there, you can see the marks still considerable there, where they actually veer the back left tyre kind of let go on the launch and sent him out to the right towards the fence. So smart driving from Darren.
Yeah, correct.
Thought I'll give this one a miss.
Well, that leaves Mick Ruin to be the next to come forward.
In his little Chevrolet Nova.
I think that's right, is it?
Mickey Rowan. Now, have we got...
I think they've pulled out of that one, and I reckon it's top fuel next.
It's top fuel next. We should be getting...
the thump and coming up the stairs shortly.
Yes, the boys, Wade and Matt Nolte, coming back up to take over the microphones and have a bit of a chat.
I reckon we've got about a 10-minute delay before we kick off. So
yes, they'll do a bit of track maintenance. They'll get the tractors
Now's
out,
the
just
time
give it a run up and down. Here we go. There's the weed killer.
Go and see the Aeroflow guys or the other merch tent, or grab something to eat, maybe down in that alley area while we wait for the boys to come up. And here they are. They're on their way. So we'll leave you in the hands of Wade Ornger and Matt Nolte very shortly.
You know what time it is, Mildura. It's almost time to blast off for your second epic journey to Rocket Town. And we're about to launch your second group of qualifying cars for the BLAHST Australian Top Fuel Championship. And walking around the pits earlier on, Matt Nolte, everybody seems pretty perky. They're all about, well, the Palm said to me, we kind of went a bit aggressive on the tune-up, to be honest. We actually probably went a bit too aggressive on the setup, so we overpowered the racetrack a bit. And everybody else saying we're kind of where we want to be because the track hasn't had any laps on it.
No, it's quite...
So let's explain that, because we haven't had much Group 1 activity on this track, which lays rubber down, which makes that whole sticker meter thing work even better.
Yeah, anything past 60 foot right now is still a bit greasy, and our track crew just putting down a bit more traction compound, if you like, to aid with these 10,000, 11,000, depends on who you ask these days, Top Fuel animals that are about to come out for their second qualifying session in BLAHST Australian Top Fuel, the first round of 2026, and it's great to be back here, as you aptly name it, Mil Vegas.
It is Mil Vegas.
Yeah, and it is great to be back here at the Sunset Strip on this half track, or 660 feet. Kyle Putland quickest in that first session with a 4.04. Will we see that tumble? We don't have the wind to contest with now. It is dead still outside. It is amazing conditions out there, and pretty similar air temperatures to what we had just 2.5 hours ago.
Yeah, and that was something I talked to Rory Taylor about water granules in the air and things like that, the humidity of the atmosphere at the moment as well, because ideally you want the air cooler and drier than what we currently have here. So no real change. The cool part is you're about to see Top Fuel with nitro candles. Now, it was cool before. It's just going to go next level when we blast off here shortly and light the sky up with dual candles on each side. So, as you said, Nolts, Shane Olive was pretty solid, a 4.16. We know the speeds were down because they just couldn't really get a hold of the racetrack. And that seems like, well, hang on, if they're only taking 4.1 seconds to do 200 metres, what's the hold up? That doesn't mean your speed is up. It just means the distance travelled is quicker.
And I think it's widely agreed, too, that everyone got a look at the track to 60 foot. They'll start taking their measurements from there. But it goes back to the fact we haven't had a lot of big tyre racing out there. It's a lot of radial cars out there tonight and bikes. We don't have the big, say, modifieds or supercharged outlaws laying down big wide strips of rubber down there for these Top Fuel cars to interlock with. That may change now. We've had a few runs since we're out there at 7:30 earlier tonight, but it's up to the engineers or the crew chiefs in each of these pit areas right now. There is some experience across all four cars.
You've also got a little thing at the very back called a wheelie bar, which doesn't get a whole lot of the credit that it deserves, because when these cars lay it down and get off the line, a lot of the energy is transferred through the back, through that wheelie bar, but it's actually a rub lock that is just in behind the rear tyres that actually takes that initial hit as the dragster compresses and launches. There's a lot to learn with these cars. And Aaron Haimbridge and Dean Rossiter and people like that have been around the game. Rory Taylor, been around the game a long, long time. And while Dean Rossiter's only a young man in the sport, it seems like he's done a lot of passes already with Phil Lamartina. So he continues to learn. And the Palm, well, the Palm has pretty well had his guy since Jesus raced in Jerusalem.
I'll go with that, if you like.
When he was running his fuel car back in the day, I was talking to Pom about that. So his crew have been with him a long time. So there's an understanding of what Pom likes from the car as well. Everybody feels confident that they have something for this next run. And the pressure's off as well, because with 4 cars here this weekend, we've had fields over the last couple of years between 6 and 8. And the difference is, with the NDRC, if you haven't been in the drags for a long time, or this is your first time, we don't run eliminations tomorrow in the National Drag Racing Championship. So you'll see all 4 cars. God forbid there's no dramas mechanically or from incidents during the day. You'll see all 4 cars 3 times tomorrow. And I think that was one of the big ticks that the organisers made about this series when it came back to life in 2022. That we don't want to see cars going in trailers at 6 o'clock at night, or in this case tomorrow 4:45 in the afternoon. We want to see them out there 3 times, and why not? But there's a lot of pressure to get down those 3 times, because the time to set up is shorter than a common drag racing day. And we are doing 1/8 mile, which is, for a lot of people that are new to drag racing, makes no difference, right? We're basically racing to that red and white diagonal stripe down there where you see the timing boards. And yes, when we go to other places, we run 1,000 foot, which is double the length of what we're doing here. But the runoff area simply isn't here for that. But I got to say, the Sunraysia Drag Racing Association has done a wonderful job to get this facility up to spec, to be able to run here. This was originally slated as possibly another Victorian town for Rick to have this particular event. In the end, it looked less and less likely it was going to happen. And it was Dave Thornton and all the team here at Sunraysia Drag Association that said, we'll partner with you with the NDRC. BLAHST came on board along with a number of great promotional partners and the city of Mildura. So the Mildura Regional City Council, Mildura.com, they do a wonderful job in supporting motorsport to this region. When you come back at Easter, Easter is an embarrassment of riches for motorsport.
Yes, it is. With like 2 wheels, 4 wheels, and then goes water.
3.
Yep.
Sidecars are back at Easter time this year as well.
Just love it up here, don't they? And I've got to say, it's my first time. In all those years that I've been coming here, it's been over 20 years now since you and I were calling over the Timber Speedway back in the days. I never actually got a chance to get here, and I'm so happy I got a chance to do that this year. This place is a real gem hidden out in the desert here, and you've got something pretty special here. We got to wander through the club rooms earlier tonight. You could hear the PA pumping. The fans are enjoying probably one of the cool spots here, right in front of all the action. The fans on the opposite side. You're also very lucky here because you're as close as you get to the action anywhere in the country.
Yeah.
Anywhere in the country.
Closer, really. You're right. When you're sitting directly across from our PA tower, there's a whole bunch of people that have never seen Top Fuel before. I know that my son Darcy and Connor and Darcy's partner Ruby and Maya and Charlie and Lucas and Christy and Matt and everybody that are enjoying the action straight across from where we are at the moment. Doesn't matter how you prepare yourself for the light. Yeah, yellow, green. It's still when they hit it, it still just whacks you in the chest and gives you that wake-up call.
Even up here with what's supposed to be soundproof headphones on, doesn't always help. We're almost ready to go here, folks. We're just rubbing the track down a couple of more times by the look of it. We'll see Phil Lamartina up first against Steve Reed. No points on the line here for this. This is only qualifying. Everybody gets to come back tomorrow, but it'll set our field of 4 for the first round of racing tomorrow afternoon. Hey,
Nolt, we're looking at everybody in the dark here right now. Everybody in the spectator area, could you get your phones out for us? I know you can't get any phone service because none of us do. But could you light up your screens for us? We're looking straight at you. Just want to light as many phone lights as we can up, and we're going to moment point it to the Top Fuel car. So get your phones out, light them up for us, and in a moment I'm going to get you to point them down towards the dummy grid area. So I want to get a few more out there. We get a few we're working on, but I want a lot more. And let's light this place up because soon Top Fuel is going to light you back up. A few people shaking them up near the Nitro Golf Centre Lounge. That area up there is very cool as well.
Hasn't that been a hit addition here to Mildura?
Mate, the coffee, Dom and Michael do a phenomenal coffee.
That's us tomorrow.
The chicken stack, tell you.
Oh, stop it.
Big thanks to Matt Man on Triple M this morning as well for supporting us and allowing us to talk to Shane Oliver and also Phil Lamartina as well. Get around Mildura tomorrow. There's so many great places, so many things to do in the morning. It's a million coffee shops, million great restaurants, lots of cool places. Go down the river, check out all the wonderful things there are to see and do before you come back here tomorrow afternoon. I think we're kicking off around 4:45 or thereabouts tomorrow. So you got kind of all day.
So we'll get this late afternoon. We'll run probably every 2 hours, give or take, any track delays that we might have during the course of the night. So not too far away. For those that might have missed qualifying one earlier tonight, Carl Putland was 4:04 ahead of Shane Olive, 4:16 with a 5. Phil Lamartina third, 4:46, and Steve Reed was a 9:61. So nothing to write home to mum about how good we were going in the first session. It was merely to get a feel for what the track conditions are like and going to be like and anticipate what they'll be like in 24 hours.
There are multiple Australian Top Fuel Championship trophies that reside right here in Mildura or in Weeman, just down the road, between Phil Lamartina and Gally Betts, who drove for him as well, and Darren Morgan, who's a multiple Australian champion as well. There are so many fantastic drag racing champions that came out of this. Aussie Speedway legend Lee Adams and Phil Crump. Warren Monson, the late Warren Monson, sidecar Speedway great as well from this region. Throw in some bloke called Josh Waters, multiple Australian Superbike champion. Cam Waters, his brother Jared, phenomenal in Speedway and in Supercars. The Kelly boys.
Yep.
Like, it just goes on and on and on. There are so many. The Hatter Desert Race is on in July every year. 1,000 bikes come to the region. We just love motor racing here, mate. Mildura, nothing mild about it.
We've been saying it for decades, haven't we, coming up here now, that we could do with a big national event here at some point to just top it off here in this part of the world. Very central to Sydney, Melbourne, Adelaide. It's only a few hours' drive to Sydney and Melbourne. Well, Melbourne and Adelaide, at least. Certainly not to Sydney, but it's drivable at least.
10
around
hours.
This region.
Around about 11 hours. Next weekend at B&S Earthworks Timber Speedway, the Wingless Sprint Stampede is on. Easter Power Sports weekend is massive here. We're back here at Sunset Strip. Always epic drag racing competition. You have 2 nights of sprint cars at B&S Earthworks Timber Speedway. Sidecars are back at Olympic Park Speedway as well. And the Friday morning, the Good Friday morning, the show and shine, thousands of people get around the show and shine on Good Friday morning. So plenty of cool things to do at Easter time. In just a moment, we're about to light up 11,000 horsepower. Lammers alongside the Palm, Steve Reed. I thought that Kyle Putnam was kind of lucky not to graze the concrete in that left-hand lane earlier on too.
Well, as a matter of fact, talking to the crew just before we come up to the commentary box, when he got on the throttle and got back on it, it actually shook some of the panels off the left-hand side. We didn't see it because it was the wall side, the left-hand side of the track. It didn't hinder his performance. He sits at the top as the cars come to life for this second and final qualifying session.
Candles.
And can Putland dare to dream here? He's never been the #1 qualifying before and has a 1/10 of a second over Shane Olive. But there's been a lot of noodle scratching going on back in the pit paddock area since we last saw him at 7:30 tonight. The Twilight Nationals here at Mildura Sunset Strip, the first round of the BLAHST Australian Top Fuel Championship for 2026.
God, I love that. As Dan Aykroyd said in Tommy Boy. The gold shoes of Sarah Lamontina. We've seen them close up. They're very spec, aren't they?
They are.
Nike gold boots.
A lot of effort's gone into them.
Style.
What's she rocking for Q2?
Phil's backing it up pretty quick too.
And even for Steve Reed, that was a very business-like burnout compared to the first run that he had tonight. They swapped lanes, incidentally, swapped partners and swapped lanes for this second session to get a feel for it now. To set the field, we look down at the Palm. Steve Reed has done this gig since the 60s. Yep, 1969. His first ever run. He's done it right across the world. He's been a world champion. He's been an Australian champion. He's even been a Norwegian champion.
Yeah.
And runs right in front of you here tonight. Your very own Phil Lamontina, double-time Australian Top Fuel champion. And folks that have backed him for well over 15 years now. They're well and truly associated with the Lamontina team where they ran Darren Morgan back in the day. He'd dearly love to win here in front of this home vocal crowd.
Time to blast off, Matt Nolte, for the BLAHST Australian Top Fuel Championship qualifying round 2. Can we get into the 3s? Why not? If we can glue these things down. Lammers creeps in. Nobody in now. Now we are. Waiting to both go in. Let's do it. Blast off here at Mildura. Phil
Lammer.
It was aggressive off the hit. A 4:21. Come on, Mildura, put your hands together. Lammer lights the candles here in his home crowd. Did you feel the building shake?
The second hit for Lamontina, and that is not easy to do. Once they're out usually. But Phil Lamontina, folks, bang your hands together. That was mighty. Found 2/10 in what he found in the first session tonight. For Steve Reed, believe it or not, he found a little bit of time on that too, but will stay in that 4th position.
Nothing at it at the reaction at all.
That's exactly what we're looking for.
And an 0.85 and 0.89. But clearly Lammers was a 1.8 at the 60 foot. That's where Steve Reed had issues. And 87, which is where you want to be. Anywhere in the sub-9s in that side of things is where you want to be. Still the speed, nothing remarkable in the speed yet. But you got to remember he had 2 stabs at that. So he really didn't have a clean hit of the throttle, but it moved the ground for you.
It's one of those tracks where it doesn't matter about the speed here. It's about who gets the line first, because it's going to be Rydham Cowboy style.
Absolutely.
Against the rounds of racing tomorrow night. I'm glad you asked about the less than 1/10 of a second when it comes to reaction time. From the 64 passes since 2022, he's had 52 of them less than 1/10 of a second. This guy is sharp as when it comes to leading the tree, and you saw it right there in qualifying.
Just call me Tom Cruise, you're Dustin Hoffman. There's no doubt about it.
Definitely leave the table.
Davison Motors providing a lot of these teams with their tow vehicles as well. The Dodge Rams, big thanks to Davison Motors here in town providing that. But Phil looking speedy, and he will knock in a 4:21. We know they have the capacity to go a second quicker than that. And you think a second sounds like a lot, it really isn't. So we'll see what Putland and Olive have to contribute to the situation.
Well, 2.4 to 330 feet. So if that stayed in it there, we're maybe looking for a mid-3, 3.7 maybe for Lama. But those two, they'll stay in that third and fourth position. So now our next pairing will be Kyle Putland and Shane Olive. Can Olive displace Putland and break the dream of a number one qualifier? He's never done it, Putland, before, in what's been a slow burn, a slow build-up to move into the tough world of Top Fuel. In fact, his best has been a third, and that was back in 2024 at the Spring Nationals. So if he could get number one, I know it's only a four-car field, but it doesn't matter. Number one, with the quality of drivers around you, that'd be epic.
You know, tonight is only qualifying, right? It's really just you're up against the clock. You're up against the other cars, but you're really against the clock. Tomorrow we'll have 3 rounds of competition, and it will be all about the battle. So make sure you get out here tomorrow. Make sure you tell your friends and neighbours, mate, you've got to see these fuel cars. You've got to feel these fuel cars. A little bit of delay up in the left-hand lane, up the far top end of the raceway at the moment. Next round of the championship comes up at Dragway at the Bend. The Shaheen family's Taj Mahal of Top Fuel for the Riverbend Nationals coming up at the end of next month as well. So you're really very lucky here in Mildura. You can see Top Fuel twice with Door Slammer as well in a month.
Yep.
Basically 4 hours away.
Yeah, it's just that chain. We get the chains of tracks back together. It'd be great to have a Melbourne track, wouldn't it? Very soon to link it all together and get back to what it was. That's going to be an epic event. And the great doctor, Dr. Sam Shaheen, has put the call out. He wants the world's best to come out there because we have the quickest, or the low ET record sitting there still at Dragway at the Bend, and some thinking we may get down to that bottom, maybe into the 50s at some point soon. That would be cool for a track that's only really 3 years old.
Incidentally, South Australian Nulty, a lot of Victorians waiting outside the commentary box to talk to you about the MotoGP.
Yeah, they can talk.
You stole the MotoGP. How do you feel about that?
Out of my hands, this one.
Wow. Just hand feeds out the hand, boss. Big news that Peter Malinowskis has got some stuff rolling.
It's ambitious. It's very ambitious.
And everything he does is motorsport focused, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Gather round, of course, is the football side of things, but the Adelaide Grand Final, what a concept that is, mate.
Yeah, and some thinking that this is sweet revenge, 30 years in the making after losing Formula One. Not sure if it's that far.
Still hurts, doesn't it?
It does. Yeah, it does, but it's in a good place now. It's in a really good place over here, and who knows, it may end up back. Phillip Island is just such a phenomenal track to go racing at, and we're blessed to have new tracks coming online, particularly with the Bend and what they're trying to do down at the Adelaide Street Circuit. It's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out over the next year or two.
There's the sound.
Thank God it's the sound to get me out of that conversation.
That is that beautiful fire-up sound. They add 91 unleaded to the blower. It's kind of remarkable to me. About 250 mil worth of unleaded sets fire effectively. Dual magnetos, because you got to burn that much fuel in these things. Time to burn out.
Oh, it's already popping. Header flames too from the Carl Putland machine. Shane Olive, who's back in the second Lamatina car, BLAHST and Sydney Tools, that had a great launch yesterday afternoon that you were part of here, Wade. And great to have Shane Olive back behind the wheel of a Top Fuel car. It was quite an emotional finish in Hidden Valley a couple of seasons ago. Yeah, he's done some guest appearances in the last year or so, but he just fits this sport like a glove. And so too does Carl Putland. It's been such an ambitious move into the world of Top Fuel, coming out of Group 2 racing for many, many years, but so much support from people in the West.
Can he pull off a big one here to be the number one qualifier for round one of the BLAHST Australian Top Fuel Championship? Certainly had the speed in his first run. We're about to see if anybody can improve on that 4:04, or will that set the marker? Lamatina currently third. If you look at the way we've got them stacked so far, Sholiv, what's he got? You know, he wants to take down his teammate here in his hometown.
4:03 would be enough to go to 1 for Shane Olive. He bumps in first in the pre-stage. That's the top row lights. Oh, Putnam steep stage. And Olive is out of here. And Olive roars down the track to go straight into number 1 by a huge margin. 3:29 with a 6 is 0.8 of a second quicker than the time we saw from Q1. And Shane Olive will be number 1 qualifier. And I don't know about you, but my eyes blurred. I couldn't see the screen for a second.
That was almost a track record right there. Come on, Mildura, put your hands together for Shane Olive. That's the way to send you home.
Right, that's how you do it, and that's how it'll be tomorrow night. 0.109 reaction time, 8:40 to 60 foot, and 2.2 seconds to 3:30. Gives you that 3:29 with a 6. And that is your number 1 qualifier in the BLAHST-backed Sydney Tools Top Fuel Dragster for the Lamatina team. Shane Olive displaces and breaks the heart of the West Aussie. He still went 4:19. Take nothing away from him on the other side.
It was actually a good drag race as well. When you take the numbers on as the track record for Shane Olive. Tomorrow, as the track record for Shane Olive. Tomorrow, folks, we actually go racing. Lock it in. The Twilight Nationals. Grab yourself some Wild Ink official track merch as you leave the grounds as well tonight. We can't wait to see you tomorrow afternoon. Sunset Strip just been rocking today. Well done to all the team. It was a nervous wait for us with the storm. More racing, I think, in the lanes to come. We'll hand you back to Alan and the boys and Johnny Contract in just a few moments. Top Fuel blasting back into your life tomorrow, folks. Drive home carefully if you're not sticking around, but watch the rest of the Aeroflow competition. It's been very good so far today.
Thank you, Wade Oranger. Thank you, Matt Noldy, for coming up and educating us on Top Fuel. We just went down there and had another great time down there. No matter, you know what's going to happen when the lights go green, but you still jump. It was good fun, though. We're loving it. Top Fuel, the F1 of drag racing. As you can see down there, ladies and gentlemen, on a burnout pad, you've got a large screen television down there so you can watch possibly the replays, etc. like that. But we've still got Sportsman racing to come in now, ladies and gentlemen. Just looking down in the pits into the staging lanes, I see cars down there. So we are going to go into Supercharged Outlaws very soon. Now, Supercharged Outlaws, as we said before, will do Pro Tree, which is what the fuel cars have just done, where everything, when you get the 2 lights on top of the tree, you have pre-stage and stage lights, they go all yellow straight away down to green. So we've still got some Sportsman racing. Thank you for all the people who are heading off home now. Thanks for turning up. Please, we've got the Twilight Nationals again tomorrow night, and there'll be fuel cars racing again. And tomorrow night, now that they've got their 2 runs of data, you'll see a different couple of fuel cars coming out tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. They will be at it. They'll be full candles, as you saw. One of the cars just do 207 mile an hour down the track. You will see them probably increase that. Philip Lamatina ran 263 miles an hour here at the last meeting. So things promise to be good tomorrow. The boys, they don't want to put on a lousy show. They will come on and put a good show tomorrow. They'll make sure that all the candles are lit possible. And looking down there at the car, it did 207 in lane 1, the Max Crane lane, just before the last pass. Then that was full candles all the way through to the BNS Earthworks scoreboards. And look at this, the people are just down on the track, just making sure all the little centre markers and everything like that do get vibrated, reading the proper, giving us the proper readings up here in the tower. So thanks for coming, all those people who are heading off now. Really hope, have a good night driving home. Be careful on the roads. There might be a few little skippies around because we do get a few out here around the bushland area here. So we will see you tomorrow afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Get out here early, get yourself a nice little plant on the hill there. Come through the pits, there's merchandising. You'll see the food vans early. The merchandising, Wild Link will be there, Aeroflow will be there. And there are a few T-shirts around in the pits. You can go and see people and get merchandising and talk with them. There'll be a good chance you get here a little bit early before the racing starts so you can have a nice little wander through the pits. meet some of the drivers and their crew and everything, and you'll find out they put their pants on the same way you do, one leg at a time. Very, very personal people in drag racing. They are our superstars of our sport and everything. Any kid who puts on a helmet and goes from junior dragsters to top fuel, I don't care. They're all stars of the show, and they all are good people to sit down and have a good laugh and a good chat to. So get out here early tomorrow. Come and have a great time with us. There's going to be plenty of sportsman racing, as you've seen through the day. We have the Supercharged Outlaw Shootout here at Easter time in a couple of months, which is always a great show. The weather out here at Easter time is always beautiful, so you get a pleasant evening out here. You get some great racing. And hopefully we can get in the vicinity of 20 to 30 blown cars for the Supercharged Shootout. Big crowd, big top sportsman racing and sportsman racing through Aeroflow and Andrew, National Drag Racing Association. We will be putting on that show here at Easter time. There's the big show and shine in the main hub up on Langtree and 8th Street of the big show and shine on the Good Friday morning. The town is absolutely just bulging with people because it is the sports weekend, the motorsports weekend here in Easter. And it is a big weekend where there's the power boats, there's the drag racing. The most important ones are the drag racing, the speedboats. We have the motorcycles, the Timmer Speedway with the cars, the motorcycles, the motocross, etc. And it is just the power sports weekend, it used to be called. I think it's still called something like that, depending on the sponsorship. But a great weekend at Easter time, and always one to put in your calendar and come back here. Tonight we will still be racing a little bit tonight and sleep tight type of thing, and we'll be back out here tomorrow. The boys will be out on the track with the tractors and preparing the track. We've got some good rubber down there tonight, so that you will see some good rubber and racing here tomorrow. So get out early tomorrow afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Really happy that you came out and had a look at the fuel cars this afternoon and the drag racing. It is a great sport. We've always talked about what a family sport it is, and it is fantastic. So we'll look forward to seeing you out here tomorrow, but we've still got some racing to do. So all those still sitting up on the hill there, thanks for hanging around. We've got some more racing. Yeah, big wave out there. Give us a wave. Good on you, mate. Nice to see you out there. Can you see me waving? Good on you, buddy. Thanks for coming out, you and your family, and hope you're having a great time. Go Cats. This body and chassis from the HQ that Chris used to run. Full steel body HQ Holden running a Supercharged. Just this engine with the way it's cammed and the way it's fueled and everything like that gets that lurch in it, that loping sound as you can hear it. Yeah, this will be shakedown passes, I'll say, for Chris. It's a pretty clean skin car. It'd take a bit of getting used to too, ladies and gentlemen. He's sitting in a car that the windscreen is half the size of the HQ. He's sitting right behind the engine, so there's he's under lights now, so there'll be glossy stars coming in through the window because of the overhead lights. But he'll still get out there and have a go, getting used to the car in an unusual condition like this. That's a better pass, getting the confidence up. You can see in that, gets a little bit of a veer towards the centre line. Runs a 5:45 at 120 mile an hour. So that's a far better pass there for Chris Dalton, just getting a little bit more confidence up. Right, Simon Madigan coming out in the XA Falcon. He'll be running up against Brendan Carr. Brendan coming out in the GTO Pontiac. Simon Madigan come out. Now, this will be the third round of qualifying for the cars tomorrow. Not sure whether there'll be a qualifying round in the afternoon when we start racing for the Twilight Nationals tomorrow. But this will be a third round for the Supercharged Outlaws.
Simon Madigan. Lane 1. Brendan Carr. Let's So the both of them have got a reasonable amount of heat in the rear end, Al. Looks like the car of Brendan Carr, concrete constructions machine is good.
Yep, and that beautiful XA Falcon there of Simon Madigan. It is a lovely looking car. Coming out in, I can't remember what the colour was, but they did come out as GTs in that particular colour. It's not a Sebring orange. That was a Chevrolet colour.
Yep.
Laguna Seca orange or something, Laguna Seca yellow or something, whatever it was. But anyway, doesn't matter about the colour of the car. The presentation of it looks fantastic. The big hat hanging out the top there. You look at Brendan Carr's hat on his Supercharger. That's the old Enderley style 3 butterfly.
Correct.
And you look at the Madigan car with the big hat on that. And what were they called? Ugly condors or something, weren't they?
Yeah,
no, the condor was taller and a black one. It really liked the bird, yeah. So that's probably a blower house hat or something like that, or a Smithfield, Littlefields or something.
Yeah. I reckon Littlefields.
Yeah. I think you're right. Oh, nice launch there for
Madigan.
Madigan gets a little bit untidy down the bottom there. The washing comes out. Brendan Carr goes through quite hard, but he left way too early and didn't register a time or anything there. But a 157 for Madigan goes through at 111 mile an hour. That car started getting the shakes.
Yeah.
At just a little over half track.
I can tell you, he was happy to throw the washing out at that point.
He was, yeah. The plunger came flying out pretty quick, didn't it?
Let's have a look at his times though. So he went 5.10 at 111 mile an hour. So that's Simon Madigan's pass. And as we said, Brendan Carr came through and no time on that one.
No, unfortunately for Brendan, he jumped a little bit too early. Still on that middle box, mate.
Righto.
Okay, Bruno
Matijasevic.
I'll remember that. Matijasevic, yeah. He's out of Albury Wodonga.
Yeah, go and do
Let's
that.
put the A in front of Albury and the W in front of Wodonga, eh? Yeah, so Albury Wodonga. He's been running for a lot of years. First met Bruno at Swan Hill when we opened.
Yep.
Oh, no, sorry. Met him here.
And then Easter meet or something.
The Easter meeting, he came up, that's right. This is about 12 or 13 years ago. Then he went across to that big Supercharged meeting where we had 26, 27 blown cars at Whyalla, one of the best meetings I've ever been to. The way that meeting ran off, and we had a huge crowd. It was fantastic. He went all the way from Albury right over to Whyalla, so that was a 2-day track for him. But on the same trick, Benny Gatt came out of Sydney too, and Mick Sutton came out of Canberra in the little XP Falcon. So that was a fantastic meeting, that one. We had the 26 blown cars running. At the end of the weekend, we still had 20 blown cars running after the weekend.
Which is normally a high rate of attrition within those things. You know, it's been awesome, though, for us over the years running in that Easter Power Sports piece where we run that Supercharged meeting, Blown Outlaws meeting. You know, we've had so many really good guys, cars and guys come across for that meeting annually, you know. And there's a lot that continue just keep coming back every year because that's their meeting. They love that meeting. It was a great initiative when we put it together years and years ago to do that, and it's just continued on its own merry way. But we've met some really fantastic guys.
We have. Sutherland family coming over the little green hatchback Tirana. That's a wild-looking beast, that.
Correct.
And he came up in the tower and at the end of the meeting just to thank us.
Yeah.
And he said, I'll be back, and he did. He was good to his word. He came back. He's a Canberrian.
Yeah, and we've had a lot of really good cars and guys come through. So you know, testimony to what's been going on here to help promote racing here it's just been fantastic. So what more could you ask for?
Yeah, exactly. Look, we've had a ball here. I was thinking about it, and I often do think about drag racing. If we gathered all the cars, since it was a supercharged shootout at Easter time, we gathered all the entries, not that they're going to turn up, who have raced here at a supercharged shootout meeting, how many do you reckon we'd have?
Oh, mate,
I reckon without a doubt we'd have 140 blown cars.
I was going to say about 150 cars.
Yeah, I'd say about 140, 150. So we're not far off.
Because what you'd also have to remember, Al, is that possibly some of those cars may well have changed hands too.
That's right.
So it might be the same car, but a different group.
Yeah. And it depends, you know, like you can sell a car from Mildura and it'll end up racing it the rest of its life in Perth.
Correct.
So the other side of the country, racing at Willowbank or something like that, or now Townsville and all that.
Correct. No, I'd be putting my money on around about 150 cars.
Speaking of friends up north, g'day Craig Baker, how are you, buddy? I was talking to Craig the other day on the phone. Poor devil is living up in the Cairns area now. Remember Craig had the little blue modified rail? Yep. Twice Australian modified champion. I was having a bit of a chat with Craig the other day. And we had a good chat on the phone for about 20 minutes. He's up there doing a pay. He's an accountant, as you know, and he was doing pay sections for all the cane croppers and everything like that. So still working the pencil to the bone type of thing. Yeah. We may see him down here in a couple of months. He may come down at Easter, but he said he wants, because the car's still in Melbourne with his son, so he wants to come down racing again. Right, here we go. Big Bruno. He's out on the track here in his hot rod. There he goes. Nice one, 505.
Oh, got out of that because it got a little sideways.
Yeah, it's a little bit sideways, just about the 200 metres out. That track must be cooling off a bit for those high horsepower cars now. So he runs a 515 at 104 mile an hour after a back off, but his acceleration to half track, he did a 1-1 on the 60, so he was on a mission. Just looking at this, who have we got coming up next? We're going into the performance bike. So just down there having a talk to Jake Moderate. Everyone else is humming around. Jake's just sitting there learning against the bike, as cool as a cucumber.
Yeah, no doubt.
He's such a nice guy. And there he is, Jake Hamilton Moderate, the man we're talking about. He's over there in lane 1. And we've got Joey Curry out here. Joe just said good day to him. He said, oh, man, not a good night, Al.
No.
And I said, mate, you'll be all right. Just go for it. And he goes, yeah, all right. You know, so hopefully those encouraging words.
He'll go for it.
The encouraging words, but when you watch, I said to Jake, I said, you know, I always tell my partner, when you mess up your start or something like that, you ride it on the back wheel, which is a bit hard on this one.
Yeah, correct.
Here we go. Oh, Jake gets a red, but Joe gets a better light. But look at that, down the track there, 155 mile an hour again, a 5010. 155 mile an hour for Jake Hamilton moderate. Joe Curry goes through at 116 mile an hour. Joe will be happy with that because he didn't red light.
No, and believe it or not, his reaction time is getting better, if you can believe it.
Edge Mellis, he blew the chain off the Supercharger on this. That's why the bike didn't go too well last time.
Yep.
And I said, why do you keep riding this bloody thing for? And he says, no one else will. And his crew yells out, I'll ride it. So Edge out there and Cheryl Beddoes. But I'll tell you what, Edge has got some determination to keep riding that thing. It's just a missile when it gets going.
He doesn't give up.
No. He hit the wall at Portland a few years back and buggered a shoulder and a couple of ribs and a hand for a while. And he hit the wall in the braking area, still at 110 mile an hour. Cheryl gets away beautifully. Ed's trying to grow the legs.
Cheryl red lighted on the on leaving, unfortunately. But
we look at that, a 75 in the red and a 73 in the black, so he's right there. She does a 118, he does a 116 on a 577, so he actually got there before a rode around her just to get there. So Kenny Collins coming out now. Kenny, good to see Ken back on his bike. Yeah, that's a big one. That's a big 60-footer, isn't it?
No reading on that one because of the readouts not operating.
Doesn't want to play, does it?
But you're getting it on the other side, obviously. Anyhow.
So we've got 073 for him anyway. Right, Kenny Collins will come out now. He's coming out into lane one. The boys have just found a little bit of rubbish on the track. So just eagle eyes down there. Look at these boys. They do a fabulous job. Big thanks to our track staff and all the crew here at the Sunraysia Drag Racing Association for this place is an absolute picture. The new blocks over there, the Forbes Wilson Group blocks, B&S Earthworks, all the boys who do it. Craig Plummer out there doubling up today as a father and a crew chief and racer. Not a racer, sorry, father and crew chief.
And a good guy.
Oh, top guy. One of the best. He picks the track, he watches the cars, if he doesn't like it, he stops the race meeting, jumps on the tractor, and off he goes. And then you'll know that he's found the problem and he'll get back out there, because that's one thing he does do. He's got eagle eyes on that track. It's not just watching the cars, watching them get off the other end. Why did that car do that? And that's what you need. And, you know, all the drivers and riders can feel safe. They've got a bloke like that working on the track. Then you got the other eagle eye, Luke Davis out there. Luke running around with that mop all day. Follows the fuel cars out because under pressure and everything like that, they do bleed a little bit of fuel or oil or something. But they just keep an eye on everything to make the track safe as possible. Right, Kenny's been moved over into lane 2 while they're still cleaning lane 1.
Smart move. Ken will get to do his pass here while we wait for the guys to quickly tidy up the other side. Again, thank you to Davis and Ford for your involvement here.
Yes, Gary, Ruben,
within
and the crew.
Facility. So we got a white Toyota Hilux Victorian Rego AZB138. AZB138. It's a white Toyota Hilux, and it's out the back in the pit area. We need that vehicle shifted as soon as we can, please. If that's your vehicle, don't let me have to shift it for you. There you go.
Good run there for Kenny Collins. Look at this. That would be his best run tonight. A 123 reaction, runs a 570 at 131 mile an hour. Ken will come back with a huge smile, I believe, on that one once he sees his ticket. He'll be very happy with that. He got very close to the wall at the bottom end of the strip, but just rode it through. But once he backed it out, he just took control and moved it away from the wall. Right, we're going into Supercomp now. We've got Luke Cartledge coming out in his little altered, and Shane Reed will come out. Shane will come out in the Chevrolet Neon, I think it is.
Big thanks to Monty and the crew, Monty Engineering, Mildura Forklifts. Thank you so much for your involvement out here. Duck Makers, of course, Kevin Mann and his crew. Monty Electrical, thank you very much for your connections here. Charlie's Engineering, thank you for your involvement. CPM, Country Project Management, for all the work you did here on the tower. Brilliant guys, well done. Davidson Ford, thank you for your connections. Must also thank Brad and the team at at the Earthworks Group.
BNS Earthworks.
BNS
Johnny,
Earthworks,
yes.
yeah. And,
Yep.
of course, Max Cranes and Mildura Bay Holiday Park for naming titles to the lanes 1 and 2, respectively. Thanks also to GJ Gardner Homes here in Mildura and the team at Mildura Mechanical Services. Thank you also for your involvement here. And can't forget the team of Kerry and Rob at Audi Sound for all the work they
always
do
a fantastic job.
Just they're not just here to help run meetings and the like. They're here throughout the weeks in the lead up and afterwards, doing improvements, just like they've cabled out everything for the speakers and the like.
Yep.
Breakout boxes and stuff, you know. Well done to all of those people.
All the new electronics and computers in the place. Big thanks to Rob and Kerry for doing that.
For all the involvement that everybody does down here. We're about to see Shane Reed and Luke Cartledge fire out of the traps here for their pass here this evening.
Super Comp, yes. This is their third and final, I think, for tonight. It's 3 rounds, and that's it. Whoa!
Well, up against the wall for Cartledge.
Look at the tyre marks down there. Luke Davis is having a really good look at that to see if there's any oil on the track there that might have created that.
Shane Reed and Luke Cartledge look like they may be the last two away. There can't see anybody else in that staging lane.
No, I've just heard Kerry say thank you to everyone. So, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our night of racing here at the Twilight Nationals.
Day one of
Day one. We'll be back for day 2 tomorrow. Thank you very, very much, all our spectators out on the hill. We sincerely hope you've enjoyed the evening's racing and the afternoon. Hopefully, we'll see you all back here tomorrow. Come out early, have a wander through the pits, have a good look around, grab yourself some merchandising if you haven't already, and have a fantastic night. Have a safe trip home. Look forward to catching you all tomorrow. Bring your phones out fully charged. When it gets into the night, we'll have a starry night, all right? So have a bit of fun on the phone. So
good work.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks, John. It's great seeing you again, mate. Great catching up. A big thanks to the boys on the track for doing a wonderful job. Craig Plummy, you're a star, mate. Thank you. You are a star, buddy. To Dave Thornton, Danny Wilson, all the other Mildura boys who have done such a magnificent job out here. The place is just a picture, and we really do appreciate what you've done. The place looks fantastic. Thanks to Dale, our meeting director, who's done a fantastic job of keeping the meeting going. To our Andrew stewards, to Tim McAvaney, CEO of Andra, to Bushy, to Beth, and all our Andrew stewards, thank you very much for coming down and keeping the place safe. We appreciate it. We will see you all here tomorrow. All our competitors and crews, better not forget them. Our competitors and crews and families, thank you very much for putting on a great show this evening. We'll look forward to seeing you back here all shite and briny tomorrow afternoon. Thanks, everyone. Love you all.